Yeah man, respect our manners, respect our manners. Blessings, blessings. More life. More life. More life. More life. More life. Life.
Dubstep for baddies.
Estamos ready, we tripping en Gucci y en Fendi, con modelo y botella de Henny. Estamos duros, la vaina está heavy, todo el día, todos los días, bendecido, gracias a Dios, Ave María. Todo el día, todos los días, tuve mi Dios y yo gozándome la vida. Así que DJ, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe, y que la rumba no se acabe, dale sigue. Ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe, y que... Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Y un saludo especial pa' todos mis haters, que estoy adelante, ya we made it. Si ama la vibra, sigue alegre, cause now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Todos los días, bendecido, gracias a Dios, Ave María. Todo el día, todos los días, tuve mi Dios y yo gozándome la vida. Así que DJ, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe, y que la rumba no se acabe, dale sigue. Ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe, y que... Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Now we flexing. Now we flexing. Now we flexing Schwarzenegger.
Time talks louder than my lungs. Make it out and then I'm done. And nowhere left to run, but you're next to me and our time's not over. And nowhere left to run, One day when we leave, will we miss it closer? But you're next to me and our time's not over. And all we left
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's elimination day here at Masters Santiago, and the stakes could not be higher for the 4 teams who will be stepping onto the stage at the Espacio Riesco. I'm Uber, and joining me on the desk, we've got Mimi and Kakuka. Thank you, gang, for letting me in here. In keeping with tradition, we've got 3 of our top 4 seeds up for elimination today.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting day and a very sad day for probably 2 of the first seeds coming in from the regions.
Yeah, it was really interesting, though, to see how that first seed battle played out. I think even though most of them are down here, I didn't feel like it was in large part choking, which makes me think that the games are going to be excellent today.
We talk about this so much, about these top seeds not having as much time in Swiss to sort of get acclimated to the environment, but all of those games were very, very close, and all of the number 1 seeds seem ready to throw down. So let's jump into our shark-infested waters of the playoff bracket and see which teams are treading that water in the lowers. And like I mentioned, we've got all gamers, Furia, BBL, all fighting for their lives alongside Gentlemates.
I think it comes in different scenarios where the teams get knocked down here. Furia BBL is really the match that draws my eyes. It's a BBL coming off of the closest possible overtime to lose against NRG. And a Furia who started that series so well, but faltered second 2 maps against HyperX, and now themselves have to fight for survival.
I mean, Americas just seems to struggle with HyperX in many events, but I think that especially...
everyone does.
Yeah, I think everyone does.
Why are we getting singled out?
Listen, I'm from EMEA. I might lose everything today. Do you understand that?
It's been 10 seconds since the last EMEA bias from Bea. We'll reset the board
Restart
again.
the counter, exactly. Oh my goodness. All right, Bea, come on. Give us something to work with.
We're going to win. It's going to be a good day. I do not remember the last time that we had a day where EMEA won both matches. I don't even know if that has ever even happened because it's been taxing a lot. But I do agree with you. Like the match that we saw yesterday from BBL delivered completely. We thought that it was going to be one of the best matches of the tournament, and it was. And for the side of Gentlemates, I think that they struggled with a lot of things against Non-Shim that I hope they fix for today. A lot of nerves on stage.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to be eyeing off these EMEA teams. Still seem well positioned, but the competition doesn't get much easier from here on out.
No, it really doesn't. And it is interesting, too. Mates, that one non-number 1 seed who's fallen down to this position, but still, I think, looking like a fierce opponent there.
Now, Kakuka, I've been told you've got something in store for us here just to kick off our desk segment. With
you wanna play some games?
Yeah,
okay,
let's play a game.
I prepared something for you, Mimi. Yesterday you got
For
one
me.
right. Yes. How good is your Spanish? Because your pronunciation is very good. I heard that Espacio Riesco. How's
Not
your
good.
Spanish?
I can't roll my tongue, first of all. Everyone's trying to tell me how to pronounce the name of the venue. I can't do it. Genetically, I just can't do it.
Well, okay, before we get too serious, let's soak up the vibes in Chile and play a game that we like to call Lost in Translation. Have you guys been playing some games here? Have you tried putting the game in Spanish here? Latin American Spanish. Let's
No,
test
I
some
haven't tried
agent
that.
voice lines in Spanish, and you will have to try and guess what the agent is saying. I will tell you, however, who is the agent that is saying the line, okay? And then you have to guess.
So I have to guess the Swedish accent in Spanish.
There's
right?
there's no accent.
Okay,
You just let's hear the first voice line. Chat, you can play along.
¿Corren ellos o corre la sangre? Ellos deciden.
It's D.
Yeah.
It was a very
Corren
sing-songy
ellos o
tone of
corre la
like option
sangre?
A or
Ellos
B,
deciden.
and then a final sentence.
It sounded like you were saying something and then the opposite of that thing.
Yes.
You know what I
You
mean?
said that you cannot roll your R's. Can you try and repeat what he's saying?
Ellos deciden.
I can, but it's my throat.
O corren ellos?
Corren ellos?
O corren ellos o corre la sangre.
Ellos deciden.
Oh,
got
correos
nothing.
is run because correr
correr.
in French is to run. Okay,
Very
it's
good.
D.
Wow.
I'm locking
Yes,
it.
it is D. Very, very good job, Mimi. I'm happy. Okay, you already matched your score from yesterday.
Yes.
Next
I
one,
agree with
we're
that
gonna
answer,
need
by the way. Yeah, we had a consensus.
that was
You're
us
gonna go.
together.
You're gonna go for the next one. You're gonna go
Okay.
for the next one. Okay, the next one that we have is Viper. Let's hear it.
quedaremos con nada. Gástenlo todo.
Okay,
No nos
so
quedaremos con nada. Gástenlo todo.
Gastamotado.
No nos quedaremos
I wouldn't
con
have
nada.
translated it like
Gástenlo
that,
todo.
like this.
Gasta,
I know which one
maybe
it is.
that could be
I
breath.
think
No one
all.
can
No,
hold their-
no. I think it's A because todo is like everyone or all, right?
Todo is all, todo is
I had said
everything.
nada, so like it's like a negative, right?
I believe you.
I take
Todo,
A.
nada is the opposite of todo.
No
Okay.
nos quedaremos con nada. Gástenlo todo.
Huh.
No nos
Mitch,
quedaremos con nada.
You seem
gástenlo todo.
confident. I leave this to you.
Uber, come on, you got this. Just look at the options that you have.
Are you
Can't
confident?
take anything with us after this. Spend it all.
Yeah,
They
I
call
want
me a
A.
monster. Shall I prove them right?
I agree with that.
I want
Let's do
A.
it.
Yeah.
You want A? You like
Yeah.
A? Yes, and it is A.
Let's
yeah,
go,
yeah, yeah,
boys.
yeah.
Oh,
So like
let's go.
We're
the
two for
first sentence I would have tried something a little bit different, but yes,
Okay.
the important bit is like you have to spend it all. Okay.
Okay.
Last one. This is going to be Gecko. I want you to come together for this one, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I want a perfect score. Que bacano.
I mean, it's so
Que
short. I feel
bacano.
like it's que. But
Que
like,
Do you know the
bacano.
spray and like the title that you get as rewards for
bacano.
I
watching
would
this
say
event?
that's
and doing the
probably
pick-ups?
that was cool.
I like
Because it's so short and brief and a little exclamation.
Que
What do you
bacano.
think?
Yes, I think so. It seems like almost like colloquial
Que bacano.
slang, like a
But it could also be D. It's a very similar vibe of a sentence there. But
I like B. I like B.
Que
I
bacano.
agree.
You go with the intuition.
Bacano, that could be cool.
Bacano. Bacano's cool, exactly. It
Nice.
is cool. Está bacano.
Great
Está
work.
bacano. Very good, guys. You know, I'm very happy.
We're three
This
for three.
is the deal that is the
I
winner.
mean, she had to use French to figure out the second
Yeah.
one,
It's
right?
a Latin language, I think that
It's
yeah.
similar.
I respect it.
She did a good job.
We're digging deep into linguistics to come up with the answers. Let's now, though, hear from someone who's pretty familiar with this language, that's for sure. Let's head over to Valina and see what's happening over in our Artist Alley.
Hello, everybody. I'm here in the Artist Alley with Darayart. So I'm going to ask him a few questions just to see also and to get to know him better. Entonces, Darayart, quería saber primero que todo, ¿hace cuánto tiempo estás haciendo este arte tan increíble?
Particularmente hace 2 años. Hace 2 años empecé con el gustito por Valorant. Primero, como saben, empecé por League of Legends. Pero igual, otro tipo de juego, algo nuevo, tirado como al de los disparos, Valorant. Y nada, vi que mucha gente en los eventos que yo usualmente iba, había muchos cosplayers. Y de repente me empezaron a preguntar, oye, ya que tienes de League of Legends, ¿tienes de Valorant? Y yo como, no. Y decía, debería ser. Y yo como, de repente me entró el gustito por darle empezar con algo de Valorant. Y así empecé, por ejemplo, con Viper, empecé con OMEN. Y también empezaron los encargos. Gente que como que no esperaba que yo lo hiciera. Me decía, no, yo te pago más para que tú hagas este personaje. Empecé con Sage y Sky. Hasta que después empezaron las postulaciones al evento de Masters. Y postulé con 3 dibujos y quedé. Pero me pidieron más. Entonces tuve 2 meses para hacer y me puse las pilas. Y empecé a dibujar y creé todo esto.
Perfecto, está increíble, muy lindo. So he's basically saying that he draws Valorant agents for like 2 years now. He started first with League of Legends, and also when he went to that festivals, the people were asking for Valorant art, and that's the time when he also started to do Valorant and League of Legends art. He started with the Sage, so a few little agents, and then he started expanding all of his work. And also now he submitted 3 different designs, and he got in here in the Artist Valley, and he's really, really happy. Muchas gracias por la entrevista. This is all for us, but back to you guys.
It's great that we're showcasing more than just the talent of our players up on stage here in Santiago. Now, for our Mastercard fan poll of the day, we're asking you if both remaining MEA teams, Genamates and BBL, will go home today, purposely to try and trigger Kakuka.
Yes.
So scan the QR code and cast your vote. And of course, you'll be able to get involved in the conversation using our hashtags VCT and Masters Santiago. How likely is that realistically, gang, if we're going to help people out a bit at home?
All Gamers is playing today. I don't think it's likely that mates lose that.
So I
game.
lob the softball, you hit it. That's how we work.
Yeah.
EMEA's losing everything today. We're going home on the same plane. Dead region.
That's crazy, some reverse
Dead
things
region.
dooming over here.
I'm not going to support EMEA ever again.
That's correct. Okay.
I'm joking.
I was going to say, all right.
Okay, sorry,
In
I'm not
fairness,
that- I'm not that bad.
in our top seeded teams, there are a few parallels between them. BBL are all rookies who came up from Premier and then Ascension, and Furia also have players with backgrounds in Ascension, have been grinding in Tier 2 for a long, long time, and also, journeyman even in Tier 1. The similarities are there, and I've got to say here, this promises to be quite an explosive matchup. 2 teams that feel like they're prepared for this level of play, despite maybe not having the longest of histories.
That's what's been so impressive about both of these squads. It's a little different, obviously, with BBL having been this culmination of so much time together. Furia was these haphazard pieces picked up from different sections of former Tier 1 players or of finding that Tier 2 talent and giving them that opportunity. But I think what they've both combined to do is create a very cohesive product that is greater than the sums of its parts and is able to not just individually, but strategically compete with teams that are consistently at this level.
I love seeing both sides of the coin because we have so many names, so many recurrent players that they keep making it to this global events and being a standout for their regions. But it's also time to look at the new faces, to look at these new teams. And for example, something that happened yesterday that I really liked is that at the beginning of the NRG versus BBL, you could hear that the crowd was definitely backing NRG.
Yeah.
And by the end of Split, things changed a lot. There was like a 50-50 because it is not a crime to not know or to not be familiarized with the new faces, with the new players, but this is the way that they get those fan bases. You go, you play, you earn their hearts, and then you get the people behind it. That's how you start making a name for yourself.
Now, I want to drill down a little bit on Furia because we've got to look at their selection of opponent, I think, in that first game. They lose 1-2 to PRX, where they look really good on that Haven map, but they choose Breeze and they get paddled on that map, and from there it seems like there's kind of no coming back for them.
Yeah, it happened both in that final that they played where they got smacked by MIBR and here against HyperX. These second two maps to me were Furia more looking like a rookie team. Underperformances for players like a Lim, who is generally excellent at home, mistakes in their coordination. But I do want to draw back to this Haven because I thought that this was an excellent game plan from Furia. HyperX is a team that is hyper aggressive. With that comp, they want to flood, they want to keep fighting into you. And this Furia squad is very intentional about waiting, team fighting properly, and shutting HyperX down when they go for that aggression.
Yeah, and we can see their clear plans of just flooding the sites. We saw it perfectly on Haven. The utility is made for that. And actually, I think that they kind of forgot it a little bit by the end of that half. But still, they made a very, very good case on themselves on Haven. On Breeze, I do think that the change of compositions, the going from the Astra onto the Omen, played against them a lot. Because you could see that the utility they were using on mid, how they were trying to work the map, I don't think that they were 100% confident. Because of the tools, the extra tools that the Astra gives you in so many occasions, it just looked like 2021 where they're just running all together and the plan just like the lines just fade a little bit and they couldn't find themselves on the attack.
One of the reasons I feel like it might have looked even worse was because they lost every single pistol round in that match, 0 for 6. In Americas, they were excellent on pistols. One of the biggest strengths for me was watching a Lim on the double dot. He got away with murder with the shorty in those rounds. Here, wasn't finding that same value, and they were starting at a deficit every time.
And of course, we need to address the fact that that split ended up with HyperX getting 8 rounds in a row, them not finding any success on the defense. And I do not know if that goes with the nerves, with maybe being a little bit exhausted playing against HyperX and how aggressive they are, but they seemed so disconnected, like not moving in unison, not being able to clear a mirror properly, or like combine and control the space.
All right, well, we're curious to hear now how Fury have bounced back, what the recovery's been like. So let's head over to Jen Lee, who caught up with Arzine earlier.
Jen here with Artson of Furia. Now, Artson, despite the loss, you guys seemed extremely happy with how well fought the last HyperX series was. But BBL was able to challenge Energy yesterday as well. So when it comes to today's matchup, do you feel more comfortable or not? If why?
Honestly, doesn't matter who we're facing against. The preparation will be the same. We know that BBL have a different play style compared to HyperX, but we're ready, so yeah, it's going to be a great match.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
To me, that's important. Different play style, different expectations, but we'll get to that in just a second, because for me, a standout player was someone who's kind of a bit of a journeyman, a bit of a veteran by now, was EU. In that loss against PRX, Split was a bit of a non-game for them, but he dropped 326 ACS, but over the course of the series, this guy is on point. Crucially, a Scan Initiator performing in a double duelist meta.
It's very impressive. 8 out of 10 players in the lobby today are rookies. He's one of the 2 with experience. That harkens back to 2024, attending Shanghai and even playing HyperX and beating them in that tournament with 100 Thieves. What impressed me about him yesterday was how calm he was in the pressure of this game and how intentional it looked with his positioning to be ready for the normally very chaotic HyperX style that catches players off guard.
I think it's also something very important that you said, that even on Split, I feel like he was one of the players that kept their head on the game. And I think that that is very important, especially thinking of how the tournament might look for them. Like, the opponent that they have on today is going to be difficult, but they need to think also long-term. Step by step, but keeping that onto place, he showed consistency even when things were not going their way.
No idea survives first contact with PRX. We know that by now, but I'm curious to hear what EU had to say after that loss, what he's taken away from that game against PRX in his HyperX player moment.
Hey, I'm Furia EU. I play the Scan Initiator for Team Furia. Playing against PaperX is kind of like full chaos, a lot of instinctual plays. You don't have a lot of time to think, so you have to be really good on the fly, and to be fair, just hit your shots. So yeah, first time I played them, came up with the win. This time came up with the loss, but both games honestly felt the exact same.
On this round, and they want it badly. EU doesn't get overwhelmed. Look at you started. Numbers there. He's done enough. They bought enough time. PaperX take it to their limits.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, when you play against PaperX and you play ranked, it's like pretty similar. You don't really have like a lot of communication. But PaperX, like the pace that they play at, sort of forces you into individual decisions. You can't really be a team that, you know, communicates and takes like very thorough, thought out decisions together when you play against PaperX, because their style just kind of like pushes you into that. You have to beat them at their own game. We might have lost, but there's things that we know we can improve on Split that we can only do because everyone was trying their best. So no expectations, just looking to do our best.
Says a lot, I think, if you're the kind of player that can go up against PRX and come away with a good result and also head held high. That bodes well for Furia, but BBL's a different challenge for EU.
They absolutely are. PaperX, though, is the team that teaches you a lot when you're attending your first Global, and I think it's a great opportunity for them to look back at their protocols in these chaotic team fights and how to stay on top of that against BBL, who, while they are a different team, they will also force you into those fights where you don't have time to think, like what EU was mentioning there.
Now, Kakuka, BBL took the world champs yesterday to 3 maps, multiple overtimes on Split. What do you take away from this game? They clearly are still confident from watching social media, but what do we make of their debut on the world stage?
I think it was such a journey, like starting right off the bat on Pearl. We saw so many counters from the side of NRG. I think that they did an incredibly good job in shutting them down. This is a beautiful example of using the drone, Lover's Rock not being able to get out of there, not being able also to react so quickly, because in EMEA we play a more slow game, so you have a little bit more time to react. That being the first map set the tone, but also they bounced back on the second one. When I'm saying that it was a journey all through and through, we thought that this was a best of 3 that was going to define this tournament, and what a great showing it was.
To believe in BBL, I didn't need them to win this match, but I needed to see them playing their style and maintaining their confidence from EMEA. And I think they hit those two things. In particular on this Abyss, it was a great highlight of the BBL macro, that Turkish default you were talking so much about yesterday.
I saw that from Mini, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it is a classic, and it's a great term for it, where they're taking practically the entire map at once, where their duelists are very much on islands and having to make intentional and intelligent plays to let Rose call around it. They did that against one of the world's best teams, and while they couldn't close out on Split, they kept their confidence throughout.
If someone is tuning in just now and they're watching BBL play the same comp that everyone else is, but they're being told that they have a distinctive style, how would you describe it? What should people be looking for that makes BBL BBL?
Lover's Rock playing with the operator is always going to be a menace on the defense. Him and LaRock playing, they focus on the freedom that you can give to your two duelists, and Kreven being a nuisance on the attack. A lot of lurks, but playing very, very strongly actually around those two duelists on the defense. Rose is an incredible IGL that has proved that has a lot of leverage to him and what he can do on the international stage. And Loita, honestly, if they just tuned in, go back and watch the overtime from Split yesterday and just figure out what BBL are thinking.
Let's dive into that a little bit more, because yesterday Loita stepped up under some really high pressure situations and was the reason why we got into overtime on Split in the first place, which gave us one of the most compelling maps of Santiago.
His skill gets masked in EMEA because of how dominant his duelists were, but my God, was he performing there. That 2K with the Guardian, the only thing that even got his team into overtime, saves him again in this 4-on-2 that he wins. Showing up on the biggest stage of his life with the most pressure after, honestly, they threw to let that go to overtime. Yeah. Some big rounds lost, only for him to turn around and be the pivotal player to keep them in it.
But I think it's easy, right, to overheat when you're having your debut and you're doing it against the reigning world champions, that you tend to overheat. You think that the victory, everything's going so well, so you make a little bit more mistakes that are not forced at all. But at the end of the day, you know that you cannot count them out. I know that the game right now is mostly just about the shooting, but seeing those 2v4s, 2v5s, it was a different way of enjoying the game.
There's a direct comparison between Loida and Iu, who we talked about earlier, in that both those players were the guys who kept the team calm and were winning the clutches when things failed late against an opponent they weren't favored into.
Now, I have a feeling I know how this is going to go, but I do want to listen in and get Larocque's thoughts coming into today. He caught up with Jen Lee earlier.
Jen here, and I got LaRocque of BBL. Now, LaRocque, you guys had your first loss of the season yesterday. How did you guys process it, and how long did it take for the frustration to go away, if there were any?
Firstly, hello. It was sad yesterday, but we immediately erased it from our memories and focus the next match. So, Furia, we are gonna give best performance today, and we are gonna beat them.
Good for you. Today is a new day. Yesterday didn't happen. Yeah. Okay. Good luck and teşekkürler.
I have heard it said that the best way to fix your mistakes is to forget about the mistakes in the first place.
Yes.
Right?
What?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a therapist, so you know what I mean. But sure, for the
Don't
sake
learn
of,
from them, just forget them.
for the sake of argument, we'll go with that. Now, I do want to know: is LaRocque the bellwether for this BBL team? Does this team rise and fall on this guy's performances? Because he had a nightmare on Pearl, but the domination on Abyss was palpable. 360 ACS, ridiculous. And then it feels like he evened out a little bit. We found his average there on Split. If we get that Split performance for the rest of the tournament,
Sure.
that's his average. Is that acceptable? Is that enough?
I think it won't be against the best teams in this tournament. Most of the other teams in this event tend to keep their duelists together on attack, have their dive player, meaning the Neon or the Waylay, going in and letting the Yoru take that space and frag out off of it. BBL, more than anyone else, will separate them, let them fight individually for extremities and take their own fights. That's how Rose likes to call his macro and why this team is so unique. So because of that style, I do think, more than the other dive players, it's very important for BBL's success to have LaRocque succeeding in those positions where he's alone.
I think that if he's now warmed up to the stage and the expectations, I do expect more of the second column that we were seeing, because this is what we have been getting in EMEA. I don't know how I feel about the response that he was giving to that interview, because I want him to be like, I want him to acknowledge, hey, I had a bad game at the beginning. I was not feeling myself, but this is what I learned. This is how I turned things around. And that is the perspective that I thought he was going to have coming into today.
Those that forget the mistakes of the past are doomed to repeat them? Doesn't go like that?
That's what they say, but peak BBL is that they have the confidence of never having seen the horrors of the world. They've like never lost. They've been dominant everywhere they've ever played, and they've not had a loss like this before, where they've been knocked down a peg and have to come back and redeem themselves. I think this is a new experience, and what we get to see today is what they learn from it and how they react to that.
This isn't just a big pond for these little fish. They're shark-infested waters. It is time, though, for our 1-versus-1 showdown in skirmish for side select. We've got a duel between EU and LaRocque. And as this goes, I do kind of want to know, do you feel like either of these two teams choked? Should we consider their losses chokes coming into a game like this?
I think Furia underperformed compared to their expectation in the second two games. And I think, yes, you can define that as in part being because of nerves and pressure. They stuck to their game plan. Map 1 were ready for the HyperX aggression. Later on, that Breeze in particular, they got caught off by that same aggression. As something heated up, they struggled to deal with him. And I do think part of that was the pressure getting to that team.
I wouldn't say that they choked. For the side of Furia, to me, it's more like they ran out of fuel by the end of it. I think that the mental pressure of having your opening game, being against HyperX, having the rookies and whatnot, and people that have not been on the bigger stage can take a lot from you. And it doesn't matter how prepared you are, the rounds start piling up, and playing against HyperX is simply just not easy. We heard it from you, and I think that we've heard it from everybody around the world. For the side of BBL, though, I do think that it could have gone either way, but to me, it's the journey that was important. You know, the seeing your map that you thought you had prepped, you thought you knew what you were going to see there, seeing the world champions telling you, no, that is not where you're going to find it. It is not going to be that easy. You thought we were not going to be prepared for this, because why would you pay Pearl onto us? Yeah, I think that's not necessarily choke.
I think there was an element of choking for BBL on split.
Yeah.
They were up 10-5. They lost some key rounds. That
So the last 2 rounds of that first half,
very
especially.
much came down to individual mistakes that I would attribute to pressure. But the difference for them is that they did bounce back and they found their form again in that overtime to keep the game so competitive. And that's why, for me, I feel a little less worried about what went wrong for BBL versus Furia in their opener.
I think that to me, the way that I would put it down is not that they choked, is that they overheat because they couldn't control the amount of momentum that they were getting on that first half.
Do you think that was because of the pressure?
Yeah, yeah. No, I don't think it was because of the pressure. I think it's because the second game went so much, like the momentum switch, and they started getting all of those rounds. It started happening on split, and they couldn't control it. They had too much energy. They thought that they were owning on the server, and that wasn't the case.
I'm curious now, what kind of map veto we get between these two teams. Let's jump in and hear what our battlefields for today's series are primed to be.
Okay, so this is the map selection for BBL against Furia. The map select priority was decided through skirmish. BBL won skirmish, so you start choosing to be Team A or Team B.
We picked Team B.
Team B?
Yes.
Okay, just a second. BBL Team B, Furia Team A. So Furia starts banning a map.
Pearl.
Pearl. Ban for BBL.
We ban Bind.
Bind. Map pick for Furia.
Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven for BBL.
Defense on Haven.
Defense. Map pick for BBL.
We pick Breeze.
Breeze. Side on Breeze for Furia.
Defense.
Defense. Okay. Last set of bans. Furia, you have Abyss, Corrode, and Split.
Ban Corrode.
Ban Corrode. Last ban for BBL, you have Abyss or Split.
Ban Split and...
Ban Split, so Abyss is the decider. Side on Abyss for Furia.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, that's it. Good luck, have fun.
So at first glance to me, Kikuku, it seems like none of these maps are particularly problematic for this BBL team. I think the only problem map was Split of theirs, and yesterday they did okay, but this looks cleaner.
I mean, I think that the only two maps that BBL are not fond of playing are the Bind and the Corrode. I like the fact that Furia did not fall into the Ban in the Bind because it's not a territory for both of them, but you can count on BBL not wanting to go there. Haven being the first one for Furia makes a lot of sense. We saw the giggles on the BBL side being like, yeah, we want to defend first because we know what you're going to do on the defense. And I think that it makes it also a lot of sense with what we're saying about the strengths, the separating, the duelists, and most likely thinking about that those operator plays.
The Breeze choice is interesting to me. In Americas, I felt like that was always a strength for Furia, but they're coming off the back of two really bad losses on that map, including the comp change that you were talking about.
Do you think they're going to go back? Because actually, I think that there is a case to be made to remove the OMEN again and go back onto the Astra.
I did like the old comp. I thought that the flexibility of what the Astra provided to their macro was better.
Yeah.
And I just like watching Koala on the Jet. My take, though, on Breeze is that BBL, well, they were good in EMEA on it. I don't like solo controller comps. I think it really limits your macro on the attack side in where you can call, because you have to telegraph where you're placing that wall at some point in the round. And I think that, well, the Cypher worked well for them in helping them have fast defensive rotates. With the way Furia plays, I think that they will have a good game plan to cut down that util and make it less of a problem.
Earlier, we asked in our Mastercard fan poll if you thought both MEA teams were going to get knocked out today. Let's have a look at the results here, and I would say a very large proportion of people believe...
No, not one, both.
All Gamers is going to win their matchup, which is surprising considering that Chinese teams are struggling. We'll get onto that a little bit later, but we got some out-of-pocket voters at home.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can respect the hater energy to vote yes, even though they're playing HE, but I don't see the world where All Gamers wins that.
Oh, she mad.
Seriously, it's not one, it's both of them. Guys, come on. I know that, you know, it's been a rough 3 3 years.
Surely your respected colleagues will have more reasonable picks, but Jen...
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Jen, however, does feel like all gamers are going to be able to get through.
You are the only one that predicted Furia.
I am.
You have to defend your case.
Okay, so first of all, I do think if we get a better game out of Alan here, especially that Neon play, I have high expectations. I would like to see a switch back to the Astra in their Breeze comp here. I think they can win this game.
Key to me is if we go map 3, that's where Alan has to be great. He underwhelmed. BBL's still confident, but I think Furia, I trust their game planning going into a match like this.
I mean, I cannot wait to see how this game shakes on out, because it is do or die here in Santiago. It's getting loud out there. The Chilean fans always turn up, so let's welcome our teams onto the stage and find out who truly has the mettle to make a lower bracket run.
Es momento de recibir al Seed 1 de Américas. Ruido para
The time has come to experience the reality of elimination games at this level of play. One slip up and you are headed home on the first plane out of Chile. Top seed here in Furia, going up against this impressive BBL outfit who took MEA by storm. It's time to leave your cards out on the table.
BBL is the squad that is refused to be humbled. They were undefeated in EMEA. They lose a close game to NRG. After that, they're saying, we should have won, we could have won. We had the read on that team. And now they're showing up again today with the confidence to continue their run. The question is, can Furia, who took a harder loss to HyperX, be the team who finally steps them down a peg?
Yeah, this is just a reminder of the maps that we are going to see. I wonder, though, if it's going to be the same for both of the teams going on to those 3 maps. How much have they learned in such a short time? For BBL, it could be just a couple of days in the tournament and back into EMEA, but one of these teams is going to have to give some explanations back in their region for their first seed if they go home.
Absolutely. They both, I'm sure, feel that pressure on their shoulders, and even though BBL feel like they come in here with it all to prove and nothing to lose, now they realize that, again, a false step sends them out the door. Curious to see what this Haven looks like. We haven't seen it from them, of course, since that kickoff. We know what to expect from Furia. Double controller on Haven, choke out the map, be frustrating to play against, but surely BBL have a plan. We've seen them on this Yoru and Neon composition back in their home region. They're going to play with pace, but that structured aggression that, you know, could be a little bit hard, I think, to anticipate.
As for them, it's going to be a lot of A main control, a lot of those fights. They want to engage onto those ones. To me, concerning is the tells the Furia have on this map when they're on the attack. The way that Alan is just going to slide and open one of those sides when he opens window. See, it's always going to happen. I wonder if BBL are going to be ready and prepared for that.
I think Furia will have to slow their attack down and put an emphasis on breaking Cypher utility. If you leave these trips up on that CB side of the map, it opens the double duelists from the side of BBL up to be extremely fast in their rotations and to feel unmitigated in being able to fight for space like a lobby and win the info game completely.
Glad you bring that up, because that's something that America's teams are a little underexposed to, is seeing the Cypher on these large maps.
We gave up on Cypher.
Absolutely, of course, and that's that raw stopping power that could be an issue for Alum, who underperformed yesterday. Someone we're going to be looking to in this Furia squad to step up and really take the game over.
Yeah, I think that most of the Cypher utility is going to be in support of the duelists. So it's not going to just be easy or just taken away. I think that Kreven also gets very, very creative with the setups that he has. As I explained yesterday, he likes to swap things around a lot, especially during the mid-round. He's not just going to be completely passive. That is something that does not go with BBL. And speaking about being passive, control of the map is something that they always have on Haven. So Furia are going to have to watch their backs.
Playing the Viper, though, for Furia makes the Solve Tier 8 lobby control a lot easier. Even with double duelists, having those Yoru flashes, you're being put at a disadvantage if you're fighting through that wall. There could be anyone contacting up there. So I do look to Nerve on that lurk roll to see what he can do.
Neon double controller is going to be locked in for Furia, and unsurprisingly, BBL have gone for the Yoru Neon with that Cypher mix. And remember, the highest placing for a Turkish team at a global event was 5th, 6th in Shanghai in 2024. This team not only can make a miracle run out of literally Premier, but can put Turkey on the map in a way no one has before.
The first time in basically 5 years that it's been a new Turkish team as well. It's this next generation of talent. But talk of that talent, Alum needs to be better today. Furia need to win a pistol if they want a chance against EMEA's best.
We know that BBL can talk the talk, but can they play the game the way that they've been doing it? Can they keep up to this, or is this going to be a facade?
All right, folks, it's time to get this party started. Let's head over to the caster desk with Pansy and Hypoc.
Oh man, what a hell of a game we are starting with today. And look, it feels like a Cinderella run, but there's only one spot at the ball, right, Mike? There's only so much these teams can do. The brutality of these internationals is the fact that, really, you got to hit the ground running. Where are we leaning here, BBL or Furia?
I think that's key as well, because you could look at both opening performances and maybe trend them a little behind where we'd expect to see them, right?
Yeah.
Furia, talking about an uphill struggle to get the ball rolling, right? But then you talk about the opponents.
Oh, God.
It's such a tall order. I think here we are blessed with potentially two teams coming in with great form.
Yes.
But we need to, fighting for survival now.
Oh, it is. Again, you had HyperX as one of your first opponents and NRG. No one got a break here for either of these sides. So the first time we get to see how it looks beyond that. Now, obviously, Furia on the attacking side here, map 1. Meaning BBL is on the defending side, but proactivity is the name of the game when you're looking at BBL. Already taking a long space, and they've got Kreven. Oh my gosh, someone,
gotta get one.
Someone shoot it back. All right, Alan, that's one way to start things off. Lovers Rock could be waiting those, keeping guard on this, and he's actually slowed down the scale.
Wait, look at Rose
on the flank. Look who's on the flank, and will it even matter? They're barely breathing. They are nowhere near standing now, and it didn't even come into effect. BBL with a pistol and a belting start.
Certainly an indicator of how people want to go back to basics. What worked so well for them defensively in EMEA, these pacey flanks. Furia got to have their head on a swivel. And again, even here, the flip side of this is Kreven loves slipping deeper on these to enable aggression elsewhere on the map. And that's exactly what this achieves on the pistol round.
And you talk about no fear. I think a lot of people came away a little bit sour hearing BBL kind of still boastful even in their loss. That sums them up to me, though. They're a team who want to be, I don't want to say the bad guy, but they're going to back themselves no matter what. We got a little used to it in EMEA. I think some of the other fans globally maybe a little surprised at the bravado these boys have, considering their lack of international results, really. So again, I understand it, but for them, I think it helps that mentality that there is no fear amongst the squad. Now, on the other side for Furia, bloody hell, they had to work for it too. What a great start they had up against HyperX, but then reality started to come online, and HyperX did what HyperX do, right? There's pedigree there.
Well,
but
again,
if you're ignoring the potential on Furia, you're missing out.
A discussion to park as well, with Breeze being mapped to once more.
Yes.
And again, criticism I feel was fair.
I think it was.
Again, you're giving a veto that allows BBL to really lean into their win condition, which is based around this tempo that they're happy to play with. Be able to clean this up pretty easily, looking at the HP bars, and Alan will get a consolation, but Kreven will clean up. And Alan, we were just talking about this a moment ago.
Yes.
We've got to see him online from the get-go. It was a much slower start numerically. Again, he was kind of doing what needed to be done, but we just didn't see that punch.
Yeah, and I think coming up against someone, if they're in form, right, someone like Lovers Rock, LaRock, they are high flyers, right? High highs, and I mean, we haven't really seen them take a break much leading up to this point. So I do want to see Alan kind of pick that pace up as well. I want to see what Furia look like when he's hitting form. As you said, though, I don't think it was a necessity in their previous games.
No, absolutely not.
But I think here it might be. Now, we'll see if that kind of pans out as we go on here into the bonus round. You look at the purchase of VBL. Oh!
Same thing we saw a lot of times versus PaperX, this hard challenge into window.
That's
here
lovely.
Winning out clean.
That's lovely. And a really swift equalizer for that kind of momentum that was building with BBL. You want to keep them under the thumb a little bit of a reminder that we know Furia can shoot back. So now I'm just waiting for that reaggress. BBL, again, I don't think they're really fancying the fight down middle, gonna eye up elsewhere. But I like this from Furia. Again, it was something that, against PaperX, we were so impressed by. That understanding of tempo, that ability to kind of burst, take space, being really aware of what they were trying to do and exploiting it themselves.
You know, gamble towards A here as we see Furia exploring elsewhere. Some util to consider. And it's only really going to let them know the inevitability of this plant happening on C. And the judge is going to be tricky in terms of closing the gap here. So really just looking for BBL to take away some of these weapons.
Yep.
Also repurchase. Again, some damage done with that window swing, but not really much to capitalize on.
Yeah, and for Furia, I'd like to see 5 standing. If there's a chance for it, obviously. See if they can button this one up nice and simple. You can see Rose trying to get everyone on the same page for this. Look at the cam there. Really trying to converse the way forward as Alm will be kind of, I guess, first contact. It's not clean. But luckily, Artsin is there. Safe pair of hands, 4 kills. That is a big round for them. Keeping 4 players up, Mike, that's going to create a nice buffer of funds.
Certainly is, and just getting 2 away from the lockdown very early on. Parts in.
Ooh, lovely.
Again, fine with this if BBL want to piece something together to find a response towards this window swing, which, like I said, they were pulling this out time and time again. PaperX almost feeding into some of those engagements. But there was a few times, it was Alim actually the one to be shut down a number of times, but...
It was selfless, it felt like, almost,
Furia
right?
kind of worn out bigger picture.
Yeah. And we go back in, operator in hand at Lovers. Raw! I wanted an upswing from this man. And if he's going to get me first bloods like this, entries like this, quell Rose's opportunity to keep space, that's perfect. That is a tick in the box for me, and that is so early on. 1 minute and 20 still to play with. Look at the cost of rotation too.
Yeah.
BBL instantly putting bodies over this side of the map.
This is the sort of setup that BBL love, though. Krevin just hard anchoring the rest of the map here.
God, yeah.
Commit 3 players towards a site. Here, Lovers Rock, operator in hand. Chance to find an early pick if Furia decide to get curious. It's not looking as if that's going to be the case. Then well poised to greet Krevin elsewhere, and we know he likes to slip the net.
Oh yeah, and he might have that internal clock dialed in. Already starting to eye up middle and seeing no resistance there, no pressure on A. It starts to feel like it's going to be towards this C side. So Furia can't really take this too quickly. They still have to clear long just in case someone's pushed up. But they've got the picture now. They figured it out. That's not a problem. Krevin, are we going to go on this? No, okay, you can slip Garage, maintain space. You know, no one's gotten up there. He still has the utility in place. They understand. Everyone's on site. 3 players about to flood back in. Paranoia's in, and we go. BBL sent packing. Alum is absolutely standing the test today as Lovers Rock and Loiter not looking like you get a say in the matter. And it's time to save that operator. That is a much better bit of form from Furia. I'm loving this.
Didn't see them explore the map. Typically in this downtime, at least back in the EMEA, they were happy to push somebody, even in a disadvantage. Rose obviously falls so early here, without really getting much value in terms of utility or that early round sort of macro. Lovers Rock actually going to be under pressure here. We'll find the first. I mean, a death or a kill will get his ult here regardless. Certainly looking towards holding on to the operator. The time's really going to enable Furia to push through their own smoke here, by the way.
Yeah, that's...
Oh,
nice.
Got him.
Really nice. And again, Lovers Rock was the tip top of the board for BBL. And they are not matching Furia here. This is a lovely upswing as well. Alan, to me, is just...
The stun just ever so slightly off. Able to tuck into the corner here behind Platt. Tying things up 2 apiece early on. Ultimate's already coming online for Fury. We talked about Lovers Rock, obviously getting his after losing the operator. But yeah, curious to keep my eye on this. Conceding the first blood, nobody from BBL went exploring.
No, and that's... it's something we'll have to check back in on. Alan's gone down there.
Well, credit in the previous, but the spacing here again, Alan's way ahead of the pack.
Yeah, I don't...
actually give across the rifle to Kreven.
Yeah, that's a little bit sketchy, isn't it? Like, that felt a little bit like they got ahead of themselves.
I'm okay with seeing a few early rounds like this. Test the waters, dip your toes.
But I just don't want to see it against Sheriffs.
No.
That's the only thing. Look, we've been hurt in the past. We've all watched the group stage. Don't let us do that again, all right? This was a long journey to get to this point where it feels a bit more buttoned up Valorant, but let's see if this Phantom will come back to haunt them.
The rock spotted. I'm not sure if he spotted more than one, but at least the one on the cross.
Quality's been really good. He's been such a...
Oh my word.
Bloody hell, this feels like they're circling, right? Like they've opted to take space towards that A main connector side, but they're wrapping middle. EU with a great catch, spots out the next layers. This should be called out. Paranoia's there, limiting and really denying LaRock from springboarding into too much. He's being slowly hunted down in middle as well, so he should be checkmated. He is. Great diligence from EU there. I'm a bit worried.
It's just Sheriffs, right?
When Rose...
It's just Sheriffs.
No. How's he gotten 2 here? There's no right to be getting 2. You need to calm down. Someone's going to check on the defuse, right? Someone will check on this. Someone has to deal with Kuala No! BBL! You have no right to be stealing that away. Gonna let them know as early as possible. They are back in the lead and they are a threat in any occasion.
Able to stick the landing here. Gifted a kill over towards C Long, and it just spirals out of control.
God.
You're absolutely right. Rose has no business finding 2 in that situation. A little bit lazy on the hold here. A late drift into B, and BBL pounce on the opportunity. 4 ults coming out of that for Furia, sure, but a blip along the way for sure.
And it feels like there's going to be no rest for the Wicked here, right? It's going to be high tempo the whole way, 3-play stack towards Suwa. Is this because of the pressure that Rose felt potentially? I want to see if they try and make Furia hurt in these early rounds. I don't think they realize how many are down here. It is only going to be Loiter kind of giving away a bit of presence. But again, you're right. You look at how much faith they put in Kreven on the other side of the map, controlling B, controlling C, everything left to him. Now, Furia haven't figured that out one just yet. You know, that's clear. But BBL want to re-clear long. And they're going to spot a player. That's Alan. Pop flash in, turns, has to give up the angle. And now BBL's starting to look a bit more aggressive here, Mike.
Yeah. At least posturing up, and even previously here, noting Artsin's utility. Actually look to re-aggress and re-clear that space on A-Long.
So
make his way forward. Lockdown invested here, but again, there's not going to be a commitment behind this.
Look at middle. This is what I'm waiting to see.
Yeah.
Is this a Furia aware of how BBL like to play? They get proactive on the rest of the map. They pressure down middle, and it's going to be a brawl again. This is going to be such a bloodied matchup. Hunter's Fury out of nowhere. Kreven on the swing. That's one. Sees more. Can he survive? Trying to be on the run here. Get out of danger, out of dodge. He can't do it. Alan breaks back in. Lovers Rock on the backfill. Follow-ups there. Sensational work from the young man. And now Furia are cornered. This is going to be really hard to play out of. And Nerve was an MVP in my eyes, a quiet, impactful player in their first series, but this just looks impossible.
The
So
time's
we've got
already
Rose
gone.
here, 8 seconds, it's now or it's never. And I think Rose prefers the never rather than the now. BBL, that is the level I'm worried about. That is the form we saw regionally.
They read this to perfection. Just a slight confirmation behind nobody pushing any deeper on A-Long. They know this lockdown's a fake. And straight away, I mean, Kreven does what's necessary, finds 1 kill. Lovers Rock there so early on to reinforce that C-side pivot. Costly round for Furia.
And the thing that scares me about BBL is it feels round by round that they win like that, the more they can start playing their own game. For Furia, I just need to see you back in the game here. I need to see you kind of manipulating the map well, trying to keep BBL under thumb, quell that really well-tempoed aggression, but find a way to put it back in its place. It's going to be just a burst contact piece, pretty much. I mean, the wall goes up, but Floyd is still here above it all, and Rose goes down. That's a bit of a worrying sign if Floyd is able to get away with this, and that site now stays firmly in the hands of BBL. And look at the spike.
Do we have the TP from Kuala, but again, the fight's still going.
Yeah, they're still going
to reset. EU's popped the Hunter's Fury.
I mean, it's got him a reward on Loiter, but it's a 3v3. How do we get that spike back? Kuala Noob, I guess, on the TP.
Well, I mean, already BBL are going to rotate. They're reading this. They know that they're going to try and retrieve the spike here. And again, haven't dealt with this utility elsewhere on the map. So Lover's Rock, let's have a safety net. Haven't already slipping into the backside of B. I don't think Fury are going to be expecting BBL to be spread so thin across the map.
Oh, no. No,
he didn't get it.
Spike. Oh,
30 seconds left.
Did he TP to heaven or something? Did he miss it?
I think he did.
Oh, no.
And they've left Laroc here.
I mean, he's been in the whole time.
Yeah, he didn't have to back away. And this is an absolute nightmare for Furia. They have to go back in, and it's just not going to work. It's a fumble from Furia. And a mistake from Kuala Noob in that aspect. I don't know. Where was the spike in that?
Call it a mistake, but I think it's the exact placement. The spike is down. Maybe I didn't catch exactly where he's clicked there, but yeah. Because again, this is obviously the audible called.
Yeah.
A slip up here. Allow BBL to find their fifth.
Oh, that's gutting.
Buy back in. All those ults now spent by Furia.
No timeout yet, which is the thing that's kind of catching my eye. I thought maybe Furia would have wanted to ease it up after that.
Maybe to follow this.
It could be, but also just that feeling of how that one went down might have weighed heavy. But EU on the Odin, we've got Nerve down on 5 HP.
I'm not sure, where that early damage is towards Sewer, but...
And a very different look this time as well. Again, just so versatile. Lover's Rock going to instantly find Alum, who's going to struggle to break in if that operator keeps holding these sort of lines. And look how mobile they're being. Does get caught on the out drone somewhat, shifting towards long.
Yeah, but look at Lover's Rock now. He's all the way down C long. He's going to be able to piece together what's going on. Should draw this rotation or shift the focus towards mid.
8 HP, 5 HP, 32 HP. Creven's going hunting. They can smell the blood in the water. And Fury are trying to find options, but the A site's far from open. As Rose can leave it into the capable hands of Lover's Rock if he needs to. The spike yet to fully make its way over, but they're trying to make something out of nothing. There's still so many key tools for BBL here.
Not seeing that same tenacity from Furia. Forced now to hold on to what they've got. It's not going to be a buy here across the rest of the roster. Nerve, unfortunately, yet to get on the board.
Yeah.
Like you said, pivotal in terms of the clutch, in terms of opening up rounds, in terms of creating pressure on the extremities.
No, he was exceptional. Oh, God. And there's just no rest here, is there?
Nope.
BBL want to make this one hurt.
Already does.
You're not wrong. Kuala Noob, do you get to live? No, you don't. Rifle's gone. Money in the bin. I need a timeout. I kind of wanted it in the last round, if I'm honest, to try and pin down what's kind of going right for BBL here and what Furia can do.
I could understand allowing the buy round to still happen, but you're absolutely right. With the nature of the fumble in the previous, it's one that guys, right, take a breath.
Just simmer it down a bit. Again, because in my eyes, one of my favorite kind of narrative leads throughout this has been Kuala Noob's run. Right, it's hard to not enjoy that. You see someone who's had to go everywhere possible to chase the dream of getting to these internationals. To see him make a bit of I don't even want to say mistake there, just, you know.
I'd have to see it in slow-mo to see exactly what's gone on there.
It could have just been that awkwardness between the high-low of heaven and hell, but regardless, I need to see a bit more from Furia now. Where's that spark? You fought the whole year for this. You have wanted this so badly. You do not want to let it slip you by. That's the main thing here.
Absolutely. The Coinbase win condition coming out of this has to be breaking the momentum. Already now, a financial buffer allows Lover's Rock to just sit on this operator round after round. They need to break this cycle. 4 unanswered losses here. Fortunately, we already talked about the finances. It's not going to be a pretty purchase here, and that ult cycle that came on so early only amounted to 2 rounds. There's a big spend They weren't able to pivot well towards B in that round we mentioned before. Unfortunately, ults are stacking in BBL's favor now. We'll see the challenge here with Alam on a bucky for sure, towards window. Maybe a late swing with the Sheriff though.
They've won a couple rounds from doing this sort of thing, so I don't think they're out of it yet. And they've got a good bit of timing on this. I do see Lovers Rock coming back over, but they should be able to get a plant. As Lovers Rock will respect it for now. Just going to try and play on the angle. Oh, I said that. He's actually working forward. They're working this fast. They're not even letting the smoke drop. Lovers Rock going to find Koala Noob. Dark going to go down middle, and Lovers Rock clearing out. Alam's done well to get one back, but they're just losing out on the extremities too. This is going to be Alam having to be a goddamn hero. They've tried, but it's a 1v2. And the defuse. Oh! You don't even need to see it. Nerve. One more. Oh, he's still trying. He's got the defuse. 7-2. The shot's there, but it's too little, too late.
Furia try to mix things up a little bit here on this eco. Again, get a couple of kills for sure, but BBL just happy to smother. And this is the sort of rounds where Kreven really shines. There's 3, potentially 4 players towards the other side. He always times his pressure coming out of Garage perfectly. And happy to be the one in this situation, quite often to die for the push to come through. Operator back in hand for Lovers Rock.
And oh my God,
where did that go?
Somehow split in between all 3 targets, but LaRock's progress is yet to be noted until now. Ardzin going to put him back in his place, but there's other bodies towards that B site. Oh, it's a shot in the dark, but it's a fabulous one for Alam. He's going to be happy with that. You take what you're given at this point, but Lovers Rock wants it back. He doesn't want to let them get ahead. They're re-clearing middle. And they are feeling brave enough to at least kind of show that. EU looks like he took the damage.
Did just catch a little bit of damage on the retreat here. BBL reading this as maybe a drift back towards A.
Well, it's the first time the map feels available, right, Mike? When you've got that Cypher finally down, they can play the map a bit better.
Furia just anticipating further aggression, but the re-clearance is actually coming towards Sewers. Nerve on the other side of this here, but you're right, the timing could be awful if they're drifting back into this position in lobby.
And this is the brutality of BBL. They seem to read you like a book when they just really shouldn't know so well. And there's still bodies here to try and work with. Nerve a bit cautious on the scale up, but he's going to beat them to the punch. Great. Good catch, Lovers Rock. He's playing the smoke, trying to keep his composure, but they're already pivoting. They're going to B. Rose is here. He's seen one. He's going to hear the TP caught. Ardzin, great layering. And now Lovers Rock surrounded pretty much here. They've got the spike down, and Furia figuring it out.
Beautiful round by Furia. Taking their time, really reading the map well. And like I said, in some of these rounds, Kreven's the person that really, you can't see him fall in a situation like this. And again, it's not to his detriment at all.
No.
But he's the one that, in terms of map control, in terms of information, allows BBL to explore the map.
That's going to get you fired up, though.
Really well navigated by Furia.
Because again, I saw that kind of rewalk towards Sewer, and I thought, oh no, here we go. This is going to be the perfect BBL timing, where they seem to somehow be able to see the opponents, but no, really well done by Furia, just to get their third.
I mean, if Nerve can find their space in a couple of these rounds, again, you're not going to necessarily want to see him fragging out, but that is a key win condition on the attack, for sure. Because it's so hard to read BBL sometimes. They're so diverse in terms of, I mean, look at the defensive setup now. Yeah, we'll stack an extra body towards the Cypher util.
Something that caught many a team out, that people were struggling to find ways to handle, ways to kind of pin down what's giving away the game. But again, the utility's still in place, yet to be pressured. But they still keep those 4 bodies on that side of the map. It's full faith in Rose, and it's Loiter to win. Was that a blind shot? Did he see Ardzin?
I mean, into the window. Not sure if it was over the top of the smoke or ahead of it. We'll notify, well, sorry, identify at least, Lovers Rock.
And now they're 3 on A. They're just
so quickly,
so well.
And these are rounds where Rose will kind of posture up and make it feel as if somebody's pushing Sewers. And now, unfortunately, they've rotated quick enough where if Furia decide to pivot back this way, which is looking like it's the case,
They're trying to fake with Valen, draw players, and look at the reaction. They've done what they wanted there. That's stunning. Nerve with the entry, but they're going to fight back for the side. They don't want to give it up just yet. Trying to divide behind. LaRock's going to isolate Nerve. That is the front line denied on this kind of lurk push towards the A side. Stun comes in, slows come in, and the absolute firing squad of BBL matching Furia's tempo.
I mean, for Furia, it's almost like victims of their own success. They did really well the previous round to manipulate these rotations, but again, Kreven's not down here. They found a kill. It's over the top of the smoke in mid. And unfortunately, they just run this one too late. Walk into the stack here. Or the blender.
Yeah. 8-3. I gotta see another here from Furia. Give me a little more. And look at what they're doing, BBL. They're here to punish. LaRock gonna go and get traded. What a shot! Loiter tracks him. Like it's Quake out here. And now EU, Kuala Lumpur, and Nerve are barely off the starting blocks. Luckily, Nerve, actually, tell a lie, has made great progress, but look who's behind him. Lovers Rock can undo all that Nerve has done, and they are none the wiser. Backpedaling in, and he reads it. He knows exactly why they were going this way, why they were so firmly believing it was free and accessible. And they're trying to clear him. The rest of BBL can start rotating in. He's going to make it out of there. He's so slippery, man. BBL, what a beautiful play from Lovers Rock there.
Absolutely. Just going to be a late attempt once more between Nerve and EU to try and find just number 4. Kreven's already backfilled this space. It's a mineral theft as well.
Well, better the devil you know, go and fight the one you can find, but Lovers Rock still hungry for it, gonna be punished. Quelled on the aggression, and they know about the other player, Kreven, right? They know he's got to pop this from somewhere, but still, they take the eyes off the prize for a second. He's just buying time. He's being a problem. EU's got to hunt him down or try and ignore him. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, my word.
The baby-faced assassin there. Look at him, the smile on the face.
And what a way to end the first half. Pull out a pacey set piece here where Furia are slowing their default, allowing this space to happen to try and read the map, and BBL pounce on the opportunity.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
De la región de Brasil y tiene algunas palabras para ustedes. Hola Chile, hola Santiago. Sois increíble, uno de los mejores públicos que he visto en mi vida. Felicitaciones y muchas gracias. Viva Chile, viva Brasil. Muito obrigado. Muy bien. Vamos a jugar un poco con el público. ¿Dónde están los fans de BBL? Por favor, tenemos que apoyar Furia conmigo. Furia, Furia, Furia, Furia, Furia. Son riquísimos. Estamos muy bien. Tú querías hacer algo más, ¿no? Tengo que hacer algo. Adelante. ¿Cómo se haga? CHI.
It is a full house today. For a good reason as well.
Gracias, Chile. Grita con el alma.
It's hard to not fall in love a little with Valorant over and over again, with this golden age of new blood really showing us what they can do here. As BBL sitting at 9-3, Furia need to find their answers and find them fast. Now, what that is, I'm not sure, because I think we are seeing the better version of BBL.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think they've come out of that first series swinging. And again, you hear what they're talking about in the press conference as well. It's not knocked their confidence. They came into that series confident, and I mean, almost just the fate of the day in terms of form. But certainly a concern to see a 7-3 attacking half versus HyperX, and now be a 6-round deficit going onto the defense for Furia.
And I think the big thing in my mind for BBL was put up or shut up. If you're going to talk trash after games, you got to come out swinging, and they have. I like it. For Furia, a chance, but it has to start now, right? Let's look at this pistol round, see what they're up to, what can they do about this. Going to be kept somewhat humbled by Kreven here, going to be slowly keeping some sort of eye, audio cues, late presence towards 8. But while this happens, a lot of pressure on Allen. Going to be put in a bit of bother by the back of Platt, but he has support systems.
I was going to say, watch Kreven now. As soon as he hears these steps, not necessarily aware of EU, but he's going to get such a deep position on Graffiti here.
Should be called out as well. EU going to try and backpedal in. Does he re-clear? He does! Great heads-up play from EU. And now needs to do more. Kind of caught in no man's land, but he's done good work. He's a oh no, Lovers Rock caught Koala Noob. I thought that was perfect for Koala Noob there, maybe to kind of take that space. Oh God, they're taking heads, man. Artsin left in a 1v4.
30 seconds left.
And the fire behind the BBL boys is far from just embers yet. It's Artsin with it all to do.
And a frenzy as well.
Look, it ain't easy at the best of times, let alone now. Smoke's in, okay. Can at least get a sheriff, but it just feels like the door's shut.
Unfortunately here, the smoke just going to buy so much time. And this is a perfect example. Again, the communication, the read of the situation between EU and Koala Noob, absolutely beautiful. Again, you can be as prepared as you like for some of these sight hits from BBL, and they will just dismantle you. Laroc to clean up with a third. Double digits on the board already for BBL. Kreven, again, just proving his worth in some of these slower rounds. His ability to find value in the space that's left on the table. Not sure what investment we'll see here. On the side of Furia, just a couple of sheriffs. A chance here maybe for Lovers Rock or Laroc to farm up some ult progress, which would make this opening set of rounds even more deadly for them.
Revealing area.
Lovers Rock actually might have a shot. Yeah, spotted.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's tough.
Nah, yeah, it's... And at this point, they're already starting to kind of imply that approach towards the C site, but a very tempered pace, and I do want to see if BBL can keep clean in these sort of rounds. We've been asking that question of others, and Nerve is going to take matters into his own hands. Why not? Get proactive. It's a high risk, high reward.
Not going to be able to get the weapon, obviously, but...
Another chance.
This trap set up here towards sewers.
I liked your lurk before. I like it so much. Ah! 2 isn't enough to stop him. How about 3? That will do the job. But by now, B is open. By now, the spike is there. He's given them, I mean, a little bit of a wake-up call. Lloyd's outdone Furia. There's that spark. There's that bit of fight back. Show me more. 17-7. Laroc's on a heater.
Yeah. Conscious of a flank coming through here. A lot of time will pass. EU obviously tagged down, ready for... Rose is getting so aggressive here. He's going to get shot in the back of the head.
Artsin again doubling down now. Laroc left in the 1v3. Furia finding hope where it shouldn't exist. Of a bold move from Nerve, setting it all in motion. Oh my word, we could be on for it now. Come on, Furia, give us a game here. Don't go quietly out of this one. Show us what you're made of. If that's what we can do with rounds with just a sheriff, there's got to be more to them here.
This happened previously versus HyperX. It was the second half of Haven. Obviously, side switch, but the flip of round 2 put them in a fantastic position to string together some rounds. You'd absolutely want to see that again here. Considering the deficit they currently stand.
Oh! Hero rifle.
Yeah, hero rifle, by the way.
Cursed rifle, perhaps.
Yeah.
Passed on to the next.
Yeah, here you go, Lovers Rock.
Yeah, it went really well for me. All right. He does have a shield, so don't think it's without a little bit of danger, but come on, Fury, stability. Build up a little, find a buffer, feel out the game a touch. I feel like it's been quiet from a lot of their players. Gonna need to see that kind of, I don't know, wake-up call for themselves, maybe just feeling possible in that previous one, making something out of nothing is a great feeling. Nerve, he's gonna have to hold his, because now the pressure starts to mount. And BBL will pressure these points. He stood his ground, but it's a risky swing! Koala committed to the spray on the third. It's a 2v2, a 2v3, excuse me. Zartsin considerate, I think he has either heard it, simply understands it, but I don't think he likes Garage. Look at Long. This should be checkmate. Loiter does have the Vandal, and Loiter's dead. Furia doing very well here, keep it clean. Clean enough.
Clean enough.
Clean enough, 3 alive. Clean enough, 3 alive. That's fine. Okay, we're up to 5.
Yeah, this first buy round is crucial for BBL. Get themselves back in control. They're beautiful on the first 2 here, but unfortunately that spray just slipping through Koala's fingers. Hunter's Fury available now for EU. Some good old progress on the side of BBL. Not going to have anything for the buyback in here. Looking for them to probably switch things up. Slower paced rounds haven't found them much success, other than Kreven earlier on. So we might just see a little bit of shift of focus towards the A site now. Artsin's setup is here. We've got Koala Noob anchoring that, and elsewhere, defensive aggression.
Lovely. Even if it's just to kind of keep some space, show a little bit of something. Cool, remove that utility for now. But do they check further for Allen? They only noted 1, technically. Does BBL re-clear this space? And look at the progress over towards A. They've allowed these rotations because they've posted up a player deep towards Long. Allen's keeping a lot of security on this side of the map.
Walk in here, Koala Noob still be able to play contact off his turret. BBL considering their approach now. Trade out of the spike. Rose will prioritize towards sewers. Kreven not going to be gifted a kill in the lurk, at least early on here.
It's very deep, and you can see they're sitting for it. I feel like they're getting a good read on this, but they still need to handle the site hit. Koala Noob's timing is exceptionally good. Paranoia might be a little delayed, and yeah, that allows Lovers Rock to go for a swing. Sprays and dies! Furia finding form when it matters most, and the flank feels irrelevant. Too late in the day, and we are seeing that Furia can go step for step here.
I think they misread this situation. The fact that it's EU up towards heaven, they feel like maybe they've conceded sight, but the confirmation of 3 people here, or whether or not it's BBL just saying, let's brute force it. We might have a 3v2, 3v1.
They found my wire.
Oh, this is good.
They get absolutely spanked here.
Yeah.
My eyes are down.
Once I see 7, my interest peaks, and they found the final man.
Well, like I
so
said,
the money.
The round 2 flip last time put Furia in a position to string together rounds. Absolutely what they need to do here.
And I like seeing EU starting to hit a little harder as well. He's creeping towards the top of the board. We're starting to see Koala Noob finding a bit of form as well. Artin, I feel, has been pretty present even in that first half. So timeout from BBL. They are going to be, I don't want to say humbled. This team does not get humbled.
No,
they'll just go back in.
There's no such thing.
Absolutely not. But it now feels real. There's a chance here. This feels possible. BBL are going to be put back into place. They now need to adjust themselves here, come up with a plan in mind, and the purchase will be far from perfect, Mike.
It's not going to be there. Obviously, LaRock will consider a Bucky's 2-8 on his ultimate. Again, Lovers Rock just 1. And not going to see much else in the form of weaponry to bring in here for BBL.
Yeah.
To the Coinbase win condition to come out of this for BBL. Just to maybe pick up the pace a little bit. I don't know if they're maybe over-reading some of this early pressure. Previously, obviously, Nerve and Allen making that their presence known towards C-Long. And again, they're situations that BBL love. They weren't necessarily in position to capitalize elsewhere on the map, sure, but I think the pace is probably the fix to that.
It might be. Oh, this buy's getting a little bit more scary.
It's getting fruitier as the later this runs.
The Coinbase win condition starting to change a little bit as they keep buying more bits and bobs. Oh, no. Oh, the Guardian just everywhere. Okay. It's not without threat. Let's put it that way. And this might be a hell of a chaotic start here. BBL going right into the blender. Alan, how much do you back yourself here? Hunter's Fury just at equal measure. EU! Beautiful impact. I'll take it in these rounds. You need every one of them. I'll do the job there. In the meantime, BBL's opportunity towards its A site somewhat closes. Guanu, scoped weapon. To hold it down. Okay, it is Artsin to fall, so they will get a foot on the site.
Guanu, got to respect this pressure now. Will retrieve the spikes. And now Kreven going forwards will get shut down by EU. And a beautiful adjustment coming out of this. Again, reading into the fact BBL are going to prioritize controlling C-Long after Furia took it for free. On the back of Nerve and Alim. I mean, the delayed recon with the Hunter's Fury just beautiful from EU. Shuts down any hope of BBL finding an opener.
I feel like EU is looking like a big game player, right? You know?
I mean, he was super clutch versus HyperX.
Yes.
Again, quieter in some of the more comfy rounds, but between him and Nerve, I feel like there were so few rounds that HyperX were able to squeeze through. Get a plant here.
All
1v4.
All right.
And a Guardian.
We have seen stranger things. Loiter would need a near-on miracle.
Still got Paranoia
Maybe
as well.
Mistake. Does he get that chance given? He's going to wait patiently.
They've all slipped onto site.
Nerve doesn't like it. He feels like there's something off here. So they should be able to get towards the defuse. I think Loiter's... Oh, God, that was clean. They are starting the defuse, though, and he's not going to get any more. Fury is shutting down the account quickly. And they managed to navigate what was potentially a threat. It is nullified. Brilliant. A slow and steady march back here, Mike. They're up to 7. I might just say it, the fight's on here. This is starting to look much better. We are seeing a fired-up Furia, 4 rounds in succession. They've figured it out. They've got their, I guess, their finger on the pulse, really looking at what EU's doing. That is gorgeous.
It's just such a beautiful call from Furia. Reading BBL's mentality perfectly. A string of 4 rounds now to Furia's name. Ooh, with the op, yeah.
Kind of solo holding the A side of the map. Maybe reading this could be that maybe mid, fast, pacey piece from BBL, and I think they might be right, yeah. Pressure up towards Garage early, Artsin. Oh! He couldn't catch the first, but he certainly gets the second! And now Furia just putting bodies behind it. They have blunted this BBL spear so quickly. They are up for the fight now. Whatever the wake-up call was, it is still ringing.
Inside open now, EU has conceded. This will be revealed by the neural theft. It will spur Rose towards the site. Can't will come through here again. Still some util to play with. And Kreven's actually still got trips to invest. I don't think he's going to get deep enough to put one in comfortably on site. Actually does, yeah, all the way towards CT.
Okay. Operator left behind. Looking for info, gonna find Kreven. There's still that trip, still gonna clear this, it's part of the protocol list. Can they play off this at all?
You're gonna hear it so early though.
There's the cam gone. And you can see the expectation on the swing. And it was already sent back, so Kreven not getting much play here. This is very buttoned up so far from Furia. Kreven's next opportunity passes him by. Can't do enough with it. Rose! He can though!
Fury!
He's got
his
Fury!
He's got his own!
He's gonna pop this, gonna do the dodge, there's no time! Oh my word, BBL! You had again no right for it, but Rose making something of nothing. And a swift reminder Even if there's one, if there's two, there is always threats.
That is crazy. He's 2 off his ult here, but it's almost like they play for this eventuality.
How?
And they bait Kreven on site. Rose gets 2, gets his ult, and is able to secure this round. Absolutely crazy. And I was just about to say, this is absolutely what you need to do versus BBL. Look as if you're happy to contest these pacey hits. And Furia passed with flying colors.
They did!
Flying colors on that early aggression.
It's 11-7. But it's just maybe a blip on the radar. Alan this time, the one with the operator, cautious on the peak.
Good catch.
But a lovely reward on the angle. Finding Lovers Rock and giving them early man advantage. And look at Kreven as well, down to 59.
Artsin, see a setup towards A here, does have the lockdown, so Furia stacking heavily across B and C. That's really going to deter BBL too much. A little bit of a trap here in Hell, actually, if somebody decides to get behind the lockdown. Spike hasn't actually scaled up to site just yet. 45 seconds left.
Yeah, okay, clearing a little bit of the setup. And they're waiting for an overstep.
They're looking to get behind the retake.
Yeah, they are.
This is a beautiful call from BBL.
This is some of the calling that really impressed us.
Yeah,
kind of calling ahead of their years. But is it going to find a reward? The one man who can stop it all, Koala Noob, exceptional read, good reposition, can't get the gun out in time. But still, understanding the intentions is part of the fight, half of the battle. They still have to break this back line of BBL. Now 2 on the side, 1 in heaven, sent to hell. Kreven denies him any impact. And Alan's options looking rough around the edges. Gonna just take the ball by the horns, get involved, take him apart. He's still got one more to find, a very little time to do it. Loiter, he's kept his cool here.
Time.
2 bullets. Oh! He doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the time. 12 rounds for BBL. And Furia falling apart at the seams. I thought they had the read with Koala Noob there. I thought that would have been enough.
I mean, even just here, it's just a little complacent. But this is such a beautiful... This is why they scale up so slowly. Rose has called this so early on in the round. As soon as they figure out the Killjoy setup, beautifully done by BBL. Reminiscent of a couple of those rounds on Abyss back in EMEA. We're talking about just working the map so effectively. Furia to call a timeout here as BBL hit 12. Done really well to get back into this, but without a buffer. I mean, actually still going to be able to piece together a purchase here after dropping 2 rounds. Alim and Nerve both with ultimates, Nerves being the pivotal one that could secure them some sort of safety net here on the defense. BBL continuing to impress in some of these macro-oriented rounds.
Yeah, and it is kind of maybe the slightly less spoken about side of the coin is how good that calling can get from Rose. Obviously, you're looking at LaRock and Lovers Rock right there. You're kind of like flashier side of the BBL coin, but again, those sort of rounds are off the back of Rose's calling. Now, into this element though, I would be a little bit afraid because BBL are happy to take quite an unorthodox approach in these. They'll get a little out there.
Kreven. Maybe going to be caught here with the spam, but at least identified very early on here. Got to know that can't slip onto these easy angles in Garage. It's Alam actually posted up the operator now. Previously saw EU here.
That's a lot of pressure on this man's shoulders. 4 players slipping through undetected thus far, putting a lot of the eggs in that B basket. What are the expectations on him now? Because again, there is a glaring hole in the defensive side that BBL have found pretty quickly. It's a late owl drone. Look how close they are on Sewer. Is Alan going to be caught off guard here? They are already on the angle. I don't think he can get out of this. He should be dead to right. How is he breathing? I don't know how he's gotten away with another lease of life, but Kreven's going to catch Artsin. This man is holding space here, but BBL haven't fully rescinded away. Larocque is still waiting. There is a slip through on B. And look how far they are walking this. Look how far back that owl drone is out of sheer paranoia.
The plant down here. Again, Larocque with ultimate. Still tucked in here towards A, and Kreven will find another. Nerve will fall.
I went back to seconds. A little greedy on that, didn't need it. Put it into a 3v3. But look at the flank. It's been noted. Alan turns around, but the time, he's going to play to that. Larocque's going to make this difficult. He's going to make him have to pick between a rock and a hard place, and it's going to be looking towards B. Can they clear out in time? Like a knife in the back, Larocque is going to do damage. Lovers Rock the one to find it. And now Rose waiting. Oh, he takes it in his stride! BBL finding salvation from their IGL. Furia were building back, Mike. They were within touching distance of turning this one around. But BBL dig deep. They show that validity, and they push through on a 13-7.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
And here we have some fans designing also some great things. Chicos, quería preguntarles, ¿es su primera vez en un evento de este tipo?
Primera vez.
Sí, la primera vez en una Master, en algo así como de juegos, sí, en de eSports más que nada.
¿Es el primer día que vinieron acá?
Primer día, recién.
Primer día. Del Meet and Greet con Mixwell.
Ay, qué buena. ¿Y por qué equipo van el día de hoy?
Yo voy por Fury.
Yo por M8.
Ah, okay, interesante. So we were talking here, this is their first time in an event like this, first time in a Masters, and also it's their first day here. They just got from the meet and greet with Mixwell, and they're really, really happy. He's rooting for Fury, and she's rooting for Gentlemate. So let's see what happens.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la, es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la, es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with Key of BBL. Now, Coach, yesterday we had Lovers Rock saying he didn't really learn that much from yesterday's game. This morning, La Rock was telling me you guys just all decided to forget about what happened yesterday, but it seems like you guys actually learned a lot. So what value were you able to find from that NRG series?
We didn't learn a lot. This is our normal. If we play our normal, the score and the match will be like basically we just forget about yesterday and what we remembered what we are doing. That's all.
Thank you so much, and can't wait to see the real BBL.
I love a little bit of a double down. I think that's exactly what we're getting from BBL here. Feel like it's their own game they're focused on. It's pretty common to kind of hear that. But I've got to say, they certainly walked the walk when it came to Haven. It felt like Furia on their attack side are either running into Cypher Util or trying to fight to clear it and losing.
Where do you want to start, Mimi?
Yeah, I think that the biggest issue for Furia on this attack side was not dealing with that utility you're talking about. They kept on falling apart in that area, but it was also, as we got later into this game, more issues for them where they're actually winning out a lot of these early rounds, and then it's just the BBL individualism bailing them out, pushing them through, and that's exactly what the coach was talking about, like how they played in EMEA.
I think that there were many things that in the Furia game, like starting from the attack that they changed and that they did differently. They had some adaptations moving on to especially those A fights that we were seeing for the side of Furia. But then when things swapped around onto the second half, Furia was so successful at understanding the initial plan for BBL and so slow in adapting into what they wanted to do. They got the opener in every single one of the defender rounds, but so many of them ended up in being those very late post plans that they were not able to retake from.
I think we can illustrate your point fantastically with our HyperX reflex moment of the match. This is Alum in that second half, where just as you sort of pointed out, Kakuka, it's a great start to the round. Alum is firing, he's 5-2, first kill, first death for the map here. But when it comes down to those clutch moments, after all the positive reads we've seen from Furia, he's not quite able to land the plane in these really important rounds.
Yeah, they were really struggling on the retakes here on the A side. Rose was playing an amazing game. We saw that insane clutch. And time was the biggest issue. Also, maybe the weaponry that they chose for some of those rounds was not tailored. Like, all of the tools that they had was not tailored for the plan that they ended up executing.
A lot of this game, outside of just a macro, was a Furia who is getting outdone in the team fights. BBL constantly, even when they were down numbers, were finding moments to expose the player into a one-on-one and get to before that quick trade can actually come in.
I want to double back now to this Cypher conversation because it's so unique to EMEA and it's something that Americans have given up on sort of playing with and maybe lacking experience playing against Mimi. It does feel like that raw stopping power was a problem for Furia to get past on their attack side.
Let's watch a couple of these rounds and look at how the rotates are coming through. All of that Cypher util is still up. And so, in this round, despite this great read from Furia to go back into that fight, the entirety of BBL is there and ready to brawl. The same happened a little later in this game, where watch that map. There's a Yoru who can immediately be at A. There's two players that are already there, and because those trips are up, the rotates are in, and it's BBL with all of the forces they need on this site. You then go ahead and look at rounds where Furia says, okay, we need to break this utility, not allow the fast rotates, and look at Lover's Rock, standing behind the trip, defending it to get an opening pick.
And I think that especially Breeze being the second map, this is a lot of what we're going to see. That utility helps Lover's Rock and the other duelists as well so much to move around, to have that confidence. And the fact that Furia was not dealing with it gave them so much security. When we saw those pushes in the mid-round, the garage control was always for the side of BBL.
Now really quickly, Fnatic are another team who tried to play slower into BBL Cypher util and try and clear it, but that didn't seem like it worked for them domestically either.
No, especially on Breeze, and as we're saying, thinking about the second map, because of course now all the pressure in the world is going to be on Furia's side.
I think that Furia need to feign early pressure in one area to pull those rotations, BBL rotates incredibly quickly. Then you need to send a force back to deal with the Cypher util. You can't ignore it, or there'll be 4 players ready to brawl you.
Let's hear quickly what Shaw had to say ahead of map number 2.
Jen here with Shaw of Furia. Now, Coach, the team looked a bit lost in the first half of Haven. Showed some recovery in the second half as well. So when it comes to your first half, what was going on? Do you feel like it was the game plans that wasn't really working for you? Or did you feel like you guys were paying way too much respect to what BBL were doing?
I think this is the main problem. We respect a lot. I think we start in this game with a low energy. And when we go back to the defense side, I think we have some good fights on the start of the map, and we gamble a lot some sites, and I think this put BBL in a comfort zone to plant the spike and play in the good way. I think we don't fight in our terms. I think we fight in their terms, and I think we talk about these specific moments right now because we need to change this in the next map because we start on defense side and Breeze is pre-unilateral map for defense side.
So control the game.
Yeah,
take it back. Okay. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Breeze is going to be up next on the docket. Again, those with decent memories will recall it was struggle city for Furia in their game against PRX, but it's a new day. My concern is about the energy point that Shaw brings up. I want to quote Nats and say, are you saving that energy for the flight home? You're not calling a timeout until pretty deep into the first half. Like, are you not noticing your team are looking lackluster?
Yeah, I was very surprised that he said that because, as you said, it was not until round 9 that he called the timeout. If you say that you were struggling with that and that is there's no bullying because of it, why don't you pause before? Let's take a look at the agent select because we were having the conversation and Furia is going to double down on the Omen and the Neon here.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them change back to the Astra, but they had so little time after that last match. Going back to the energy conversation, I saw more from Furia in that second half. They got every first blood on defense, and they had a good game plan to shut Lover's Rock down. Once the AWP was in the hands of Koala, he did a good job of picking the BBL players, those duelists that are so often alone on extremities, and I think that can work again on Breeze.
All right, that's enough from us for now. Let's head back over to your casters. Pansy and HyperX, take us in.
And I like what Mitch said then, what I guess Nat said as well, is that what are you saving it for now, Furia, right? You are staring down the barrel of a gun.
Hopefully you're saving it here for a map pick where you're coming into this. The last 2 results got to be addressed. A 13-2 loss, a 13-4 loss. Now coming up against BBL, who love to play this. Probably, we talk about fast and loose as sort of an approach. This is probably the loosest map that BBL like to tap into that weirdness, right? The chaos. So Furia, for me, again, it felt like in some situations on map 1, just a lack of firepower. The ideas were great. They were going forward when they needed to. They're challenging BBL on some of these more aggressive setups. But it's a tall order now to replicate that on Breeze. Evan
back to
already
business.
Gonna find the timing here behind this.
He's going to hear a couple of those audio cues so he can just kind of bide his time a little here. There it is, strike to the back and Artsin's down. Koala might want to try and put his body... No! He turns around, he maybe thought he had a window, he doesn't! It's shut in his face as BBL breaking Furia. These pistols have been absolutely shocking from Furia. This is gutting.
Yeah, it really has.
Oh, man.
Need to... Well, I mean, there's not many more chances to do it, but they need to address that starting on the back foot so often. And yes, we could talk about the round 2 flips. We saw one on Haven, but it's just not good enough. Considering, obviously, the domestic performance as well. This just seems so easy for BBL to get on the board.
It's got to be gutting. It actually has to be gutting as well. Genuinely, like, what a reaction. They can't be happy with it themselves. They know their capability. That's the devastating part, is knowing how high you can achieve when things go right, and then watching it go wrong. At a time like this, elimination game, there is no bigger pressure. Light Up is going to be overwhelmed. Better from Furia. Showing a bit of resilience here. Can Nerve find a little bit of something? Yes, he can. Okay, we've got 2 big wins here for Furia. Rose is going to try and at least deny one of those aspects as The Rock gets proactive. Dangerous game he's playing. He could have gone down there, but finds a little bit of safety for a second, and he keeps it.
There's 2 left now. EU and Artsin to try and make a recovery here. 3 members of BBL still alive and kicking. Still got Util to play with as well to slow this down. You're going to be caught. Lovers Rock with a headshot.
Give me another.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, but again, I'll take that. Furia, be proactive, trying to come up with a little plan in mind, hit that stack, isolate a player. That's fine by me. I know you're not meant to win those rounds. We'd love to see them turn it around, but I'll take a little bit of those silver linings at this point.
Certainly looking for early positives to carry into Breeze here. First buy round. See what the investment looks like from BBL, more so on the other side. There'll be rifles across the board other than Rose. Donning that scope weapon. Full shields though, so it's going to be difficult for him to find an opener, but maybe some chip damage. Koala Noob identified very early on, and BBL already up mid.
Yeah, and they're going for this crunch pretty fast, right? 3-2 split straight on through. Can the players on the site even survive? No. A quick handling of Nerve. The site should be somewhat accessible. EU handed.
Decay just does so much for him there.
Yeah, BBL's tempo is blistering here. They are showing zero fear. And Furia going to try and play this back in with 3. The retakes were not really fantastic on Haven, but Alan going to give him an option. But the numbers still sit so pretty! There's LaRock putting on a show already. That's 3 for BBL. I do not want to see Furia go quiet now, Mike. I do not want to see all that potential amount to nothing. I want to see the grit. I want to see them persevere. But as it stands, BBL and just carry on this slow and steady march.
Already going to see key progress for LaRock in particular, not necessarily going to have to rely on it with the financial situation that Furia are in, but already you feel like that snowball is just building.
It's coming.
He's opening 3 rounds. Again, Furia making the right moves here, again in a lesser purchase, but looking to go forward. There's some information and a good read on the map. Lovers Rock, though, looking to remove any sort of hope early on.
Okay, nice chip damage. And then trying to extend further. Man, he's hitting twos.
Man. He's hitting.
How is he getting 2 out of that? The last round as well. I like the little window slip here from Artsin, though. Oh, God, they got it all in mind.
BBL just looking so well drilled.
And look, I know a lot of the Furia fans out there will be sitting there going, God, you know, well, this feels almost unfair, but BBL, these are 5 rookies too. This is the first time they've ever been on a stage like this. They haven't had to persevere time and time again. They haven't run the same sort of road as someone like Koala Noob, who's had that taste of what it could be like in the past and had to fight back for it. This is their first time ever stepping to these heights. And God, they are lapping it up right now.
Stepping up to the plate. A 4-0 start here. And again, just to come back to the ultimates, already great progress. Hunter's Fury available for Rose. LaRock just one away from the Blade Storm and already hitting, like you said, back-to-back 2 pieces. Alan just gets deleted on that angle. And again, it sucks to say it, but Furia have to keep going forward.
Yes,
in some of these situations, you don't want to see them back down. It's like Artsin is going to try and make a play here from the top of pillar, maybe to remove the first or second piece towards this choke point, but BBL again, you can see the shift of focus once more towards mid.
And I want to see if Koala Noob gets any play in this, because the problem is, look at this already. LaRock's been able to kind of slip into this. Now, I think it's going to turn a lot of eyes, but I feel like BBL might be kind of playing with that notion almost. They want to draw some of these players away, make them feel discomfort. Nerve's attention is now solely focused towards LaRock. He's pulled back a player on CT, and now the pressure builds from B main. Artsin still trying to deal with LaRock here, and oh God, he's got a body. He's dropped Nerve. It's gone from bad to worse, and he's following it up. This kid is untouchable. Finally put down. Alum putting up numbers. But the site will be in the hands of BBL, and Kuala Lumpur will have to pull off this retake with the operator.
He's not giving a freebie here. Be tough to break back in. Already Rose slipping a little deeper here to catch potentially EU, but
nice.
EU actually wins out.
Okay, this is the first time it feels like there was a bit of hope to this one. They start building back in, right? Clearing close. Revan on the pillar. EU going to take a much longer route here. Kuala Lumpur's opportunities looking pretty sparse for now. Has to play forward. He's getting timed on this. Kreven doesn't land the shot, but EU does. And now Loiter in the 1v2. Player to the right, player to the left, put the time on his side. Gonna get one. And look at this composure from the young man. He's, but what does composure matter?
There's no time.
For just a second. Kuala Lumpur, you saw on his face, he thought he had it for just a moment. But from elation to desperation, it's 5-0 BBL. Nothing is stopping them here.
Got to see a timeout here from Furia. Again, even to just force BBL to slow down a little bit. Beautiful shot for Koala, but again, I think he's maybe a quarter of a second off here.
Yeah.
Heartbreak early on here.
God, man. And this man's story, Kuala Lumpur, it's hard to not want to see him do well, right?
Yeah,
You saw those tears. You know what it means to these players to just get the chance to be on a stage like this. And it's similar on both sides. But right now, one of them is 5-0 up to the good, and the other is watching all of that hard work, all of those high hopes, dashed.
Here, Furia certainly discussing what their Coinbase win condition will be. Couple of ults to piece together here. Hunter's Fury, certainly something I've got my eyes on, and you can see investment around a couple of scopes potentially. Kuala Lumpur still with the operator. Alan will throw a rifle in the mix as well. I mean, he can do with the ult available for the next. Yeah, so often you want to talk about teams maybe playing a little slower, a deeper setup somewhere to catch somebody, but really I want to see Furia going forward. I really do. They can't let BBL continue to manipulate the map in the way that they're doing.
Time to jump.
This is it, isn't it?
I think BBL are reading into the potential.
Yeah.
Spike not committed here, but Artsing going to take control of A main. There's 3 bodies on the other side of this.
Okay, he's up for it. Can he be the X factor? Already checked on though. So that layer of aggression going to be sent back and reset a little bit.
Arsen's still posted up. Lovers Rock on the other side of this. Does now have Kuala Lumpur to get onto a deeper angle in A main. It's tense.
It is. And that is fabulous for Kuala Lumpur. A great connection, but you can see now that spur on of movement should be heard by Alan. And it's messy on the connection, 3 HP. He's going in for more. I mean, I guess you got to try and make something happen. You've got sheriffs on the site. Luckily, Kuala Lumpur's made it here in time, but they're pivoting. And Artsin's gone down. The Spike's got the green carpet rolled out. They're in rotation, and it's a big shot on the way. BBL just bulldozering through.
They're so good at catching these rotations. Time and time again. Kuala Lumpur still with an operator, a miss here.
God, he wants it so bad, you can see it. Desperately trying to do something for his side.
Kreven's backfilling this, though.
Oh, it's just layers on layers. And Nerve's gonna find Rose. Okay, there's a chance here. Do they even think about it? Do they consider it? Does it make a difference? Kreven, oh, what a turn from Nerve! Just checking in time, but they are putting everything behind this, and it's a shot from Kuala Lumpur. These are the 2 players to try and spur on hope for Furia. Nerve with masses of impact, Kuala Lumpur with 2. This is what it takes. They're gonna have to do it every single round.
Need a couple more to chip away at this buffer that BBL already have. Again, this is just textbook BBL. Creating this pressure and able to pick people apart in transition. You can see talking about what it means to this guy.
This guy wants it.
Yeah.
I mean, he will fight with everything he's got.
4 ults here to play with for Furia, so they come out of this early exchange of rounds pretty well situated now. But Kreven continuing to be a nuisance.
Yeah, just finding options. Nerve going to try and fill the space. He's ready for it. Nicely done. Again, between Nerve and Koala, they are trying here. They're going to die. They will die on their feet. Going to fall away from this. Didn't like what he was feeling there, playing from the back of the site. And you can see BBL starting to try and manipulate these rotations, see if they can maybe catch a player. And they've left LaRock posted on this B site. A terrible threat, if unidentified. Should be seen. Should be heard.
Look at Loiter's position, though.
They've got options on both sides of the map here. He is keeping 2 players very much posted on this. But when does the penny drop that it's going towards A?
1 kill will give Loiter the pit to secure this plant and secure a site hold potentially.
God, it feels like a game of chicken on B. And it does feel like Furia finally said, okay, screw it, we're going to have to get over here. The spike's now down.
Yeah, LaRock now will have a chance to slip up to top mid. The Furia have to pick up the pace here. Got Lovers rocking towards double doors as well.
This is maybe what they were waiting on. Koala Noob to be able to get these in a little bit of a spot, a little bit of information, get the Paranoia Prime, get him into the side, but Loiter's fine. Nerve. Koala Noob again! This guy will go down swinging if he's going down. And this is Furia with grit, with determination, and with a fight still to be had.
Signs of stability here from Furia in some of these pacier, more chaotic rounds. Again, there's just desperation from Loiter to get the pit down, but EU finding a kill at exactly the same moment. And Koala somehow on the backside of that TP.
This is your captain really right now. This might be the hero to try and give some heart back to Furia. It feels like he's just put on that cape and he's gone to work here. But again, for BBL, they've been close every time. It's needed a hero to be here. And he keep doing it. When does reality strike again? Ult starting to come through for both teams. Finance is getting a little bit shaky for BBL now.
Spike not committed early on here, and the mid push will be noted on the back of the drone, but LaRock doesn't care.
No fear.
Happy to go further forwards here. Again, looking to sell this fake once more.
They've bitten, but look who's on the other side. Koala Noob will be the one waiting if they do end up going this side, but can LaRock do any damage, or has he done enough by drawing these bodies here?
Well, the window of opportunity almost closing now, because already 2 players back towards top mid for Furia.
He's got his way out.
Gonna get a kill before dipping away.
Oh, Hunter's Fury from afar, and you can see already the hunt is on. They are closing in on middle here. Loiter's up on the site. Koala Noob with a missed shot. Alum in support, watching the left side of Pillar. Finds it. Kreven down, beheaded. Koala Noob again. That's brilliant from the Man of Steel. Holding this together. 3 left for BBL, but LaRock is a problem. Straight up middle, turns around. He can't do any more. 3v2. Plant not in either. Time yet to be on their side of a Nerve's position. Should be. Oh! It
What?
should have been checkmate! But the pieces are all over the board. Shock Dot doesn't deny him. Rose is still alive. 5 HP or not, there is still a threat here. Operator for Koala Noob is almost too much, but it's got the job done again. Lovers Rock. You're looking for something. You can feel the tension mounting. EU's got it. Gotta say it. Furia round by round starting to show signs of life, belief back with this team.
As BBL, they actually look a little more hesitant, paranoid in some of these situations. Furia, in my eyes, have done the hard work here. Sure, the scoreline still favoring BBL. That is so ridiculous from Rose. Then to avoid the shock dart as well. But yeah, already forcing BBL to slow down a little bit is such a huge factor for Furia. We'll see a timeout called here from BBL. Again, talked about chipping away at that buffer they'd already created. It's all but dwindled now. Maybe going to be 2 players protected in the purchase, but great work for Fury now. 3 successful diffuses. See Coinbase win condition now for BBL. We shift our focus back to them. And a turn of pace maybe. But Furia, I mean, read into those rounds great on map 1 on Haven. And we saw them winning out in terms of first engagements, which is a tall order versus BBL. Can they make the same read here on Breeze coming out of a BBL timeout? If you have the Neural Theft, have the Hunter's Fury available, we'll be able to get as close to all rifles considering the buy. Koala Noob starting to excel now on this operator, and speaking of that, Alim will throw another in the mix. Again, looking to pounce on what is some hesitation on the side of BBL. These slower rounds, they can continue to find these picks.
Okay, forced away. EU's calling for help. They are coming, they are at the door, they're at the double doors. Slowed down, great stall here. Koala Noob can now be on red alert. They've dealt with that first wave of aggression, but Furia's got to be careful. They're looking back into middle and a missed shot. Alan, so close, but yet so far. But for the second time of asking, he lands it. They are starting to match the pace now from BBL. They're starting to keep control. Read those inserts potentially towards A main. BBL in that next attempt towards the site.
EU here in a pretty awkward spot. They're both going to find kills.
Oh, he's stunning until then, though. Roaster with a little bit of danger to his name. One could be very much a high potential as Rose wants to play. He wants to get amongst them. He wants to do some damage here, give them a win, Khan. He's got one. A second's not going to be had as Kreven left in a 1v2. One to the left and one in front. There it is. Alan the one this time to share the spotlight. But Furia have found their salvation here, Mike. They found something that works, and BBL are yet to find a solution.
And another great read coming out of the timeout as well. Absolutely nailing this early pressure to prevent BBL from just exploding through double doors. Again, straight away you can see the intention for BBL. Catch the B rotation, catch somebody transitioning into mid. Furia starting to figure things out now, the problem solving. Looking a little better for them. Nice! I mean, somehow, BBL still mustered together a buy out of that. The plant obviously swaying.
No.
Played this pocket before, does it get checked?
He does not. Nerve with an opportunity of a lifetime. The barrel is showing through, but so is he! Showing up, showing through, and showing out BBL this round. Fury again with all the right answers as BBL left to rot with 5 against you. Rose is going to go down swinging, but go down nevertheless. It's 5-5. We've got a game on our hands.
What a resurgence here from Furia. BBL just expecting a little bit of freedom here on the way in. Nerve, who said, played this pocket before, but unnoted. And we've been here, Lovers Rock, just not checking. He said, I'm not sure if you caught a pixel outside of the wall there, but...
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It wasn't checked.
God, the difference a couple of rounds can make. It feels like day and night between these teams, but the fight doesn't stop. It's a 5-man play towards A, and Furia are here. They are holding this down again. To be brave after being basically bullied in those first couple of rounds. Easier said than done as Koala Noob still trying to hold space here. Got to be careful to not get isolated.
It'll be difficult to really pin down this engagement in mid. It's Lovers Rock, really, with the only solid range.
Oh,
Arsene just nice removing Kreven here. Take flight. Drone to follow through. Already Furia with a decent understanding of where BBL are positioned here.
It just feels like that kind of settling of the momentum to a degree, but it's in the favor of Furia this time.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely in their hands. They're starting to really get a read on the tempo that's coming out, the kind of understanding. They're happy to leave Nerve posted on this. Now, again, he does have help in the form of EU, so he's not alone in this endeavor. He should, I'd imagine he has at least one here. Okay, okay. I undersold you, Nerve. You're not going to get 3. EU should be comfortable to find it, and going to note the spike there, so going to make Rose have to try and work this one out. Not going to happen. Furia, they find a lead here. It feels like a very uphill game to get to this point. But they could close out this half with a lovely scoreline.
Absolutely. Take a 6-6 even every day of the week. We'll have the pit online here. It's slower start for him on map 1 for sure, but top of the board now for Furia in this map 2.
I'm seeing a whole lot of operators, a whole lot of spare ones. I'm not sure if they're going to commit to them yet. Oh, yeah, it's 3.
It's 3.
It's 3. Okay.
I mean, yeah, an attacking round versus 3 ops and a pit for BBL.
Nightmare fuel, man. Either one. Oh, okay, Koalanoob's gone down. The floodgates are open, and Nerf might be surrounded here. You can see Furia quick to try and make up for this potential problem. Laroque can't quite land the knives, and Nerf gets the swing, takes away Rose. Kriven on the reaction. This is just gonna be a bloodbath, isn't it? BBL, though, digging in their heels this time. EU, the last one standing. You got what it takes for a 1v2 right now.
Good in the clutch previously.
He certainly was. Oh, that is something else! A Red Bull clutch to close, and Furia get themselves up to 7. I've got to say it, he sits at 8-5, but Koalanoob, the hero in my mind of this half, the spark that ignited hope with Furia to give them a goddamn chance in this, but BBL are far from done.
Red Bull gives you wings.
¡Qué ambiente increíble! Increíble, son increíbles, en serio. Yo quiero a todo el mundo con los teléfonos fuera, las luces arriba por acá. Desde donde están los de Furia, por acá. Todo el mundo con los teléfonos fuera, por acá, por acá, por acá. Todos, todos, todos, todos. Me van a esperar ustedes un segundo, ¿eh? Porque quiero escucharlos acá. ¿Cómo está el ruido en Santiago? Muy bien. Ahora por acá. Quiero ver a todos con los teléfonos arriba, la luz encendida. ¿Cómo está el ruido en Santiago? Muy bien. Ey, no me olvido de ustedes, por favor. Todo el mundo con los
I'm once again asking Furia to please try and win a pistol, Michael.
Please.
Please.
Please.
Please.
The bar is so low.
Even the crowd's calling for it. Just one. It makes the game so much easier. I promise you. But back to business, it's 7-5. Operators were apparently the name of the game, right? It gave Furia a huge chance back into this, and they took it with both hands.
Absolutely, because this is one of the few times we've seen BBL hesitant, right? Back at shying away from some of these engagements. It's just a perfect recipe for Furia to string together 7 unanswered rounds. A side swap here. BBL certainly they look to get themselves back in early here, but Arsen's found 2. LaRoque can't find that.
Oh God,
my
it's
God.
not pretty. It's not pretty. It's fine. 4v3. Furia have an advantage in the pistol round. I say with bated breath. Don't you start. They're fine. This is good. They're going to get the plant. They'll have the time on the side.
Yeah.
Don't.
Koala's got plenty of HP left to live.
Nah, it's good. It's good. We're good. There we go.
No
Nice.
util for BBL.
Exactly. Right? Everything is looking good here. everything. This could be 8.
No, it will be. Absolutely will be. BBL walking back in,
would.
back in here. Obviously already held here by EU.
Yep.
Fury are going to know because they've explored the backside.
They know everything. They've got the info. This is great stuff. Look at the HP on LaRock. He can't do anything now. He's denied.
Time's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, they've done it. They've already gone and done it. A pistol round for Furia. It felt like it has evaded them this entire time. Up to 8, a buffer now to play with.
We need the pistol. We just need a pistol.
Yeah.
I agree.
You really do.
And to be fair, Arthur was like, I'm going to go get it myself.
I'm going to go get 2.
I only had 2 before this, but we really need that pistol round.
I'm about to double down. I'm doubling down.
I got you. He's up for it. There it is. Okay. There's no easy games here in Santiago, is there? As BBL look to kind of get a little tricky down middle. No, LaRock. No. You're not meant to get 2. Oh, God. They've got the spike down there.
Not going to be able to pressure back behind this smoke, but you've got to be conscious now of Nerve's position. BBL reading the possibility somebody could have slipped the net. We'll retreat back into spawn. Again, haven't found an upgrade off that. The only saving grace.
Yes.
Issue being, I mean, they're stacking towards A, but they might just be able to get behind this if they get curious towards double doors.
Yeah, it's a gamble stack for a reason, right? That's all it is. Don't want to hear whistles yet. B8.
Yeah, still have the camera as well, so we'll get the confirmation early enough on B.
Furia showing caution, probably rightly so. You don't know quite where that stack's gone to.
Now they know.
Yeah, okay.
30 seconds left.
Careful. Go for the plant. Hudson going to be on the deeper line, but I don't think he wants to explore too far. You don't want to let anything go untraded.
Look at Rose.
No, I don't want to, actually. They're still
Spike's
planting.
not down.
Guys.
BBL are getting closer, guys.
You got to plant. Oh no, Furia, not like this. I can't let it happen like this, Alum. Oh God, he's gone caught. Oh, this could be a disaster. Artsin has to be frugal in the spending of those bullets. Nerve does well, but it's all down to Nerve. No! An absolute fumble. BBL gonna absolutely break him in 2 from that. That's 6 rounds. A Mastercard thrifty there for them. And that's not what you wanted to see.
I mean, it just takes them so long to get towards the site here. And again, a cancel on the first plant. I'm not necessarily saying that's the fix to this solution, but BBL gets so damn close to the site. Then there's no possibility to retreat.
Nope.
Get a complimentary angle to catch BBL on the approach back and around to flip.
And look at the money. Look at the absolute state of it. BBL.
Oh,
okay.
8 HP somehow.
He's still breathing. Now, the question is for how long? A shock dart. Slight breeze. Oh my God, he's been given a second. Hello? A trade? Any traders? No. Okay, Loiter gets to get away. Furia trying to maybe gap close on that now. They at least get the Vandal back, but for a mere moment, as LaRock's going to find you. They do have the site as the exchange, but look at the wrap. Look at the positioning coming out from LaRock. He's already on his journey. Nice note from Nerve there. Going to identify it quickly.
TP all the way back out from Artsine.
He should be able to clear and make sure that they know that LaRock's not around, but Koala Noob's still going to have to over-deliver here. They have Sheriffs. They have so little to play with in this. Every second that passes feels like a mercy from BBL. Great shot from Koala Noob. Pop flash high, looks for more, not going to see it. It's indicative, it's telling, as Artsin might be in a great position here. He's got the Vandal back, but BBL have the site as an exchange. Koala Noob getting close now. Diffuse started, a great shot. Furia, you're not going to let this one slip, surely not, surely not! The rock goes down! Koala Noob again! Digging deeper when needed.
Back-to-back thrifty flips here. Just insane from LaRock will get himself up to a Blade Storm, but BBL going to be kicking themselves here. Rose.
Asleep at the wheel, man.
Yeah. It's not often you see him, of all people, complacent in those situations. But that's the one that really
it's going to sting.
Rips this apart for BBL.
Going for the knives. Okay. And I guess you've got the operator too.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty dangerous. And look at the space they have in middle. If they're going to try and crunch B, this could be a guillotine coming down on them. LaRock getting closer. That curiosity is starting to peak, but they are going to be looking towards B main. There it is. Strikes in the back and Alan goes down. And now where do they find comfort? I don't think they do. They're trying to get the spike down, but Furia look like they have no stability to fall back on.
They missed the timing on this smoke as well, so I have to pause. Rose again.
Oh my
gets
God.
behind this.
This back and forth is killing me.
You can see him screaming as well to play off him. Wait for the plant. Force the hand of Furia.
Always being tested. Arnton is reading it correct, but he's not getting given play. It is that spike sound.
He's got to put the smoke elsewhere. It's going to open up Rose to capitalize on this. No complementary angle if EU has to transition to site.
And what a difference in discipline we're seeing here, Mike.
It's so tense.
Oh,
Rose
God.
getting curious.
Ooh, but he's checked. He still knows they're there. So the smoke is going to be committed towards B main. Aldrone is a reaction.
20 seconds.
We're still waiting for the plant. That is the key factor. That is what BBL will wait for. That is their green light to go. A little bit of a look, and Furia know they're surrounded. They are waiting for this. They are trying for something to go on their side. That's the first domino to potentially fall, and Arneson keeps bringing it down. LaRock then springs into action. 5 seconds. Time is a factor now, and it is the deciding factor as Nerve can do no more. Back and forth we go.
This is unbelievable, Lauren. I mean, the setup here from BBL is beautiful. Operator paying off massively. The Blade Storm from LaRock. And Furia just left scrambling for a response.
They looked paralyzed in that position then. You saw it, they were hoping for an overstep, a chance to be given. And nothing is given at this level, it's only earned. Furia still with the lead, but BBL are far from out of it yet. Furia react in kind. Can they keep going? Well, they're gonna try. Alan trying to take that space on the site, try and be proactive, but overwhelmed. A great trade for Koala Noob. Straight there with him, not letting it go untraded. He is trying to put up numbers. A 3v3, but still no plant, and it's with EU here. He's got to be careful. It's time to pivot. It's time to look elsewhere.
I was going to say, look where Artson's got to.
I like that. I really like that.
Is he going to be looking for this? No. Shut down here. Opens up the map now for Furia.
God, this is an unbelievable game. Sheer pandemonium, no matter the buy. Here's Rock. Trying to clear sight. Going to see nothing here. Penny should drop. LaRock still has that Phantom, still sitting pretty on HP with the full shield. Nerve, lovely. Shot doesn't need to overextend,
no.
Stay too long.
Catch a tag and the info. You can see already Artsine posted up towards spawn.
It's a bit, okay, I get a bit nervous when it's this light on the site because Artsine's pretty far away.
But if there's no contact here, BBL's still going to be checking back behind them.
Okay, they've got the dart back for you, I like that. Pont should be, I don't think it's super favorable, but
Hunter's Fury here, though.
Yeah, that should be where it kind of starts and ends. And Artsin, again, that slip of position. Fantastic. LaRock still going to try and be a nuisance. He's going to make him work for it, but I think he knows he can't turn this one around as Furia.
What the hell is going on?
But blow. I mean, Mastercard are getting their absolute money's worth today. The back and forth, Mike, it's just unbelievable.
I can't quite believe it. I don't think we've ever seen an exchange like this.
Not like
in
this.
In terms of thrifties, back to back. Again, though, it's just such a positive to see Furia still happy to roll out this pace. Challenge BBL early on in the round. And they're rewarded once more. Their third of the half. And now a chance for somebody please to stabilize.
He's got a Guardian, that might be enough now. Who knows? Who knows?
Didn't even need one of them before.
That's, yes, very true. Okay, Furia, can you stabilize? You have better weapons. You have a nice ult with EU. And you're clear. Loiter really early. Lover's Rock gets no play.
Great.
Okay, noted. Going to be slowed down though. Now they're going to start rotating. So Lover's Rock's cleared. Loiter's been noted. The stun actually not as effective, but there. Lovely clear. Very good work. So now Rose and Creven, last two alive. 4v2. Yep. Yep. 1v3. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared because it shouldn't be a problem. But the way these have gone, it makes you doubt.
Yeah, spotted him there.
Yeah, so it should kind of button everything up here. It'll be very hard to capitalize on all three. He's looking for chances, and I don't think Furia will give him it. They don't. So, stability. It took quite a few rounds to get here, though, and they do get to 11. Furia finding their footing.
Somehow, some way. The first follow-up round we've seen here.
But look at the ults that BBL had to lean on.
Yeah, yeah, because it's been such a back-and-forth exchange. Everything but the Blade Storm, which was used earlier on anyway. But now have to build back in. Not much in terms of a margin for error here for BBL. It's not often we talk about them in this sort of situation either. And I don't just mean the scoreline, I mean in terms of the hesitation being thrown off their game plan, thrown off that mentality that they have towards the game. I mean, Larocque still just putting numbers up. Lover's Rock, a much, much slower game from him. Larocque currently sitting at 23 and 14.
He's a scary player. They really are. And again, I think during that EMEA run, we were kind of questioning, because we didn't see BBL having to problem solve from behind, I guess was the best way to put it. They did really well overall. We saw a couple of games when they got close, starting to see that actual depth to them.
We saw, I don't want to say coin flippy, but more risky approaches to rounds. We never saw them actually hesitate. We didn't see them actually have to change up their approach overall. They absolutely have done here. I mean, obviously, I don't think we wouldn't see an example such as losing 7 rounds in a row versus a team.
It's a new territory. The 5 rookies that stand on the BBL side. Furia have fought for this. They fought hard to get this scoreline even close to where it is. But this is far from over. It's Koala Noob looking to be the one to instigate. Lover's Rock will take his way out of sight, and they'll exchange positions. No connection for EU here, and a tag at the end.
This was so good today with Hunter's Fury. Only damage onto Rose here. Lover's Rock looking to set in motion the Hunter's Fury on the other side here. BBL getting all the kills.
How? How is it lined up like this? Alan trying to be as impactful as he can be. Great work from EU on the back lines. And now he can maybe punish that cross because Alan looks dead to right. They can't quite gap close to him yet. Shock Dart going to force him. Oh, God, I thought he was dead. No, he's still alive. How is he living through this? Oh,
what?
Outstanding from the man.
What a sensational round from Alan. Down to just a lick of HP, the Shock Dart falling short. And just when you need him to stand up, finds a 4K here.
God, look at this. Oh, dreamy stuff.
Map point now for Furia. Still going to see a buy of sorts from BBL. Have a pit Azio for Loiter, but it's Nerve. 2 investors towards A main. And a switch up here for BBL early. In terms of the defensive setup, Furia looking to play in here.
Oh, spotted on the cross through. Alan this time not going to make it out alive here. No opportunities for him to do the damage that he did before, and BBL control that first wave.
Really well now. Being herded back towards the pit of Loiter. Again, my eyes go towards double doors here. Already got LaRock in a position to deny that transition to sight, but there's 3 bodies behind that for Furia.
He has to stay on this. He's the one who holds the keys to this site. And that's an ambitious play, Koala Noob. Trying to hit that fake clone through, but it's not going to work out here as LaRock is now actually
Artsine.
Artsine!
How does he still win that?
Okay, suddenly the site's open! Furia! I don't know how you've done this one, but LaRock now has to kick into gear, kick into action. Looking to try and shut down Artsin. He was the one to get Rose down. It's a 2v2. 14 seconds, no plant yet to be had. He's still hunting them down. He denies the attempt. He's still trying to be a problem. A nuisance on the site. 5 seconds. They need the plant. And it's denied. Furia broken at the final hurdle there. BBL just about keeping it together.
Just keeping their head above water, Lauren. Another crazy round.
LaRock for me is a hero in that.
Knocking on the door of 30 kills here on Breeze. What about him having an insane map 2 previously? Repeating that here, Koala. Caught here in the bait play out from double doors. And somehow, some way, this A-site hold remains intact for BBL.
Do they fight back now?
It's the pit for Nerve. Only ultimate available across the board here. Fury curious towards the choke point, but I mean, LaRock up posted pretty deep. Revert back towards mid here. The smoke down towards double doors will prevent LaRock from potentially getting behind this and almost looking to dig their heels in on site. Oh, Creven and Lover's Rock. Gonna maybe catch somebody on these kill trips once more.
Oh, big fight.
EU will fall.
That's a big win for LaRock there, because that does free up the rotations, but they're trying to hold on the back of the site here. Unwilling to relent, that's going to be another player found. BBL, they're starting to string this one together, and Artsin, it ain't pretty. Let's get Creven down, but 2v4. Lover's Rock, slippery to pin down. He shouldn't be here. They have no idea about it. And he may not even be relevant to the outcome, BBL. They are not done yet, Mike. There is still hope alive with this side.
4 left standing as well, so a chance to build a bit of a cushion to string together some rounds. Again, the timing of EU falling here is really crucial for BBL to then shift their eyes back towards B. Creven does so well under a ton of pressure, and Lover's Rock able to shine in that situation when nobody's looking his way.
Hey, look, we learned in the early rounds it doesn't really seem to matter the buy, so keep your eyes trained on this. Does Furia fancy it now?
So close on that, but Lover's Rock
nice.
Find the spam.
It's getting anyone else out is going to be the hard part, right? Look at that little crossfire on sight, the contact of Loiter. Should then play in the swing. Rose actually in a bit of a predicament now. Does he get punished on this? Oh my god, wait. It's not safe yet. It's still pretty tense on the site itself, but they're surrounded, and BBL keep themselves in the right place at the right time.
What?
Nerve,
what?
You shouldn't be getting 2 there. And there's still a minute to play with. They can reset. Oh, no, they can't. Caught on the back pedal. LaRock going to punish Alum, trying to just get out of there.
Oh, Nerve didn't get an upgrade. I mean, he's got the pit, so if he gets across here and finds a plant, he's got a Bucky to play inside, but only 32 HP, Lauren.
And the setup's still here as well. Creven still has all of his util on site. This is really hard for Nerve. I think that's going to be an awareness he's going to figure out now.
Oh my god, the orb bounced back!
Oh,
the orb bounced back!
Brutality as BBL closing in on the scoreline. They've made it up to 10. This is getting dangerous. 31 kills for LaRock.
Again, there's still threat. I mean, Nerf getting 2 kills here. What?
It's not meant to happen. Odd.
BBL double digits now. 3 rounds in succession. Another potentially to break the bank of Furia on the PlayStation here. Alan's found Lover's Rock.
It's game on now. The floodgates are open and the A side looks vulnerable. Artsin with a big play. Looking to pinch towards LaRock, who's been the absolute heavyweight of this BBL side. But Furia finding form as they need it. Leiter and Kreven, the last 2 alive. And a godsend of a pace change. Might open up the chance of map 3 now. Kreven is on the receiving end, and what do you know about devotion and desire? Furia manifesting map 3. We are going the distance. Abyss on the horizon. This is the game we wanted.
Ice. We could pop bottles all night, baby.
Baby, you can have whatever you like. I said that you can have whatever you like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uber critical, critical, standard, and cosmetic. These are the 4 categories we sort sounds into in VALORANT. We use a system called sidechain compression to prioritize which sounds to play so that listening comprehension is as clear as possible, since sounds provide rich information you need to compete and win. It's our goal to let critical information stay clear even in chaotic moments. For example, the sound of Sova's dart landing on a wall prior to scanning is a critical sound, because we want you to notice it in time to decide if you want to break the dart or go for a kill. Once that window closes, the sound of the dart scanning becomes standard. Our most recent audio updates also moved the scanning sound to come from the edge of the expanding sphere instead of from the arrow itself. This should give a more clear audio warning when you're close to getting scanned.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto, que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla,
Welcome back, everybody, to the Espacio Riesco, where the energy has been at peak ever since the doors opened today. And I feel like that's justified right now with Furia breaking their way back in the series. We're, of course, surrounded by our fantastic cosplayers here in person. But we're going to talk about what we just saw there, because it finally seems that Furia have found their footing after losing yet another pistol and dropping the first 5 rounds of Breeze.
The start to this game was so rough for them, but where they bounced back was doubling down on a similar game plan to map 1, which was leaning heavy on the operator on their defensive side. BBL, more than any other team, separates their duelists and likes individually fighting for extremities. So, when Furia bought into this double op composition, it did great work to cut those players down, who very often aren't using a ton of utility to take that space because they're so separated.
I wouldn't blame people for thinking that this map was going to go other way, especially after the way that we saw Haven. But the operator plays, sometimes 2, even 3, as you're saying, finding and isolating those kills, just finding those players individually made such a huge difference. Also for the side of the confidence that we were seeing Furia getting on the stage. And just think about how it went, the amount of ecos that we saw, how crazy that first half was. Because do not forget, BBL started off super strong on this second map.
I mean, Furia finally win their first pistol rather, of Masters Santiago. And it looks like they get off to a good start, but all of a sudden these two teams are echoing each other back. But it does feel like the firepower is much more present for Furia, something that we felt lacked in some of those clutch scenarios on Haven.
Even in the second half of Haven, right, it was Furia getting every single opening kill, but they couldn't close these rounds out. They were losing clutch after clutch. This was a different story. Furia looked confident again. They got ecoed twice, laughed it off both times, and came up with not only a good game plan, but had the individuals performing as well to immediately reply.
And I think that is so important, because in Haven we saw Koala Noob having some of the rounds where he was a little bit lost, and on this one I think that especially on those first operator rounds he was such a difference maker. And I have to say, we have to say the same for Artsin.
Yeah.
Not only the attitude that he was given on stage with that sheriff and whatnot, but time after time when those rounds look like, oh, BBL got an opener, oh, this is going to continue going the distance, he was the one to show up.
2 big plays from Artsin in that second half that helped close it out. One, it's their eco where he's lurking up top mid, gets a pick there, and then TP's back
to
main
spawn, right?
in the post plant to ensure that round. And then very last round of the game, they go for that hard A hit, and he's TPing into that new corner where Halls used to be and pinching the players as Alim runs in on the Neon. Both very nice individual plays from him.
Feels like positionally Artsin was really at his best in that game. Nice to see that energy. I thought Alim also someone we got to mention, because quieter a little bit on the first map, but as part of this double operator setup was really impactful, especially against a single controller comp of Furia, but was able to stand on his own 2 feet in the clutch. It's about time we saw him get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that round after round, Furia proved that they could come back. And do not get me wrong, we also saw the rounds where, right at the beginning, again, running out of time, not being able, and having what it takes to bounce back from that and be so consistent. Now we have to think about that third map and how things are going to roll out on Abyss.
It's such an interesting one to me. It's one both teams have been confident on. We just watched yesterday BBL decimate NRG on this map. It was the best example in that series of them executing on their style well on the attacking side. They had constant control of mid, had their duelists taking the extremities very well, and Rose was calling some super creative stuff that cooked NRG.
Yeah, there are 2 players that for me I am looking at, assuming that we do not see changes in the composition for Furia, because we have not seen them yet playing in Santiago, and maybe they decided to swap something around. One is Nerf. He has been playing Viper for the entirety of the tournament. We can assume that he's going to go on the Deco. When we speak about the information gathering and how important it is for Abyss, how important it is and should be to shut in Lover's Rock and the Rock down, very important. And at the same time, on the other side, I'm looking at Kreven. He's having a very, very good tournament, especially compared to what he was doing back in the EMEA. And I think that his pressure on mid should be the difference maker on the attack.
What I want to see from Furia is proactive reclears with this double drone comp. It's very similar to what NRG plays on this map as well. Once we switch sides, Koala is so impactful on this Omen as a hard anchor player.
Something we've seen from Kuala Lumpur like over the years, the OMEN opping play, we saw it on M80 as well. He's someone that really wants to try and force that issue. Remember, this is a Furia team that were able to beat both MIBR and G2 on this map in kickoff. They haven't played it here in Santiago yet, but you should expect them to look good.
But it's comfortable. They're coming off of a clean win on Breeze, and this is where pressure really applies for BBL. They should have beaten NRG. They should be in the upper bracket right now, but instead, they've just had map 2 turned on them, and they're at risk at elimination here with no match 1.
Uncharacteristic second map for Lovers Rock as well, being shut down time and time again. He has a shot at redemption now.
Something I'm looking out for, though, a lot, especially when we see BBL on the attack side, is how they push up the map and take all extremities and even get Kreven right up mid. That's a risky play style, I feel, that's going to depend on Lovers Rock to win a lot of those solo scenarios.
He will, and if it's Furia on defense, I'd expect a similar game plan of leaning on that op and trying to punish solo duelists on the extremities.
There you have it, folks. Time to jump into a decider map of this series. It's BBL Esports versus Furia for survival. And of course, it's Pansy and HyperX on the call.
And this has turned into such a tantalizing prospect between these two. Seeing the best of them from map 1, map 2 here, forced to their limits and elevating further. And we saw that back and forth exchange in map 2, Mike. Neither willing to relent, but Furia with just that bit more to give. But map 3, whole new start to things.
It is, and a stronghold for Furia, undefeated here in 2026. BBL 3-1. Obviously, the previous performance versus NRG, certainly a positive to build upon, but this composition, Furia have to address BBL's ability to go exploring, shut down that proactivity. It will be BBL starting on the defensive side. And you're right, just an insane layup here for the culmination of this series. Got to see Lovers Rock step up. Rock again shining in a map 2 performance. A little bit of a delay, but sure. As we get there, we'll get straight into game. Looks like maybe it's Kuala Lumpur.
Good old Innes.
Popped out a few times during celebration in map 2.
Happens.
That, but
happens. We need to get the like extended versions. You know what I mean? Let's get them a little longer. For now, it should only take a moment to get that right. Once they get the ready checks, we'll be jumping on in. And yeah, it feels like we've seen so much resilience from both sides. And considering these are technically, I don't like calling Furia rookies really, but to an extent,
to this stage,
they are.
Yeah, at least newcomers.
Yeah, and it's like BBL on the other side sit a little bit cleaner in that description, I think. But the fact that we're seeing this quality from them is unbelievable, and it almost feels unfair that we have to say goodbye to one of these two.
It is, yeah, because Furia really impressed me in the opening series. It was so good to see them come out swinging in a matchup. And again, we talked about, I even said I didn't want to talk too much in terms of the selection of teams, but Furia, obviously with a tough draw to then come and play BBL for elimination.
There's no rest for the wicked at this point. I don't think there is many ways you can give yourself an easy game, technically, but again, when you face someone like, what, HyperX or NRG, for either of these teams, right, that's where they started. We had to get one in, Mike. It's official now. Has the stage gone red? Nice, nice. But again, it's one of those things. At this level of competition, there isn't really easy roads. And I think they started in the hardest point, though. But as I said, it's just the fact that they faced each other this quick. I don't know. I really want to see more from both of them.
Yeah, I do. Key for me is, like I said, BBL being put into a position we haven't actually seen many opportunities.
And I think just because it's going to take an extra second here, you can see them sorting out on the stage. We've got a little treat for you playing along at home to keep you guys entertained, because attention span is a thing we are lacking these days. We've got a lovely little video for you to hear EU's thoughts on the importance of the adaptability in the current meta.
No matter if you're a new player or an experienced player, you just need to adapt to the double duelist meta. All right, first clip, 4-6. I'm all the way over at A. It looks like they're doing a C split here. Playing against comps like these, there's going to be a lot of chaos in the rounds because You know, Phoenix is running out, flashing, Yoru's flashing, Fade's prowling. The entire meta is basically revolving around chaos. When you're playing agents like on our team, it's definitely a lot less self-sufficient. So in a moment like this, we need to rely on each other a lot more.
Close bot, Judge.
I don't know what something was doing there. That was interesting. I'm rotating in through C. I remember just calming, chill, I have drone. Chill, I have drone. Because we're clearly in like a really bad spot. You know, we're all 4 stuck CT behind a smoke. So this guy fights with all the util, but I tagged him. So I'm Odin spamming, just like Brock. Spam this guy window for some of his HP. We're chilling, we win the round. Hit some shots.
Let's go, bro!
If you want to be like a top competitor in Valorant, I feel like you need to adapt permanently to the meta, to the agents, to the round that's happening in front of you. If you don't adapt, you're just gonna lose.
Well, I hope we've all learned something today.
Yeah. I mean,
feel...
particularly in this matchup as well, BBL don't like to run the same things over and over again. We talk about their ethos, their overall approach. There are similarities, but EU's absolutely right. You have to adapt to what you're faced with at the start of every single round. BBL going to have 3 bodies here to potentially contest this pacey hit towards A.
And look at the layers on this one, but Kreven perfectly positioned to find Allen on that first player out. You can see that trip there almost being the depth of Nav. The reveal might have been, but no, again, somehow Fury get away. I mean, they are bruised, but they are still alive.
No slip elsewhere from BBL. And maybe Rose's curiosity towards mid, but Lover's Rock now on the other side of the map. Have a couple of members of Furia headed his way. Nerve down at 5 HP. The rest of Furia tagged up a little bit. Still 4 standing for them.
Yeah, EU really would love someone to overstep, but again,
they're coming back this way.
They are. Smoke doesn't really change much, but again, they still know that someone's here, but I guess they just don't estimate.
Late trip as well.
This is really uphill now. This is actually quite a taxing site to try and get on.
Well, with the trip going down, Fury are going to feel like they've rotated off this site.
You'd imagine so, wouldn't you? You'd read into it that way, and they're going to have a terrible surprise as Loiter still very much alive and kicking. 4 kills, and there is no access to that A site today.
Heartbreaking to watch the mini-map there for Furia. Feeling as if they'd done the hard work. Kreven just happy to sit inside this smoke. Be a deterrent now for Allen in terms of the approach onto site. Loiter just farming some freebies here in the pistol. Get BBL on the board here in the decider. Oh, look at the minimap. Furia might just look to repeat, or rinse and repeat the same approach here. One less body to contest, but
yeah. For how long?
Yeah, with the weapon advantage now, it's bleak.
Yeah, it is. You're hoping to get away with something, but that Paranoia's timing is unbelievable. Again, it's very... Oh, God. Koala Noob's in a horrible position here. Yeah, this is just a blender. It is comfort for BBL, feeling none of Furious fire from map 2. A dream start and kind of a pistol round and follow-up that we've kind of got to expect.
And a few round 2 flips, but
yeah,
again, Furious struggling in this aspect of getting off to a good start in a half. 2 members able to just farm up the lion's share of this ult progress between Kreven and Loiter. Switch up now from Furia. Despite not committed here, so just send out some early probes towards B. Actually, Alan and Artsy down on Guardians here for the first buy round.
Well,
not going to matter.
Doesn't seem like much of a hindrance to him, does it? Apparently, Lover's Rock barely got a bit of play in this. Rock, though, going to try and re-capitalize on the area that almost got gifted over. But for Furia, they have a man to the good here. This is lovely. They can start working that map. Still about a minute to play with. And as much as we've credited BBL for those rotations and being in the right place at the right time, it's going to be very hard to be able to achieve that now.
Still got a comfy setup towards A. Be careful there on the spam, but Loiter able to avoid any damage. Exploration towards mid here, not yet considered by BBL.
Is Loiter going to get hurt?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Oh, dear. He should be dead to rights. You can see Allen trying to just hunt him down. Should set up that second string. No, they're pivoting back again. Rose now. Oh, gonna catch two in rotation. And now EU's position has to kick into effect, and it does. Punishing the players trying to make it back from B, so in a bit of a weird position now. Caught in between where they want to be and where they're going. Kreven on the swing, gonna take down with the spike. He is. Kreven's position is pretty powerful in this. With 12 seconds, he can just deny it from this. And he can go for a run now. 5 seconds, all he has to do is breathe. And he's waving him goodbye, waving him out of the round. Kreven, that is cruelty.
Bonus conversion here for BBL, compounding that early. Well, the early issues that Furia have faced in terms of getting off the starting block. Rose, their second kill here, just outrageous. That's the double headshot. Gets the ball rolling here for BBL.
7-0 for Kreven too.
Yeah. And again, he is a highlight player on this map. Again, not necessarily on the defense. We know what he's able to achieve domestically. On the attacking side, early operator here for Lovers Rock.
Oh, out of all the things to hit. Furia gonna exchange on the site though. They should be able to get a quick plant from this, which isn't too bad considering the purchase they're on. They've done well.
Open plant as well. So plenty of options.
Oh God, Alan. You are looking for silver lining here. Feeling ambitious at the best of times, but oh dear. That's not it. That's not it at all. And now it's going terribly wrong. What has just happened there? It's a 4v3. EU, Koala, and Nerve probably left a little rattled after that.
Got some stall here at least from Nerve.
Gonna need to use it pretty soon though. Gonna tank it up to at least half. That's not bad. Another tap on, another look. And it's Koala Noob to try and keep this one in check here. They are defusing right now under their noses. Furia gonna be kicking themselves for that.
Koala Noob actually away with the stinger there. Not sure how his funds will lie. Yeah, still gonna be comfortable. I didn't see what he brought into that one, but it's a 4-0 start for BBL.
I just don't know how to Hunter's Fury.
Oh, he's right in front of him.
Oh God, I thought he was further up.
I thought he was, yeah, he was postured up a little deeper with Alim, I believe, on the bucky, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's where I thought he might have just got caught accidentally or... Oh, man. And that would have been such a big tool to use as well. Aye. Okay, it's 4-0, Furia. You're going to need to kind of wake up a little bit here because BBL going to start feeling on this game is very much theirs. Alan still trying to take some great space here. Great work alongside Nerve for the reward there on towards Loiter, and the punch is perfect. Finding all the space on the side, should get a good post plan here. Up against 3. The Rock looks to try and get to work early. Look how fast he is on this. A complete surprise for Alan. Looked a little bit late to the party. Oh, it's starting to go wrong here. LaRock could be devastating an approach, sets up the swing, goes back for second, 7 bullets. Hits the reload, where's the rest of BBL? It's even odds now. Oh, LaRock, that's 3. He's still up Rose to maybe succeed in this. Trying to get tricky on the TP, but I don't know if he was even heard. Rose.
He's gonna get half
with a wrap around here. Koala Noob trying to go up and above. You gotta check it. You've gotta check it. He does. Koala Noob again. The one to get Furia on the board.
Another turn of pace here from Furia. Not shying away from this aggression, this chaos. They stick the landing. They've got very dicey, a costly round in terms of the repurchase to follow on here.
God.
There's going to be too many gaps, actually, but light shields for 3 members. See a scope come out potentially for Lovers Rock. We'll just stick to the rifle. Loiter and LaRock both with ults to play with now. Lovers Rock, again, yet to get off the starting blocks.
But a very different start here as well. Looking at the setup that we've got over towards that B site. And it doesn't actually get fully checked or cleared. Now it should be good to go, but I want to see if anyone's going to struggle on the way up. I don't think so, but still, Furia...
Nerve gets the same kill
this?
again on Loiter.
That's the second time in a row that that's happened. Kreven can check behind it, but Feels like Fury are happy with this early exchange. They don't get the site, they don't get the plant yet, but they've already dropped Loiter.
Created a bit of a gap here, but still a trip to deal with. I think Alan previously caught by that, but able to recall back out. No damage done yet to anybody on the side of Furia. Lovers Rock now on the hunt.
You can't
we'll tuck in now,
though.
yeah. We'll tuck in and wait for contact towards site.
I think it was last time Artson who got caught watching this. This time he's going to succeed. That was, you know, the Hunter's Fury that came down that actually cost him his life. And the swing on the side felt desperate. And it's not going to work out. Furia's patience paying dividends. Beautifully done. That is composure we haven't seen from them yet.
Slight overstep here in a position to really do damage behind this site execution. Furia maybe have found a point of weakness they would feel.
Oh, look at that. Lovely.
Hopping out from the smoke. Like I said, a carbon copy of the kill previously. Furia get a second on the board early here.
They've done enough to quell the purchase too. You're going to have Sheriff, Bucky, Guardian.
It means nothing to me after
no,
that.
I know. Look,
it means nothing to me.
I've been hurt in the past. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm with you. It's a full buy.
Equal footing here for round 7.
Yes, absolutely. You can see what Fury are doing. They're very understanding of the economy. That aggression could be kind of a...
I mean, they must have discussed it.
Yeah.
Again, sure, coming out with the map win, sorry, but a wild exchange.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Nerve will get confirmation of the whereabouts.
You're kind of expecting an overreaction on contact as well if they are on a lighter purchase, right? Like that might draw an extra body quicker than normal. But actually look at what Creven's doing. Kind of playing just on the edge of that smoke. I don't know if he actually took a look through it or just kind of checked in. The spike is still what I'm eyeing up. As much as we are seeing this be present, it's the commitment that follows that's the curious part. The Rock is here. He does have help on site too. And, okay, Alan again. This guy, that probably wasn't what he fancied there, but LaRock's now been given a new lease of life here. Can't get the shot up towards that window side, and Loiter, you're a lucky boy. And only for a second, luck runs out fast here, but it is still a 2v3. Don't think this is quite over yet, because look at Creven's position. While Noob's intuition is right, the timing is just wrong. Now, does he get to make up for it? No, he doesn't. Punishment, 8 seconds now. And the backline is not secure as Rose gets closer. Creeping up on towards those rafters. He's been found. Furia make it through the round. Not unscathed, but at least in their name.
Still the same amount of threat here.
Yeah.
BBL doing a ton of damage. And that's the ultimates. Still lacking a little bit on the side of Furia, but obviously we know there's been investment previously. To the divide and Nerve alongside that. It's a timeout called here by BBL. As Furia get within 1. And on their side, the Hunter's Fury available and the TP for Loiter. Again, Lovers Rock sitting at 0-5. Need to see him step up. And more so in some of the rifle rounds, to be honest with you. The operator play hasn't really been a factor, but for me, it's these response rounds where they haven't necessarily got that financial buffer in their favor just yet. So lots to consider here. Coinbase win condition obviously coming out of this for BBL. To potentially rip away some of these rifles, force a repurchase. Again, I mean, if they can get a round win for sure, but Furia certainly in control of the momentum here. And have identified a weaker side of the setup. This B-site execute really suiting Furia here.
And this is when we get to see the problem-solving skills of BBL. Can they learn on the fly? And kind of knowing after a timeout, they're probably not going to run the same thing too. There's always that kind of like back-and-forth mind game that goes on.
Furia have looked great coming out of a BBL timeout, though,
yeah, they
repeatedly.
So a close affair here if you're just tuning in at 4-3. Furia able to find stability after a deadly start. Purchase back in play for BBL here. They really need to find an answer to their woes, which has been mostly on that B site, but now, as said, the flip of the script here. Furia with the opportunity to paint a very different picture.
Lovers Rock will attempt to go forwards. Timing on the TP about to expire, so Furia with a very solid understanding of that timing. Force the TP at the very last second. Already though, Artscene at his position.
This has been really good for BBL. They've been really managing the scale, and once again they've done it. Rose able to pluck away EU from those deeper lines here. Also feeling no threat from the front, but look towards that slip through here for Artscene. Rose, look, he had a glance.
For sure. Oh, actually, waiting a little bit. I mean, the chance to catch Rose off guard is going to be here. The drone's going to come through.
Where's the call? I don't think he heard it. Now he goes, though. A little late to the punch. I feel like maybe a miscommunication or simply just the stage. You can't quite hear it as comfortably as you would before. So to try and make this work with just 2. And the HP of Alum.
It's just 7.
It's so present in the forefront of your mind. Because the win conditions get so much harder. They still got the paranoia with Loiter, just burnt now. As they start their build back towards the site and they remove security. As Artscene, the last one standing, he'd have to get all 5. Not to be. BBL still have a great hold on this A side. That has not been the problem.
Maybe Furia actually reading into the adjustment to be going a little more aggressive towards mid and B early on. It just doesn't happen. Rose, again, delayed recon here, pays dividends for him in terms of finding a kill.
So how do they hold B? Because if you're Furia, well, we're not going to go A again. Right?
Right?
Right?
I mean, look at the minimap now, no spoilers. It looks like that might just be the approach here with Nerve to maybe plant the seed of doubt in BBL's mind.
Look at the rotation. They thought about it. They're already pulling away Lover's Rock. He is now over towards the A side of the map.
Yeah, no TP sent out elsewhere either.
The silence becomes pretty loud. But does Furia overthink this, perhaps? I'm looking at the spike still. This is all mind games at this point. See the owl drone. It's not quite the same hit, though. This hasn't got the same sort of, dash element to it from
fake
Alum.
at the back of this pressure.
But it feels like a fake. This is readable. I think BBL are reading this quite well for now. But potentially a double fake coming in for Furia, just offsetting the timing. They need Nerve to kind of send a message on towards A if they want to keep these players here. And this is going to be it. This is the sell. This is the fake, and it is glorious. Look at the minimap. It's just perfect. That is perfect from Furia. That's what we talk about, those timeouts coming in. They are very good at understanding how they want to pressure opponents. Now, they're not out of the woods just yet, but they've done everything right early game.
Absolutely. Rose here, very early on, will catch Nerve, the disconnected piece of this puzzle. Alum looking to go forward on the back of that.
It leaves EU vulnerable, so Alum has to hold this down. He's got to find value, and he doesn't. And now suddenly there's problems. EU's Hunter's Fury doesn't feel secure, but Koala Noob trying to find some safety from up above. Dips back towards site. Lover's Rock going to try and gap close here. Clear the front. We're down to 2 now. They've lost out on that Hunter's Fury. Artscene putting in a shift, though. It is just going to be Koala Noob left in the 1v2. It's a numbers game now, but he's got the shot. Oh my God, you audacious man went for it. But what a deny from Lover's Rock. Playing it back through. He's already given out high fives, man. I'm getting nervous as he took his hand off the keyboard there.
There's 4 kills from Lover's Rock. Finally showing us something. Great catch on Nerve, because Nerve is in this position to secure EU's late round piece in the form of the Hunter's Fury. Again, it's like you said, it did all the hard work to force these adjustments, catch a great timing towards B once more, but it's Rose to go over and above, which kind of dismantles this post plant in its entirety. Then they're forced back onto, I mean, EU actually gets all the way from behind it, back onto site, and they're able to just smother them. Furia to call a timeout here.
And if we're talking bigger picture as well, right, which I think is a fair point now, my concerns happen here. If BBL have just a solid half, which I think they're already up to at 6, that's a really solid number, just because Furia's pistol round wins have been concerning me. And that suddenly becomes a very large gap.
If your pistols are so bad, you never want to be at a deficit. You have to win the first half.
That's it. That is a win con. it's a horribly hard one. There's a reason you want to have at least a competitive pistol, but this puts a lot of pressure on that start potentially. Now that's obviously not quite yet. We are only at round 10, but if you're seeing BBL up to 6-3, you got to start thinking about it. And the buy's not great for Furia.
Argue 7-3 now.
Yeah.
Unless Furia can find some of that magic.
That breeze magic.
On the back of a hero rifle here, a shotgun, a couple of sheriffs, and EU down on a stinger.
Here we go. There's the... Oh, God, I thought that could have been the punish. But instantly, Furia just trying to fight forward. And, well, Nerve, you can't say he didn't hunt that down with everything he had, but BBL simply still have the sight, have the numbers, and they might just have him dead to rights again. It's 4 alive, and Artsin in a 1v4. And I thought they'd found the solve on that B-side approach, maybe just not viable with those lighter weapons coming in. Artsin gonna have to face the music one way or another.
Big spend actually here on the back of the Hunter's Fury and the Divide.
Oh, I didn't even notice the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
Eesh.
In a round that's almost going to be concluded within the first 30 seconds here. Artsin trying to slip through, but Rose, I was going to say, quicker than him to this position. Give an upgrade.
He's got room to play with.
You get a situation where just look at that trip.
just look where it is. Take it in.
So BBL with a great read coming out of that.
I don't even know where it was. Oh dear, they are on site. They are here fast. Kreven taking instantaneous space.
Hasn't dealt with the camera yet.
Artsin's in a real lot of trouble. And he's trying to find a win condition. He's trying to find anything that could give him some safety. And with the check over the side from Kreven, it starts to feel a bit more readable, a bit more predictable.
They basically know where he is.
It feels like it's there. Oh my God, but you can't predict that. Artsin, you're going to need to find one more for me to really fully pay attention. He's read it right. Oh, but there's just too many of them bounding forward. A desperate attempt made. But the scoreline starting to weigh heavy on the Furia chest here at 7-3. BBL within touching distance, it feels like.
Here's the investment early on. And the catch is beautiful from Rose on top of this as well, trying to get the Divide really to allow aggression towards backside. Again, they just can't do enough damage on the way in. And this was the plan the whole time, right? You can see the setup on the B side from Kreven. They're reading this, they're anticipating this coming out of the timeout.
You need these last two.
Furia headed here again.
You need these last two. And now Lovers Rock looking to try and switch things up a touch here, and he's been played in. Lovers Rock with the opportunity to end this before it started. Already going to take away Allen, which removes so much potential from pressuring those sites.
After slow work mid now, Artsin already headed that direction. Loiter actually here to complement this B-side hold. Alongside Kreven, who's got a deeper setup now. I'm just looking towards Rose. You know, you see his eyes trained back towards this area. Loiter will catch contact.
Deploying drone.
The drone will force Furia to reposition here.
Oh my God, okay, Artsin's unaffected. Okay, but what does that matter when Rose hits shots like that? They're down to 3 now. They don't even have a foothold on the site. They've got middle. Sadly, you can't plant there. Where do you go, Furia? You have to try and face one of these sites now.
You got to do it quick as well. Nerve one off the ultimate. A chance maybe to swing this back in their favor.
Still so much to clear.
Kreven's setup is untouched.
They don't know about it yet. They're still trying to figure it out as they go forward, and Kreven playing on the site itself. He has the help.
Spotted here before the smoke.
Oh dear, there's the ping, the rotations, flanks coming in, they are surrounded, they don't know it. Koala Noob doesn't seem to care though, but death from behind, it felt like, but again, Koala Noob, when they need a hero, he keeps finding form. Right now, these might be insurmountable odds with the time. He has to get the plant. I don't know if he's even got a chance, and it doesn't make a difference. 8-3. Furia's hopes and dreams might be dashed in one more round.
It's starting to crumble, Lauren. They come out of that, I think, with just about 2,000 credits in total to come into a round 12, trailing by 5. It's down to such fine margins here, but the clock ultimately is applying so much pressure to Furia. Rose starting to get fired up now.
Yep.
The momentum certainly favouring BBL here in the decider.
This is what it takes to play at these levels. And the audacious work goes nowhere. Denied and put to bed. Furia in trouble now. Trying to make anything work for themselves. It's nerve to get them one. Loiter instantly on the answer back. This desperation has given them very few options. They've at least got sight, but they don't have the plant yet.
They've scaled up, but still, BBL are here so early on to contest this. Maybe Cat's one. He's got a kill, though.
I mean, he was the hero of one of their first games, right? He was putting up numbers. He's done it so well here to give them a man to the good, but Rose in a huge position, dives in from above. He's read him. He finds Hudson blind in that. And now he just wants to get half. You got to do more to deny this man. Nerve now with it all to do. And he is up for the fight. He's up for the challenge. Oh my God, he tried! But try as you might, you cannot stop the BBL boys. It's 9 rounds. They are in touching distance of staying alive, as Furia will have to fight against the odds.
Realmente estamos muy orgullosas, somos de diferentes países, somos de diferentes nacionalidades, pero somos cada vez más. Y nosotros estamos muy felices de ver cada vez más de ustedes también en el público. Así que un mensaje por todas nosotras, muchas gracias por estar, muchas gracias por quedarse y obviamente de muchas partes del mundo para nosotros es súper especial. ¡Feliz Día de la Mujer y también por supuesto por todas nosotras!
Tienen que gritar muchísimo porque este juego está increíble. Así que los quiero escuchar una vez más. Santiago, ¿cómo están?
Atmosphere in here is delivering, Mike.
Electric.
It certainly is. At 9-3, though, we come back to the reality of the real matter, and then let's talk about it.
What were we just saying?
Pistol round.
The pistols. The worst possible scenario to be in. This could be BBL teed up to just find 11 off rip. Like I said, Furia shown slight improvements in that regard today in terms of the start of map halves, but oh my God. They really need this one.
There was one to get. It is this.
Problem being Creven's going to do, as he always does with this Sheriff, create some pressure towards mid. You can see the awareness is there. Sheriff on the other side of things, actually. No commitment just yet from BBL. Spike will cycle across towards B. Lorok maybe looking to burst this smoke. Coming through here, and actually a little bit of a connection from Martin. He'll find the opener.
Needs to live though, can't get traded, he doesn't! Resilience on display, and a good, oh, brilliance from Artsin! We said if there was one to get, it's this one. He's given them everything he could.
41 HP for Loiter now, a 1v3.
No mistakes will be made today for Furia, at least in this pistol round. Artsin, credit where it's due there for the man. He just did some serious work.
Yes, absolutely. And the cat Sheila Rock, I mean, toying with the idea of bursting the smoke. Not sure if maybe there were a way to, I mean, a double headshot cat's there. Almost just finding the ace. But tick in the box here for Furia. 4 on the board. And a chance to maybe claw their way back into this decider. Well invested here, not going to leave anything up to chance on this round 2. Absolutely what you want to see, considering the exchange.
But it's only Koala. I don't know if they can identify that by any means, Mike, but if they do,
gonna burst anyway.
He could be screwed here. He's having to invest the full kit just to try and play his life. Luckily, he gets away. Very diligent work from him. Play for the retake now, but BBL are trying to get some win cons on their side, and this plant might be one of them. Great catch from Koala, but a better trade. Alan goes in to make sure it doesn't go unavenged. So all of this will be kept in hand for Alive, Mike. It's a long road back. It is. And it doesn't have to be flawless necessarily, but it can't make many mistakes.
No, but these early ones need to be clean to build up a little bit of a buffer, allow for Furia to play a little looser. Get down and dirty with BBL in terms of what we're going to expect as attacking side for them.
Can't show fear here.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot give BBL any space to work into. Even a moment to breathe. BBL will stack up outside B here. Might just be a pacey take with the rifles. A huge advantage in terms of the inventory here in round 3.
Artsin, though, the man of the moment who got them that pistol round. He has just had an absolute boatload of utility dumped towards him, and Nerve is going to fall, but Artsin again, unwilling to relent, won't surrender. Finally found by Loiter, but he's again put up numbers.
Now Guardian, Sheriff and the Bulldog on the way back in here for Furia. Loiter will be revealed.
No plant yet.
Trying to wait for an overstep here.
Show me that discipline.
Furia to maybe flood the site.
There's the commitment. And here come the steps. Starting to work forward here, shouldered up on Heaven. The Rock's going to keep Alam at bay though, and that's now numbers to the good. Swing from the site, one by one, they try and face towards it. And so far, one by one they have fallen. I think they've read where EU is. They've got a great idea of it. A hard scenario, a near on impossible task, 10 made for BBL. They are now within sight lines of getting across that final hurdle.
Just curious as well how the buy will sit here for Furia. Artsin, what a hero for Furia so far in the start of this second half.
Yes.
This B site hold just delivering once more, but again locked out of sight with, and then at a bigger disadvantage in terms of the weapons. It's all in here for Furia. They lose this, BBL get 11, and they're set up towards 12.
So much on this round here. We saw it on map 2 in my eyes. It was a massive upswing from Koalanu being such a key aspect for Furia. The others then joining with him, enough to create that hope. If it's Artsin this time, take flight. Who cares? Someone has to be here though, as the site will fall into the hands of BBL.
Forced into a retake here, unless Artsin goes forward.
He's thinking about it, he's really considering it. And when you're on form, I don't blame you, but he was out on a limb. No chance for a trade, so he falls instantly off the back.
Ryu looking to get into the back line here. To stop things, but he might just get backfilled now.
They're looking for it.
Krevin's 100% lurking up behind this.
And they've got him. They've got him dead to rights this time, starting to understand their opposition. Maybe half of the battle now. They still need to re-clear sight itself, deal with those deeper lines. I'm going to give him that foothold forward. Takes a little bit of a look. Loiter going to catch nerve, though. Good trade. Gualnoob does well there, Furia. Still in the fight. A couple players down low short, but Diffuse is there. 6 rounds.
Crucial win for Furia. Don't allow BBL to build up some of these key ultimates. In terms of the early rounds, it's only Loiter to come away with this, with a TP. Artin again, I'm absolutely with you. When he's on, he needs to be this first line of defense and find value. I'm okay with him going forward and trading.
Yep.
Currently sitting at 17 and 14 for Furia.
And at the moment, broken the buy now for BBL. Finances looking a little bit woeful for them. As Furia's chances now to claim 7 become so much more likely.
EU1 away from Hunter's Fury. Artin already has the divide. Some of the success that he's found early on here. BBL, what can they piece together in round 17? We have something to work with, LaRock and Lovers Rock, both with some investment and actually a couple of sheriffs as well.
Yeah, Rose still kind of commanding the way forward, it felt like. You saw it there on the camera for a second. Trade outs of the drone now. That's all the players seen. LaRock going to be given those first key steps towards a site. Furia need to once again continue this discipline. Lovers Rock I'm curious about here. He's very far away on A. He can take the TP over, but he's hunting. He's looking to follow them here. So maybe something, as now the TP comes in.
Back out, yeah.
Here we are. This is what their plan was. This is what they had in mind. Banking on Lovers Rock up towards heaven to allow safe passage through. Can they beat them there in time, though? Surely Furia make it back here first.
He's up close and personal with a stinger.
Oh,
my God, the timing!
Gualnoob given a gift from the gods on that one. It's game on now. They need to get back on this site. BBL on the back foot now. They can't see the spike. They're playing behind the divide. Alan puts his life on the line here. Head down. Just hold your breath. EU's got his back. Loiter's gone. The Rock's gone. We're down to Rose. We're down to Creven. Furia! That's the team you want to be seeing. Not going to be caught off guard now. A flawless round. And the gap gets closer.
Definitely a chance now for Furia to build upon this early success. Heartbreaking for Lovers Rock. This lurk just setting things in motion for Loiter to find the plant. Divide invested, but you'll take that. With now a couple of these other ultimates starting to come online for Furia. Alim ahead of halfway in terms of progress. On the side of BBL. They're on the brink of a few key ultimates, actually.
Yeah, they've had rounds to play with, right? But that narrative and storyline starts to dwindle when we get this close. This feels like the one that kind of tilts the scales a little bit. But Furia, once again, showing they are far from down and far from out. A different approach in middle from Creven, though. Finally going walkabouts.
He's not spotted this.
No. Absolutely hasn't. On a better angle. It's when the sight hit comes in, though. This is still going to be hard to handle on B, let alone with Creven in those back lines.
Loves to play this spot and already an identification of the camera. Not seen under a ton of pressure. Does he go forward again? He does. Lovers Rock is down.
So good from Artin. The difference maker in my mind on this half. Creven's flank. It felt like they were looking for it, but maybe not communicated. Artin again, the one to be finding these players. How much can one man continue to do? As Furia now should be able to galvanize themselves forward. Rock under that first line of pressure with very little HP to play with, but he's found a very vulnerable Gualnoob. An opportunity for the follow-up not going to be. A 2v3 as Rose and Loiter looking to be overwhelmed here. Uh-oh, Loiter is not cleared yet, and the time is ticking. Artin again! This guy is a real deal. 3 kills, key kills here.
Just clawing their way back in once more. Bringing it within 2. Creven a chance or a setup for success that he's found time and time again on this map. But it's Artin, as you said, to rip that away. Swing it back in Furia's favor. The 5th successful defuse here in the second half.
You can feel it now, that little change, can't you, right? It's that little bit of a momentum swing. And this has been a streaky game. It's been 5 in a row, 3 in a row, 4 in a row, now 3 right back. It's been a wild one. At some point it will have to settle. But for now...
Does it?
Actually saying that thing about map 2, maybe not. Maybe this will be the pace we see, but again, this half has been predominantly Furia's, right? And it feels like it's been touch and go at times. It feels like it's been on the back of Artsin a lot, but everyone else is there, and if it's working, it's working. So where's the soul from BBL?
A couple of these ultimates going to be available, and Larocque just one away from his, so it's kind of what BBL have been sitting back and maybe banking on. Certainly would have hoped for an extra round or two to offset that slightly. We'll see the investment here. Light shields, couple of guardians. Investment could come back to bite them. And they will try their hand once more towards Artsin. The anchor man for Furia. You got Shorty as well, so set up well to greet Larocque. All others rock in terms of this approach to site.
Tag on Artsin. I mean, you'd put everything to finding that man, wouldn't you? Hell throwing a kitchen sink, but he still stands. Finally goes down.
Tag onto Nerve as well.
Well, that's huge. And that's going to be info again. We're going to have the Hunter's Fury posted from the other side, and actually Lovers Rock unaffected so far. It's getting chaotic. It's pandemonium as BBL finally coming out on top. All it took was everything. As EU, you ain't got to look in really. That's a 1v5. And odds dictate it's time to back away and save.
Certainly don't want to give progress towards anything. I mean, nothing available with this investment here for BBL. It's Larocque to carry an ultimate through. BBL not shying away from the stronger hold that Furia have displayed here on Abyss. We'll come out of this with a flawless round victory. To find 11, still the buffer is there for Furia. They've got the money to buy back in here. Alan also going to have his ultimate to come out of this. Artsin building back towards another divide. BBL slowly removing that margin that Furia have to work with. And I guess the only response really to deal with Artsin is to overwhelm him in this situation.
You got to put an army against him right now. Still a buy and play for both sides, however. As you said, Alan does have that ult ready to go, as does Larocque, so mirrored in that front. And they're doing it again.
I don't even think BBL are expecting Furia to adapt off this. They're happy to just rinse and repeat.
Okay, so they've adjusted how they want to approach the site to a degree. 2 managed to slip through, so the plant available. Artsin looking for a little bit of wiggle room, and he finds it, but Lovers Rock this time just quicker on the trigger as now the trade comes out. Alum, Larocque going blow for blow, but it's a 4v3 favorable to BBL, and they have the plant on top.
You now trying to find something with the drone. Just 3 less standing for Furia. Can't get a confirmation for Allen to potentially invest here, but he's found Loiter. Finds the headshot.
Oh, now Koala Noob and EU still with a couple of, I don't want to say key tools, because they can just be done like this. A bounding shorty, a spray in the dark as BBL go back into the harder side of the map. The man who's been their downfall deleted again. 12 rounds now, Mike. It's touching distance.
Lovers Rock starting to deliver now for BBL. Furia will call a timeout here. So much to consider. Do they stack an extra body now? Do BBL play into the other side? Have they done the hard work? to force Furia into recovery mode. They've got them up against the ropes. Could round 21 be the kill shot? The buy as close to what you'd hope for Furia here. I'm seeing a Guardian, a Bulldog, a regen, a light shield.
Still usable though.
Yes, absolutely.
They've done more with less.
Artsin one from a divide. Nerve just 2 away. Still got Alim's ult to play with. Some tools here for Furia to make a final stand on Abyss.
And that ruthless pursuit of greatness for Furia suddenly hits the brick wall of BBL. 12 rounds they face. You gotta make it count now. All of those games, all of those dreams that you were chasing, it comes down to this. To hold on again. Furia putting extra bodies on this B side.
I said force the adjustment, but BBL not shying away from this. Get the confirmation here. LaRock gonna dash in. Has to peel away though. Other side, look for somebody to lurk in, slip the net. You can see already Loiter making moves. Kreven looking to do the same.
Can't over-rotate though. If you're Furia, you always feel like you have to respect this for a second longer than maybe you'd want to, looking at the mini-map.
Kualanu has to go huge here if he's going to contest this site here. It's a Bulldog to do it.
And this man has been at the helm of their meteoric rise to getting to these events, but today it is not going to align for him. Lover's Rock removes him, and the site is theirs.
Plant will come through. Nobody to contest that either. We'll see Artsin looking to get into the back lines, but there's a trip there to deal with. Loiter now looking to slip the net with the TP, or maybe create a bit of misdirection. EU's found a kill though.
Okay, it's not over yet. We're back to a 4v4. They can work towards the site. There's still some util to clear. That could be a problem. It's time to put it all on the line. Time to go. Alum has to work into this court though. Does he get Swan? No. Gets to go back in. He's still trying to hold on. Furia digging deeper. Desperate to hold on. They do. Leaving nothing to chance. Leaving nothing behind. And the defuse is there. They are still alive.
A beautiful retake from Furia. And this was a comfy post plant for BBL. Looking to get aggressive. I thought Loiter was maybe going to split right behind Furia. Especially with somebody posturing up. Lover's Rock here, just shut down. At that point, you're catching another one here onto LaRock.
Oh,
the double shock dart.
Yeah.
Watch out, Flake, that's nice! We're in this shit, baby!
They certainly are. Not out of it yet. But they've got to do it again. They are on the ropes. Mike, you said it, we see it. No rest now. We ask for perfection if you want to even chance an OT. BBL have done the hard work themselves. They've got to 12.
Lover's Rock going to have the ultimate here, though. Kualanu again has to back away. He has to concede this. This A-site retake will be tested back to back.
Oh, we've seen this one before. EU. Nice chip. The shock dart, but Lover's Rock goes working. Doesn't quite find the player. In towards Con, but is going to see Kualanoob. It's good info and gets back towards site. Time to play retake Furia. Show us what you got.
Drone to come through here, Nerve. We get the confirmation. Paranoid to be posted on the back of that.
Here it is, here's the flood. Allen, that's the first. Blinded, can't see much right now, but he's still going for more. Tries to send one away. Loiter, Kreven, back in. EU! Out of nowhere! Finding 2 kills. Divide goes up. Lover's Rock has to play it forward. Artsin, the man who started it! EU, the one to end it! Furia, they're up to 10. They are very much in this shit.
Just insane. Furia finding these responses. This is after BBL forced them to this side of the map as well, creating pressure towards the B site.
Where's this man been? God damn!
And the byproduct of that is now Furia with some key ultimates. EU and Nerve They've drawn blood in terms of the finances. A broken buy here from BBL in round 23.
This is adrenaline-fueled Alum, ready for it! Starting to feel bold in the start. Man to the good off the rip. Very quick usage of the ults, and another catch on Moita. This is great stuff. Oh, this is really good stuff. Furia keeping 5 standing so far. Artsin's got to be a bit cautious. You don't want to allow any chance of naughtiness, right? Keep it in check. Up to no good, obviously. Rose would love a chance. You ain't got it yet, Lovers Rock, and there. Gonna be Nerve, bringing us one away.
Round 24. Big investment from EU just to try and secure this. BBL will be back on a full buy. Won't have any ults to bring into this. Still Nerve sitting on his. Just one more. It all comes down to this in regulation. BBL again leaning heavily towards A. Alim now, the wind in his sails, goes forwards. Early confirmation here and gets out.
Very nicely done. See, the BBL want to kind of backfill that space a little bit, just to make sure they're not going to leave too much to chance on here. But God, tense times. BBL securing at least OT. No big info off that either. Steady build towards the B side.
Time to jump. Furia now will tuck in. Have to be conscious of this progress towards mid as BBL look to split towards B. I don't think they'll get the confirmation here on the drone either.
Now already. I don't think that was the game plan as it's fallen to pieces. 3 kills and BBL have everything they need. EU desperate to do something about it though. Denies the back line, forcing them forward. And of course Artston still alive. The one who made it possible. The one who stood above the rest. Now being challenged by everything BBL has. EU trying to get closer. Rose, no!
Oh my God!
As Artsin now has to face the music. Has to try and make it past 4 bodies. BBL, the 5 rookies with one shared dream. Fearing no one.
And heartbreak doesn't quite cut it, Lauren. What a way for Furia to bow out of this. There's BBL to stick the landing here, fighting for their lives here in Santiago. Taken to the absolute brink.
And both teams in a similar position, chasing that one feeling, that chance, that privilege to be on a stage like this. And they can keep their heads held high, man. They fought hard. They pushed hard.
2 teams that, again, are big names to come here, fresh to a stage, get a bye to playoffs and put up just an insane performance, but it's not quite enough.
Today, they can stand tall. There was a lot of eyes on this team. A lot of question marks in their form. Would it work on the internationals? And the answer is a resounding yes.
Come back to it again. It's a situation we haven't seen BBL in yet. Forced to diversify and really diagnose some of the issues they've been facing, but stood up to the challenge once more.
And I'm scared of this team though, because that confidence just keeps on and keeps on growing. The potential is there, the calling's there, the firepower is there. And now they stand next to the giants of doing potentially a deep run here. These 5 friends, these 5 rookies, it's a fairy tale now. And once we are ready, we'll be handing it over to the Verizon post-match interview to hear from the winners themselves.
BBL que se lleva la victoria y vamos a estar comenzando con Lovers Rock porque quiero saber cómo se también saber de dónde saca esa confianza Lovers Rock if we can come here. So, first international event, you look so comfortable, so good in that stage. And I just want to know, where do you get that confidence from?
Öncelikle ilk uluslararası turnuvan, ilk galibiyetin sormak istediğimiz soru şu, bu özgüven nereden geliyor Lovers Rock? İstersen İngilizce, istersen Türkçe.
Ben sana Türkçe söyleyeceğim. Özgüvenin kaynağı aslında koçumuz diyebilirim. Ama bu bizde de olan bir şey. Onun bize öğrettiği en büyük şeylerden birisi sürekli özgüvenli olmamız. Bugün ikinci ve üçüncü map'te çok off olmama rağmen ikinci map'te özgüvenim düştü, yalan söylemeyeceğim. Ama üçüncü map'te oyundan düşsem bile full konuşmaya çalıştım. Her şeyi denedik. Genel takım olarak birisi düşerse diğeri kaldırıyor klasik olarak. Böyle.
First of all, our confidence comes from our coach. He always tells us to be confident no matter at what point in the game. I have to be honest, I was kind of offline in map 2 and 3, but whenever somebody falls down on our team, somebody else picks them up. That is the role confidence plays on our team. It is super important.
Definitely, thank you very much. Y bueno, estuvo comentando que el coach le pasa muchísimo esa confianza al equipo. Es muy importante que, si bien él estuvo muy abajo en ese segundo y tercer mapa, cuando alguien está abajo, el equipo siempre da un step un poquito más hacia arriba y finalmente acaban cerrando esta partida. So now for my second question, I also want to know, so yesterday you had 3 maps, today you have 3 maps too. Where does this resilience come from, and how is the mental reset also between maps?
Öncelikle dün de 3 maç oynadınız, bugün de 3 maç oynadınız. Bu dayanıklılık nereden geliyor ve maç arasında bir mental reset atıyor musunuz? Anlatır mısın bize?
Şöyle dün 3 maç oynadık ama dün kazanabileceğimiz bir seri oynadık. O yüzden çok bizi üzgündük ama çok etkilenmedik. Sonrasında bugün bu seri hakkında aslında bu seri de 2-0 olmalıydı. Yalan söylemeyeceğim. İkinci map'i ben trolledim. O yüzden sorun yok. Bir dahaki maçım umarım 2-0 olacak.
First of all, yes, we did play 3 matches yesterday, but we didn't feel too sad about it. It was a series that we could have won easily. And this match could have also been finished in 2 games. We could have won in 2 games. So that's where the resilience comes from.
Benim trollediğim yerde söyle.
Yeah, I did troll kind of a little bit on this match, so that is why. On the second match.
That's fine, you're playing really well. Y bueno, hablando un poquito de lo que fue el día de ayer, que estuvieron jugando 3 mapas, comenta que definitivamente lo podrían haber cerrado, lo podrían haber ganado. Estuve preguntando también de dónde viene esa resiliencia y finalmente fue un mapa que, una serie que la podrían haber cerrado, de ahí vienen con ese ímpetu y finalmente el día de hoy también lo podrían haber cerrado 2-0 y dijo que a pesar de que haya troleado, que la verdad no fue así, se pudo cerrar el juego. Esto es todo lo que tengo por la entrevista. Thank you very much for this interview. Thank you for the translation too.
Thank you.
And we are off to our second match, seeing who's going to be eliminated from this playoff tournament. We have AG and Gentlemates coming up ahead.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with the VALORANT Champions Tour to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. 'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence? They try to take me down with their violence. Flashes in and down goes Knight.
Hi guys, I'm here in the fan meeting zone with João. And I want to ask him some questions, João. Então, eu quero saber quem que você vai conhecer agora e se você está muito animado para conhecer essa pessoa.
Sim, eu estou. Seria o jogador prodígio da Leviathan. Disseram que o Neon era o melhor jogador da Leviathan. Depois que jogaram no VCT Américas, ele pôde mostrar isso em palco. E eu estou muito animado para poder conhecer ele, não só ele, o Sato, o King, o Blowzinho, que também vai estar aqui. Então eu estou bastante animado de poder estar aqui na fila, inclusive ser um dos primeiros aqui na frente.
Definitivamente, muito obrigada. And so he's commenting that he's going to meet the prodigies from Leviathan. So he's going to be meeting Neon and also Blowzine. They're two guys that also, they were playing in VCT Americas and they're really, really good. And he's really excited to be also the first in line. So he's really, really lucky. Muito obrigada. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Welcome back, folks, to Masters Santiago. We are only one series into the day. We've still got some more Valorant action for you just around the corner. It's time for our second match of the day, where China's last hope, All Gamers, will take on the Mates.
It's going to be an interesting one. All Gamers had a brutal start to their run here at Masters Santiago. And now playing against Mates that looked really good in that Swiss stage, did lose out to get knocked to this lower bracket, but has been a really consistently solid team throughout the event.
Yeah, and if you think about it, like from the beginning of the year and even getting here, Mates just lost their first best of 3. I think that the pressure was a little bit much onto them. We saw some mistakes, some changes for them, but you can just say the Dambi sat on them. That is a reality, I feel like.
Yeah, that's fair. I did want to talk a little about this Haven, because I felt like Mates came in with this great game plan. You watch these first few rounds where they're managing to pressure one side, get these very swift over-rotations from Nongshim, and then hit into that other side, have an open site, and play up in their post plants to eviscerate Nongshim.
It worked at first.
It did. And then we come to a round like this, where Nongshim, instead of over-rotating off that pressure, is embedding players down mid. This completely caught Mates off guard. They lose players in this round, and that felt like a theme then on out, where Nongshim was aggressing in the mid round, Mates was getting punished when they went to reclear, and I felt like Mates wasn't quick enough to find that adaptation in that match.
Yeah, I think that also, like, we saw Nongshim that was just way too comfortable in the attack. I think that the stopping force was not really there for Mates.
Yeah, I mean, they mentioned, I think, how difficult it was to play against Dambi in just that in-your-face shotgun-esque style. They're looking for stopping power, I think, and they definitely needed it. Someone I want to talk about in that regard is Mini.
Yes.
Someone that, you kind of mentioned, Kakuka, the team was built around, essentially, and was the paragon of consistency for this team. But he had a rough game against Nongshim, and as the Cypher player, if you're from a region that still believes in Cypher and using them in their double duelist matchup, you needed him to step up.
I love how you say we're a region that believes in
You're
Cypher.
the only guy.
No, yeah, listen, I believe, but I think that perception is only based on the match that we just saw, because realistically, Mini has always been a flex. He's been playing on the smokes, he's been playing on the KO, he's been literally playing anything and everything, and probably that's one of the, and being very consistent. So that is one of the main reasons why Gentleman's decided to build around him for the roster of this year. I think that also the changes that they made on Corrode did not make him look exceptionally good. You changed the Yoru, something that Martin
with the Phoenix, right?
Exactly, for the Phoenix. So you put a lot of pressure on the KO to set them up. I don't think he was comfortable in everything that was going on around him, and that affected his individual performance a lot.
For both Mini and the team as a whole, I felt like this was less a necessarily very bad game from Mates, and more so that they just got exposed by Dombi on their defensive side. I thought that comp was pretty interesting on the attack, the way they were juggling orbs into the Phoenix, getting a lot of value out of that. But on defense, they had a comp with tons of flashes that wanted to fight and didn't have a ton of stall util. But they could never choose when they wanted to brawl. Instead, it was always Nongshim taking the fight to them, Dombi pushing deep into their post plants and catching Mates off guard in a ton of rounds. I don't think that will be a problem today against a team that doesn't have a player as unique as Dombi.
It's a humbling experience going up against a Nongshim Red Force who are in form, but there's some runway for this team, opportunities to take those learnings and apply them. Let's hear a little bit more about those takeaways as Glyph caught up with our very own Jen Lee.
Jen here with Glyph of Gentlemates. Now, Glyph, Starzo talked about the importance of not giving your enemies too much respect. So in regards to that, how much respect do AG command from you today?
I mean, I'd say we give them very little, to be honest. I mean, we already played EDG, and they're one of the national champions from China already. So, I mean, props to them for being the first team coming out of their region. But as far as respect that we're going to give them, I'd say we hold them in very little regard. And so we're just going to focus on ourselves and play our game and just kind of minimize that.
Sounds good, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Not particularly unreasonable.
Based, in fact, I would say. That's the right approach to this game. Their own style should work well against the Mates that look so sloppy, making tons of individual, or excuse me, in all gamers that look so sloppy in making those individual mistakes. Go back to your structure. Go back to the style that has worked so well in EMEA and in this tournament, and it should find success.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also, like, for the longevity of the tournament, they need that kind of force. They need to have that mentality of no respect for anybody.
And again, they have that benefit, of course, of, you know, still being alive in the tournament, playing from the lower bracket here, and going up against a region that doesn't quite seem like they're on the same page as the rest of the world in terms of philosophy. Let's hear, though, a little bit more from Glyph. We caught up with him on his first global event in a HyperX player moment.
The feeling walking out on the stage, I mean, we did it in rehearsals, but having the crowd there was completely different. And I think we all kind of recognized that, felt it, and appreciated it. I think as soon as we sat down as well, I looked at Beepo, and we even said something together where it's like, wow, this is insane. It's such a good feeling. You know, we're so excited to play.
Mine two gets all three as Gentlemates punch their ticket forward into the playoffs.
And so it was just a surreal feeling. You know, I'm walking next to King next to me. I was watching their champs in 2024, you know, from home, playing Tier 3 Valorant. So now to be walking on that stage with them and be here in the crowd, cheer us on, cheer everyone on, it was just absolutely amazing.
There are threads of narratives all throughout Masters Santiago of teams that have made a run from humble beginnings in Valorant. And Glyph is someone we haven't had much time to settle on, because this is someone I was casting in challenges last year. This guy was a collegiate player. That's why I referenced Tier 3.
Did you expect him to be
no
here today?
No way! Not a chance. EMEA has this funny way of plucking, like Fire's a good example, right? They find these players out of NA Tier 2 and find a way to get value out of them. But I've been impressed. Yeah, stood up next to Kung Kung in his global debut. Definitely got to be quite a moment.
Yeah, I heard that Mates told them if they don't win a match in the playoffs here, they're going to send them back to Winthrop University, and he's going to have to get his MBA. So he's locked in on not having to go to business school.
He's going to have to do some networking. I don't want to wish that on anybody else, poor guy.
Seriously, though, it is a testament to the kind of Tier 2 pipeline. It's really cool to watch a guy who is just playing for a collegiate team, thinking that that would be his best path forward to getting this amazing opportunity with Mates and really running with it.
Yeah, I think there's also one difference between Glyph and many of the imports that we've had in EMEA. We just saw Koala Noob. I remember when he first joined Navi. Didn't look good. It was his birthday also. Not the best. not the best. And also, like,
it.
Wayne, like many other imports, even Crashes last year when he started, he was not looking good. I think the Glyph from the beginning showed so much value for mates. We were high praising the way that they were playing and interpreting the game with the meta and the comps that they were implying onto it. And I think the Glyph from the very beginning was a very, very important key to it.
That's why businesses love hiring college graduates. They're just so
The amount of
suited for
the shareholder value is absolutely off the charts. We hope for him that he doesn't have to go back to a corporate lifestyle anytime soon. Let's head across the pond. Let's head across the stage. Let's be real. It's been a bit of a tough run for China at this event. None of their teams have won a single map. Yeah. We need to talk about what's been going on with these teams and why do they feel like they're behind, because we've seen literal previous world champions representing the Chinese region on this very stage, and even they haven't really been able to put a scratch on the competition. Where do we go from here?
I think that the biggest issues for China right now, how I see it, is number one, the way that they play their micro and their team fights and the protocols that they have behind it. China, compared to the rest of the world, is a little bit more insular in that you have a lot of teams with less experienced players. You have less of a pedigree in other FPS games with leaders and coaches to draw back on. And because of that, I think a lot of the teams playing domestically in CN get away with winning off of individualism. I think that's one of the big ways all gamers got here. They have some amazing players with a high ceiling of talent, but I feel when you're playing against teams where that will work, you don't learn the lessons of what risks are actually good to take in matches, and the better teams with more protocols will expose you.
Most of it is regional strength, and I think that there's been a big step down in the big names, you know, in the Bilibili, the EDG, even the FPX teams that we've supported and seen making it far, winning champs and whatnot, but I feel like that has slowed down a lot since that supremacy wasn't really there for them, even in their regions. Having people playing Reina comms, Breach, this and that, when you put it versus the rest of the world, when you actually pay attention to some of the lack of protocols that they have to many of these situations, they get into the global stage and look at the reactions.
They're getting shot in the back constantly.
Because they really have not seen this before. So now they have to take in this experience. They said like, oh, we don't... I think it's a little bit of BS because they were like, oh yeah, there's no pressure, I don't feel anything.
Sure.
That doesn't look to me like someone that feels nothing.
Yeah, I think part of it is time, that we're kind of starting to get the next generation of players. Like you're mentioning, it's not the EDGs, it's not the guys who went to every global event when China was first showing up. These are all fresh players. And that All Gamers game against G2, it wasn't just them underperforming and taking bad habits from their region, even though some of that was true. I also think it was a joke of them just crumbling under the pressure. Kira's the best example of that to me.
Totally.
He was a beast domestically, and he just looked lost yesterday.
And we caught up with Funky yesterday. He said, I don't feel anything. I don't believe that for a second. What now? Let's hear a little bit from Kira himself about how his start to the tournament has been. He caught up with Jen Lee earlier.
Jen here with Kira of All Gamers and also Echo for some translation. Now, Kira, yesterday was your first game here in Santiago. Today is elimination. That's a lot for the team to take in. Were you guys able to create a protocol to remind you of who you are when things get tough?
我觉得我们最重要的现在是享受舞台。然后我们昨天晚上也复盘了我们很多的失误吧，所以我觉得我们会打得比明天更好。我们就是要注意怎么去看对面的站位之类的。
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to enjoy the stage right now because we review the mistakes we made from last day's failure. And today I think we tweak a lot and I think we have the confidence and I think we can play better than yesterday.
Okay, well, I got something for you to help you out. Remember who you are.
Oh. Do AG have enough time to take away remotely enough insight from their previous game to show up better performance? We're going to jump into the skirmish here, of course, for map side select.
I don't think so, but I think what I want to see from them actually hits to what he was going for in that interview. Cherish your time on the stage, take learnings away from it. AG has shifted expectations because they beat the other teams, because they're a #1 seed. But at the end of the day, it's a team of 5 rookies showing up to their first ever global event against squads that were tested in the Swiss stage, like G2, and now against a team who looked a lot better earlier in that run as well. I think this is an opportunity, even if they learn to lose, just to learn and take that back to China to improve.
Okay, so that aside, I want to ask you guys what you want to materially see from this team today? What are a short number of things that you think they could improve on that were glaring in their previous games?
I honestly think that they should rely on what was working in the region. I know that, you know, at the end of the day, they were the first seed for something. I think that they got too overwhelmed by what G2 was doing yesterday, but in the first map, on that split, the best map that they have, it was not until the end of the half that they actually went back to what made them strong, to just being very reactive, to just being put in fire, and that's in those first engagements, and just literally just giving them all the space and playing way more reactive. If it worked in the region, test it here. It worked for a little bit, and I think that against Gentlemates, it could work as well.
By the way, AG's assistant coach just won 5-2 against
Septem
Viva.
7!
That's good for him.
Did?
Septem 7. Yeah,
Damn.
sick. But going back to the point, what I want to see is them really double down on focusing on their protocols in the micro. I think against G2, they looked really rough in the trading, just while they were fighting.
So you want
many
crossfires and
moments.
trading,
Yes,
basically?
I want them to focus on the fundamentals. There was way too many basic mistakes of people trying to make individual plays that maybe they've gotten away with in the past, but they were punished by G2 and will be punished again today by mates unless they're playing together.
All right, let's jump now. We have our winner. Shout out Septem 7. Let's jump into our map veto.
Hey everybody, we're going to start map select. AG, you won skirmish, so are you team A or team B?
I chose team B.
Team B. Okay. M8 is team A. M8, what's your first ban?
Ban Breeze.
Ban Breeze. AG, what's your first ban?
Ban Haven.
Ban Haven. M8, what's your first pick?
Pick Pearl.
Pick Pearl. AG, what's your side on Pearl?
Defense?
Defense.
Yeah.
Okay, AG, what's your map 2 pick?
We choose Split.
Split?
Split, yeah.
Okay. MA, what's your side on Split?
Start attack on Split.
Attack on Split. MA, what's your next ban?
Ban Corrode.
Ban Corrode. AG, what's your next ban?
Ban Abyss.
Ban Abyss. Last map is Bind. M8, what's your side on Bind?
Start attack on Bind.
Tackle and Bind. Okay, so as a recap, we have map 1 is Pearl with AG on defense. Map 2 is Split with M8 on attack. Map 3 is Bind with M8 on attack. Good luck, everybody.
Okay, high level. Obviously, Pearl, a great pick here for mates. That 13-4 against Team Liquid still lives in my head rent-free.
Yeah, I don't think it's only the Pearl. I think that this is very expected because every single time the Mids has the chance, they're going for this Pearl, at least in this tournament. And for the side of AG, we were speaking about Split being their best map. Watch out, because the same thing that I was saying earlier, this is Martin's best map on the side of Split. But, you know, it's the best testament if they really want to, like, lock it down and play somewhere that they're comfortable is, of course, Split.
Yeah, I respect them going back to what's worked for them. I don't think that there was a map in this pool that they could have went into where I would have given a clear advantage to all gamers. So I do think just going this expected route is a solid approach. They just really have to focus on some of the learnings in their micro from yesterday and those individual step-ups from the guys that were lacking and maybe get a chance here.
And I really hope that they take the time, because also something that we can take from that map veto is the fact that Gentlemates is going to start on the attack on every single map. So they're going to be the ones, or trying at least to be the ones, to dictate the pace. I want all gamers to be taking, not advantage, but like taking learnings and just taking it slow to understand what their opponents are doing.
Now, I think it's like worth looking back and seeing some of the strengths for AG. I think you mentioned the Fangir, of course, as a play that can really provide that high impact in some of these situations.
Sure.
But let's set the stakes here. This is the last chance, potentially, in this series that China has to make their mark on the global stage here in Santiago. We're asking for fundamentals to be improved on. Let's revisit our predictions. And, of course, I'm the only Fury predictor, so I'll wear that. But outside of that, pretty much unanimous here from Gentlemates.
Yeah, I think that for everybody, like, it seems, especially after what we saw yesterday for the first map, it almost seemed like it was not a fair game, and it just seems fair to go for mates.
G2 is a team that plays a slow, defaulty style that has excellent protocols. I think they have a very similar comparison to the way Gentlemates likes to play. this is a setup stylistically, form-based, that should heavily favor Mates. But AG at this point, nothing to lose. Last hope for China. Show us what you got.
And if you're going to be frustrated, put that frustration into the game. If it is your last day here, make it count. Go back into your region, be in a different beast, and actually keep grinding throughout the year. So this is not the one time that we're going to see you on a global stage.
G2 completely deconstructed this AG team. They played with their food. We know Genomates have that same capacity to pull a team apart. We need to see more from all gamers. We need to see more from the Chinese region. And I've got a feeling that today, this match is going to be an absolute brawl. So let's get excited and let's send it down to the stage and find out who will survive to fight another day. It's Genomates versus China's Last Hope, all gamers.
Y es momento de darle la bienvenida a Santiago, ruido, ellos son all gamers.
For one of these teams, it's the last time they'll take to the stage here in Santiago. Do or die. And if a beleaguered region with low expectation, all gamers have the chance to do the funniest thing ever. The Gentlemates, despite not being that top seed out of EMEA, they absolutely put BBL to the test in that kickoff final. And they're here to show that they deserve recognition too.
A great opportunity for Mates to bounce back. A close loss to Nongshim in their opener. That was the only #1 seed that won. But for this Chinese team, it has been a historic performance for China in a bad way. They are yet to win a map. They are yet to win a series. It has been years since expectations have been that low for the CN region, and it's their opportunity to shift that.
Not only that, they are now in a spot that they could have the worst performance ever in a tournament. They're still in that danger zone. For the side of Mates, as you're saying, this is the perfect opportunity to bounce back. We see very aggressive maps in which they will be able to play to the best of their ability and their style. Find that confidence back that they will need in that lower bracket if they want to make a run.
You see this retooling that's happening here for Genomates. They actually banned that Corrode map away. That's the one where they switched Martin onto the Phoenix. They tried an idea. It didn't quite play out for them, so that one's back to the drawing board. Sticking to their strengths here, no doubt about it. They're 3-0 on split in that kickoff and in bind as well. We saw that against Team Liquid. It was squeaky clean from them. Beepo's someone I'm looking at. I'm looking at this guy right now because definitely felt like he was off the boil against Nongshim.
Yeah, we were speaking about Dambi, but who was on the other side, you know? I know that it is not a 1-for-1 because they don't really play the exact same way. But Beepo, out of all the matches that we saw from Gentlemates, all of the 2 finals and the 10 maps that we saw in 2 days, it was very surprising to see that he was able to keep up with the pace. And even though being a rookie in the scene, he was able to still be putting up the numbers. The synergy that he has built for years with Martin has to be palpable on stage now.
It certainly is. And this is a Gentlemates here who, looking at their earlier matches in this tournament, have been so consistent in this slow style. They're very structured, they have very good protocols. You have to credit a lot of that to Starkso, the man who's been away from these stages for 5 years after winning the inaugural Champions. And well, it was a nightmare matchup in style against a Nongshim who is constantly pressing you, is constantly fighting forward, and is trying to disrupt your style. All gamers, they play mostly meta comps. They, at a macro level, don't play too dissimilarly. I think besides their defense sides where they don't really get aggressive ever, to other teams. And to me, that's a perfect setup for Mates to find success here against a team whose failings are in the micro.
And even though, as I was saying, they did not lose a best of 3 in our region, they did lose a best of 5. And in the time span of 2 days, had to play 10 maps against the best that EMEA had to get. Resilience, it's a word that has to be attributed to Gentlemates, and that is what they will have to show in the rest of the tournament.
Quick fly over the stage now, of course, as we are starting to get locked in for agent select. And I got to raise this yet again. I think it's been a topic of conversation over the entire day, is that how do teams deal with this Cypher play? Can they play slow, clear that util out, then hit, or are they going to run headlong into it? That's another thing that's really going to test, I feel, the macro of this All Gamers team.
With the Waylay and the Yor, you can disrespect the Cypher util more so than with the Neon. But where it will cause problems is second half defensive side, how quickly it'll let mates rotate if it's not dealt with.
Yeah, and I think that also, I agree with you in the fact that I look at Starkso, when he's playing with this Fade in maps like Split, in maps like Pearl, I think is when we get the best out of him, and his synergy with Glyph in many of these scenarios makes it so easy for Beepo and Martin to just have an easy day in the park.
Fengir, he was good in China, but Martinez looked like the single best Yoru player at this tournament. He's been fantastic, continuing his form from EMEA. If All Gamers want a chance, Fengir not only has to find his form from China, but go head-to-head against one of the best in his role.
Saw the frustration on Kira's face yesterday. We've got footage of him slamming that desk down. When you're running into a brick wall over and over again, I can see how that frustration builds, but I think you mentioned it, that's got to be channeled in the right direction.
Yes.
There have to be some key learnings that you sort of build upon, and Kira said, we've analyzed all of our mistakes. I'm going to reiterate the question. Is this enough time? Is the gap tight enough between All Gamers and the rest of the world that one or 2 days prep is going to be enough to overcome it?
No, I think that for all gamers, they should focus on playing the best of their game. Like, if they win, that is a secondary effect. They should prevent the attitude that we saw on stage from repeating, because that's what's going to last in time.
The time is now, folks, and destiny rise in both these teams' hands. An elimination match is about to get underway, so it's time to head over to your casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Uber. Here we go, another team to join Furia in early elimination. It's going to be Mates or AG. The desk is talking about it. Mates come into this so very heavily favored, but can AG dig deep enough and find that miracle to pull off on this stage here in Santiago?
It's definitely going to be tough. I mean, I think, you know, listening to their pre-match interview saying that they understand what their mistakes were, but, you know, correcting what you understand is a whole different beast. So let's see if they could adjust. I think it takes mental preparation on top of, you know, what they learned watching those VODs to get something to go here today. And Mates, they love this B site on Pearl, but you've got a good read early from the side of AG, so they're going to keep pressing forward. Mates is ready.
Here comes a swing, and there is the firing squad. Fengir and GRQ both going to be taken out.
What a read.
And just continuing to pump the brakes here, see if anybody else comes out for a little bit of an explore. AU1 may be able to find a time. He just doesn't check it. He's not peeking into that corner. It's a nice shot from Kira. The PL1 back shrimp as well, getting involved. He's able to find Starzo, puts himself into a position where this round could be recovered. Full flash connecting though, has Kira been spotted? There certainly has been now. He puts that spike down onto the floor. And what a clutch this would be, but too much health on the opposite side, running low on bullets. Martin will be able to find his Mates take the opening pistol.
So some pretty good reads from Mates already early, anticipating the aggression. You know, the desk was talking about it, and something I saw a lot in the VODs watching AG is that they're very passive usually on defense. They're defaulting a lot. And so for them to push out like that and for Mates to read it, that's really good preparation being done. And it is going to give them pretty good advantage. Even though Kira makes a hell of a go of it, it's going to be too little, too late. And again, a lot of what Mates is doing is they want to punish the B side of the map. Why you have a Neon and a Yorus? You have so much ability to take space, so much ability to clear that back hall. And it makes it really challenging for defenders to do anything about it.
Haunt out, pass lane up. Swap over to the side, AU1 still there at back hall, but Martin just hip fires for a headshot on the Fengir. AU1 is able to find a kill. Shut down the enemy Yours, stops him from building up any more ult charge here. Finds Starso as well. Starts making this a little bit more costly for Gentlemates. Now it's just down to Shrimp. It's going to be rotating to the underpass, try to see if he can get anything done to swing out, and will be able to find Glip, in fact. Down to 30 HP. Likelihood of pulling off the clutch here, still very unlikely, but damage is absolutely going to be felt. Swing in, looks for a little bit more. Takes a mini low, but can't quite confirm the kill. But still, 3 kills found. Not bad at all for just classics in the hands of AG, but it's going to be mates with that 2-0 start.
Yeah, honestly, I think you got to be feeling okay right now as AG. You're hitting some good shots. Players are getting into good positions to do some damage at the very least, even when things aren't necessarily going your way in the beginning parts of the round. So hopefully they can keep their heads straight. Hopefully they can keep up some of this crispy shooting that we're seeing early. It is going to be a pretty heavy investment here from mates, though. They're going to buy up to 3 Vandals off the back of those 2 save Bulldogs. They're going to be trying to get this bonus converted and really put AG on the back foot on the side of their map. That is usually their best. They were 11-1 on this side versus XLG. Comes this B crunch.
Quick clear of that turret. Kira just trying to stay tucked back behind screen. Swing in the corner. You want able to find a couple of players there. Fengir on high, able to shut down Martine, but now the flood starts flowing through, and mates come away with 2 more kills. The site now opened up. Sees not to connect, just the tap of the plant. This out a little bit more patiently. Is drifting across the top. Re-peeks, finds Mini for his trouble, finds Starzo as well. Suddenly, just Beepo and Glyph trying to get this bonus converted. Spike in play, but Shrimp still coming away with it. Fengir on the swing is able to find Beepo. That's one way to get the blood pumping here for AG. Let the defuse deny that bonus conversion.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, man. This is exactly what you want to see. The right players in the right places, able to deal with Mini, even though he's in a really nice position to dodge the haunt. Shrimp's able to adjust right there and take him down and gets a second onto Stark. So this is also the other thing I want to keep an eye on is Shrimp. He had 24 kills versus XLG on this map on the Fade. He was absolutely frying, put up like a 358 ACS or something like that. And he's already off to a hot start, 5-2. This is like starting to look to me like the recipe for potential success for AG.
Sure. And even though this, this map, incredible for mates, saw it right before we were bumping in. AG, this has also been a strong one for them.
We're gonna try to get a little bit proactive again. Put GRQ up towards the pillar. One thing that mates does like to do is try to pretend like they're going A when they're really thinking B the whole way, and that's what one of these is.
On that peak, Beepo loses his head. Another solid shot there from Fengir. Still have GRQ lurking forward behind the pillar, looking to try to see if he can catch anybody off guard. Kira just trying to play him in on these jump peaks. Now a little bit of ring around the rosy. There's a spot and the kill. 2-player advantage as AG look to tie things up 2-2.
Got the turret here to confirm that there is a change in direction, although Starkso able to initially dodge it, waits for the reinforcements. They're going to smoke it off, in fact. A couple nanos.
Oh, and that's going to allow for the catch here. Fengir just not ready for that. Cheeky little play from mates for that access now into the A site. Nanoswarm for now going to be holding them at bay. Starso going on the push. Shrimp just swings around that corner. It's a deep watch of this from Kira's side, but just doesn't have the protection there to keep Shrimp in the fight. Rifle now across the swing in. Starzo has him outdone. 3 kills for him. And now the player advantage suddenly in the hands of mates. What a round win this would be. And U1 needed to try to hold the line here, but will just be quickly overwhelmed. 1v3 the arrival here at Flowers. Martine playing up close. Q trying to read the angle, spots him, but cannot win the fight. Martine will find it. Mates continue to maintain the lead.
This is just one of these brilliant rounds from Starzo that we're seeing time and time again this year, where he's, not only making some pretty good calls and working the map a little bit, but calling in that smoke, finding that first kill, seeing the player cross, gets the second, immediately throws the Nightfall over to the other side, knowing that the rotations are likely coming through to really just lock it out for the other 2 players trying to clear A. That's so smart. And I've been so impressed with him all this year, the way he's led this team. I want to try to push forward. This looks like a pretty aggressive hit.
I mean, but it's just going to be a collat from Martine. Not deep enough around that corner. Some damage suffered by Starzo, but that's about it. Massive value from the push. Now just GRQ here with this Bucky. To be grabbed up. Shot's going to be ringing out. GRQ able to tuck back away the saturate. Not going to be connected with Starzo. Able to find Kira over towards stairs. Now the Neural Theft invested. Just getting the spot out, the slide in into his demise. AU1 still working his way across. Had been pinged out, will still be able to find the kill. People dropped, but hash aplenty available to mates. Won't be able to find anything more. 4-1.
That's tough. GRQ here, I think just kind of giving away his position a little bit too early for free with that Bucky. I know Mates is being a little bit tricky with their timing, but they're a team that likes to take pauses mid-round. That is incredible that he finds 2 there. Trying to line up for a little bit of a util dump to try to make a counter push, but just never comes through. So timeout already for AG, and I get it because, again, this is usually where you're doing your damage on this map. You've got to figure something out, and you got to figure it out now. And again, seen some good ideas in the beginning of the rounds, other than that last one, but the mid-round stuff, again, is causing them problems. And this is something that Mimi talked about in the desk that I was thinking the whole way through, is that Mates likes to work the map. They are going to kind of spread you thin, try to figure out where the weaknesses are piece by piece. And AG plays a lot of default, so it's pretty easy to pick that apart.
Just a couple more seconds remaining here in the Coinbase win condition timeout. Let's see what AG has up their sleeves. It felt like they absolutely should have had that 2-2 scoreline to drop a 3v5. It's one of those things that can very quickly get rid of any momentum they had built up from that round 3 win. Back into a full purchase, critical ultimates on the way.
On both sides.
Yeah, Mates ready to match. Dimensional Drift try to scout out. Cosmic Divide for the plant or for the post plant.
Yeah, this is one of these things where they might try to go through Art, but when they see that there's a big stack there, and if Mini gets a little bit of space over B, it might be a quick pivot towards the other side, but they're gonna push forward first. Flash
The
is
double
ready.
face, flash, yep, like you said, in hand. Sends it out. Relay bolt to try the lane. It's gonna be Beepo coming away with a kill. Fengear struck down. Barely any damage suffered as well. Martin just able to snap out of there with that gate crash so very quickly. Now we'll just be throwing the mask on. Sprinting across towards that B site where for the moment it is just AU1 left alone. Set up in tower. Getting all this pressure, Nano find a little bit more damage. Martin once again just making a quick exit, puts him a bit further away back towards Club, but still be able to widely beat the forces of AG back to this site.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide's going to be exchanged on either side. The Nightfall dodged out for the most part. It's now Beepo has that overdrive in hand, but might not even need it. His teammates are just gunning them all down one after the other. The push for the spot out and Shrimp will fall. Beepo gets his piece of the pie. It's a flawless for Mates.
Yeah, and it's all about just, again, having the better of that early exchange. Mates there with the ability to TP out. Even though they get flashed up here, I think there's a relay bolt quick too. That's really, really nice. Great reactions from Beepo there. And that Nightfall trying to use that Cosmic Divide, trying to know that Mates are gonna have to push forward ahead of it to make sure that this retake can't be that easy for the side of AG. And they still get beat to the punch because Mates are just a little bit faster. And they dodge a lot of that Nightfall too.
Back into an eco. Back into the Outlaw, this time in the hands of Mini. Go to the dash up and over, but Martin's got him covered. I don't even know if Beepo knew the GRQ landed right behind him.
He just let him do it.
Just trusting in his teammate now. Becomes the tip of the spear, sliding forward, finding himself 2 eliminations. Fengear and Shrimp both gone. And now it's just that Marshall still staring over towards B Long, looking for the lurk from Mini. Looks like he had tagged him up. Shot him once, so knows that Cypher's on that side of the map, and it's a clean shot from Kira. But he needs help. He needs a weapon recovered. It's going to be a double push out through water as Kira finds another one. And this plays in it, and you won a little bit. Now all just down to Kira. Vandal going to be scooped up. Tap of the defuse.
Could have stuck it.
Knows where one is at, but he doesn't know that Mini was still a world away. Turn to the flash to jump forward. Cannot find the kill. Martin survives with 2 HP. Catches him with a shorty, and Mates continue the win streak.
Yeah, some nice shots with the Sheriffs, and poor AU1. The only time that Mates have been pushing through water, it's been one player that has come through there when they've done it. So he's only anticipating that one isn't ready, tries to greedily grab the gun, I mean, you gotta love that. When you've got Martin behind you, you know you can just let that waylay go over. Martin is just sharp as ever. This is one of these matches where I was all eyes on Martin. Is he just gonna frag out of control here and just make AG's life miserable so far? Yes, he has. 10 kills already.
I mean, yes, but also no. The thing that we are kind of seeing from the mates right now, the rest of the team are keeping pace. They're right there behind him. It's not just Martin charging ahead, scooping up everything for himself. So already, vast improvements here for mates across the board. Lockdown at the ready. Not wanting to send this until the commitment on that plant is there and until a couple more players from AG are ready to try to flood retake off the back of this one. But mates are just gonna look to try to fight forward. The ult now getting invested. AU1 able to find a timing, catches Bitbo. Mini gonna be struck down as well. Glyph on the approach, intercepting. Cleans up GRQ. And Starzo's gonna continue to try to fight forward. Looks for that second kill, but doesn't manage to find it. Martin and Glyph, last one standing, just backpedaling away. Still do have the grab. Well, now be called in. Finger down to a pixel. Catches a stray there from Glyph. 1v2 in the clutch from Martin, but cannot get it started. AU1 protects Kira to defuses in, and AG will find themselves a second round win.
Yeah, this is just good awareness this time from AG, knowing that mates is gonna want to get aggressive behind the lockdown, so they've got some follow-up plans for it. Throw in that seize and just completely stall out this counter lockdown play. Really nice shooting there. Kira again, pretty sharp. AU1 as well. I mean, I will say for AG, I've seen some pretty nice things in their individual mechanics. Some, you know, just good shots, but it's gonna take more.
That really is. Operator gonna be online though. In the hands of Fengir. See what value he's gonna be able to get out of that. Does have the dimensional drift as well.
He's not gonna be on the side of the map this time. Seems like now that mates knows that op is there. Gonna try something a little different. Look at Mini, but they're pinging it.
Yeah, just strafing across, avoiding all of those shots, but now the double push coming through to try to flush him out of this position. Gets the headshot there on the GRQ. Tags him down low, but can't quite confirm that kill. Operator now, position forward, Glyph on that swing, dead. Solid and snappy. Another two-player advantage available now to AG. Leon on the approach, people sliding across, Fengir able to find him. Looks like this round not quite going to be going mates' way. Barring a big turnaround from Martin and Starzo. The latter of which is intercepting two players. And he does have that spike in hand. Could maybe try to go on the rotate, but just peeks in the tower. Now AU1 dead. Nightfall out towards long, not going to be catching on to the enemy Yoru here. That operator still in hand, but goes for a safer plant. More towards that link side. Now they just double bound forward, splitting apart. Looking to try to capitalize. The dimensional drift going to be forced out. And you're seeing them both relaying this over the Cosmic Divide, going to be called in, but they both just push forward in front of this one. Martin here at screens is able to find Kira, and now Fengir has everything to do. Swaps the weapon over. The swing in to his demise. Martin's just too damn crispy with it. The mates now up to 7.
I mean, just the gall here from Starzo to push again up the tunnel. Just catches him completely off guard. Util in hand there for Shrimp. GRQ's not even remotely ready for it, even though the C's comes up short. He's still best AU1. And Martin is Martin. No doubt in that moment you feel like that he's going to come through with it. Trying to win over the fans here.
I mean, they absolutely have. The performances throughout the run of the tournament already have been electric. Fans here more than happy just to cheer for some good Valorant.
Well, some early deeper smokes, but they don't really dissuade mates from window, and they're just going to try.
Now it's Martin's turn. Goes in with that dimensional drift to swing in. Beepo trying to steady it. It's going to be Mini coming to the rescue. Does bail him out, keeps him alive. Pop flash through that dimensional drift, or rather through that Cosmic Divide. Looking for a catch, not quite able to find one. Have to backpedal, but AU1 does manage to come away with a kill. Finding that lurking Cypher. Can't get across deep enough into Art to really recover the weapon, so still just going to be there with that bandit in hand. Looks for a little bit more, but Martin comes out on top. Fengyr now gone, Kira dead, it's just Shrimp. Backside with the Sheriff. Finding a nice shot, finding a second, a third! But cannot get the reload, cannot get out to safety. Beepo would have been one to tag. What a rally back that would have been, what a clutch we would have witnessed, but it's gonna be Mate still coming out on top.
Ah, it's so close. So many little things that could have gone their way, but they just don't quite. Starkso, oh my goodness. That was some nasty shooting. Speaking of nasty, Shrimp to even on the scoreboard, but the overall round scoreboard not looking good again for AG. Couple more to go here in this half. They're just really trying to hunker down at A, anticipating this hit. They're gonna try to put a lot of their face forward with that op.
Clear of that haunt. Question is, do they think that maybe the site is a little bit weaker? Well, now they have that extra presence confirmed, but what a flick. And you're snapping up to be able to find Beepo midair. Clean shot for him. That's what AG need. These last 2 rounds, they need that operator to be finding value. They need to keep it in hand.
And it's tough to read Mates right now as AG, because if you're watching some of their VODs, they might just take a pause here. So you saw them think about, they considered the over-rotate towards B, but instead, they actually just hold the line at A, reading that maybe this was indeed just a pause, but it's hard without any of that KJ util there at deep B to get an early alarm on this, because Kira's playing so far back, and Mates is very aware of it. They pinged it out already.
I like this from Mini, though, as well. Just hang tuck back, waiting for the swing to come in towards him. Shuts down AU1. Now can just re-swing back through shops, through club, join in with the rest of the squad as the plant gets ready to come through. Kira forward into the smoke, is able to find Martin, but the trade back is theirs. Glyph cleans up the enemy Astra. Stunned up, though, with that saturate. GRQ storms his way into halls. That's a spike now down, and suddenly Mini's the last one standing. Still yet got some bite here, but the time is just not going to be on his side. Would have to kill them both. They just won't give him that opportunity. So he will back away, and AG will find themselves a 3rd round win.
This one didn't look like it was going to go so well, but a good saturate and a follow-up kill for GRQ stymies this round. So sometimes you just got to get those individual players to do some good stuff, and it'll get you round wins, and that's one of those rounds. I think overall Mates macro pretty good, but again, the shooting, I mean, Fengyr has been nasty with some of those flicks on the op. That's getting him over the line. A really nice saturate there. And ready for Starkso. So, take him where you can get him as AG. Oh, looks like another early A contestation. Couple deeper orbs set up. That's the Prowler to check, confirms.
This is a double Bucky buy. Obviously, people with one could damn well be deadly. Glyph with another, so certainly some gaps here for AG to try to exploit in that firepower.
True.
For now, though, Operator not really in position to try to shut down this approach. People are just going to go sprinting in with that overdrive in hand. Fishing and searching around Flowers. Seems like he may have heard the rotation there from Fengyr. Shrimp flashed up, tucks away back at Secrets, able to find Glyph. One of the Buckies now gone. Fengyr able to find Martin. Push onto the corner. People's position now known. He's not really finding the damage that he needs, and AU1 able to hold his own. Starkso down to 5, but Mini still full HP. The Neural Theft's going to be invested immediately. Ping out reveal. Shows that flank coming in from Kira as well with the judge in hand. Starkso try to go for the plan, but once again, a lot of this going to be on Mini's shoulders. Especially now. Fengyr finds another kill. Swing to the corner. Kira takes him down, and AG rescuing this half as much as they can. They make it 8-4.
Yeah, honestly, they look better today in a lot of different ways. And, you know, the individual play, much better. Some of the macro decision-making, much better. A little bit patient, kind of reading some of Mate's tendencies.
Yeah, starting to find their footing, starting to really find that accuracy when it comes down to the shooting. So looking good, but can they get a hot start? Can they find a pistol in the second half? We'll find out after the halftime break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yo quiero ver qué
tal estamos de ritmo, ¿no? Porque no lo hemos hecho. No sé qué tal estamos de ritmo, Santiago. Vamos a jugar un poquito. 2 veces el tambor y un aplauso de ustedes, ¿va? Tan, tan, ta. Tan, tan. Más fuerte. Dale. Muy bien. Bien. ¿Otra vez? ¿Les parece otra vez? David, cuando quieras. Bien. Bien. Bien. Bien. Bien. Bien. Bien. Estamos muy bien. Vamos a levantarnos un poco de las sillas, ¿eh? Todo el mundo de pie, todo el mundo de pie. Por acá, por acá, por acá, por acá, por acá. Todo el mundo de pie por acá. Y vamos a cantar todos juntos. Vamos a hacer que Espacio Riesgo tiemble, que nos escuchen en todo el mundo. ¡Olé, olé, olé, olé! ¡Chile, Chile! ¡Olé, olé, olé, olé! ¡Chile, Chile! ¡Más fuerte!
I'm not capable of translating anything that's happening in this arena, but luckily I don't think I have to.
Chile, Chile, Chile, Chile, ole, ole, ole, ole. Santiago grita con el alma.
Doesn't matter what day of the week, doesn't matter which teams are playing, it is a party here in the venue in Santiago every damn day. Right now, we go back into the second half of Pearl. Mates out to a lead, 8-4. AG started to find their footing just a bit, rounding up those final 2 rounds. Starting to connect with some shots that were missing in the previous, part of the half, as well as missing yesterday.
Yep.
Can that continue now? Back into another pistol.
That more, and you can see that their pistol round win percentage this year not so good for AG, where it is pretty good for Mates. So gonna need a best the odds this time around. Mini though, so much control with that cam, gonna just thwart that attack single-handedly. But it's pulling some players from Mates. Is there gonna be some space that's left open that's created by this? But they're gonna re-aggress towards mid with 3. Kind of anticipating.
Not too far away.
Yeah.
was there as well.
No one's even going to see that clone on the other side of the map. Poor clone.
This might just end up being a big crunch in towards stairs. Wait out the nano. A little bit of a later linger here from AU1. It'll get the spot out. Or at least onto the enemy Cypher, but cannot find that kill. Gets Mini down to 22, but he collects the elimination in the end. The pace forward, GRQ with that frenzy in hand, able to finish the job. The Cypher now gone, but he continues to scale up. Loses his life for it, so player advantage going to be established now, expounded upon as Martine takes down Shrimp as well. Now AG scratching their heads, wondering where to go, and it looks like they might try to explore out towards this defender spawn. We'll just stay tucked away here, plant it backside. They know that these players are going to be low in health. Can they hold the line against the numbers?
It's great patience being shown. Another nice seize from Starzo there as well at the ramp. Kira has to win this.
He really does, and he hasn't seen him, neither player spotting out the other. The scale forward, but now Mifo has him outdone. He's a bit too far forward on that push. Fengier having to do it all. Finds the first 2. Here's the approach from behind. Looking for the double face, and he just cannot split them apart. Martine with the finisher. Mates now up to 9, both pistols in their hands.
Yeah, again, there's some good moments here for AG, but it's just not quite enough. Mates, macro game so on point. Great reactions, anticipating that AG was going to try to fight back for that space at Art. And then they can just play contain. 2 there, 1 each on the extremities of that essential position that AG created for themselves, and they don't give up a damn thing. Such good discipline, as always, from Mates. And AG, no buy up here really. There's a bandit and a ghost. Those are the only weapons that they're gonna go for. No force buy attempted. Martine.
Doesn't consider a timing shot, no, will just send him out. Doesn't find a connection, but meanwhile, Vinny, he's caught in the flank. Kira dead, spam through that smoke, and Starzo finds Shrimp as well. And just insult to injury. Not allowing any cheeky, thrifty potential to come through. Swing in, and I say that, AU1 still going to be decent with the Bandit. Finds himself another kill. For the moment, AGR rotating around towards the empty site. People not too far away could absolutely shut them down with this judge.
They can find a decent timing. They can maybe get Beepo out of the equation, but he's just going to make sure that this link position's covered.
He's watching this wisely. AU1 absolutely dead. And now you know that there's a judge on the opposite side. How are you meant to try to get past this? Some spam, the rotations coming in. All of mates getting clustered together.
30 seconds left.
As Martin, second shot eventually will be rewarded. It's going to be a slide in. Martin does get taken down. Outlaw, maybe not in the greatest position to try to be recovered, but widely, it's going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, it's really nice stuff here from Beepo. Being very patient, understanding the negative space on the map, knowing that after AU1 got that kill, he might try to wrap in through Link.
What do you see? Just a
Did
pixel?
he see something?
Just one pixel?
I can't see it, but I'm old, so I just assume that, you know.
I couldn't quite see that one, but something was out of place, and Mini absolutely noticed it.
Like the patience being shown here at long A by AG, recognizing that that judge still in play. Put an alarm bot a little bit further forward, play for the longer angles. Try to get this plant down on B or not.
Just trying to draw some rotations, but right now, mates aren't biting.
No. They've misread this.
Prowler not going to spot anything around mid. Clear on that turret. U1 just trying to slot forward, closer towards the doors. Meanwhile, that contact comes in, and GRQ going to be taken down. Martin able to find Shrimp. AU1 still fighting back, however. Manages to clean up 3. Let's get AG into an advantage position. So once again, look to deny a bonus conversion. Yep, that is not a clone. Ah! Oh my God! That was almost the biggest beef I would have ever seen. But he gets the kill, so it's okay. It's fine. Take a breather, people.
30 seconds left.
Now then. People with a swap over on the weapon has the Vandal. Still there. Stairs side now getting joined by Starzo. The swarm lobbed forward. There's that approach from backside. There's a sprint in. People slides in, finds Kira, and looks for a little bit more. Starzo will clean it up, and this time the bonus is converted. As gentle mates move up to 11.
It's just the mid-round misread by AG is catastrophic. It completely costs them. I mean, even though AU1 good as gold here in mid, gets 3, but yeah, Beepo's just waiting. Again, it's just patience. Some of these off angles catch AG off guard. And yeah, you're probably gonna have to rip another timeout, aren't you?
And last one on the map will be sent here. 7-round deficit at the moment for AG. Just given what we've seen, given what we've witnessed from mates throughout the course of this tournament, qualifying into the playoffs, it's difficult to say what they really need to do, what they can do to try to get themselves back into this map. Go into this Coinbase win condition, see what the economy is going to be looking like, and it's got its ups and downs, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some of it could come down to finding ways that you can get the waylay a little bit more involved, finding ways that you can abuse the saturate, little things like that. Maybe just get scrappy, just try to get in mates' face and just go for some hero big plays and see what you can get done. I mean, one thing I will say about AG is when it does come down to the scrap, especially on that A site, I was quite impressed with their ability to, on the fly, just react to situations and outgun their opponents at times. But it's a tough one because mates, again, has always got those extra layers. They're always looking for that angle or spot where they're going to catch you off guard. And we've seen it time and time and time again on this map that it has worked. And AG has often fell for those traps. So I think you just brawl. I think you just death ball and you go.
May as well. Who's next? Dimensional drift. Gate crash taken forward, but already GRQ eliminated his mates. They just killed him a hell of a lot faster than AG could have realized, but Shrimp just managed to find two. Kira now arriving, last one standing. Swaps out the Guardian, gets himself into a 1v2. This is an absolutely necessary clutch for him to find.
Must win.
He's had his moments so far today.
Economy's in the bin.
Overall's been looking better on the Astra, but yeah, like you say, we'll be going into mates at that point with no real weaponry.
Trying to sell a bit of a fake, but the problem is you have that Cypher utility over on A, so it's going to give mates a little bit extra time.
Can he find this line, though? Can he walk water, then re-wrap back across towards B? Would give him the catch on to Glyph.
Yeah.
Goes for the quick check, but he's not going to commit to that angle. Does at least have the players separated so can get himself into whatever post plant he can possibly find.
Okay.
30 seconds left.
He's going to hear Glyph coming over.
Clear the trip. They know that he's still going to be backside for the moment. He tries to work his way to stairs. Once again, has to clear that, but now it adds a little bit more ambiguity into the round. Then he's still a world away, but Kira's just drifting straight into Glyph's open arms. The kill found, the defuse to be passed over to Mini. And that's going to be Gentlemates getting themselves up to map point.
Yeah, went for a bit of a scrap, but Starkso just flying ahead of all the util. Shrimp again, almost with that Guardian. Even though Kira's there to clean it up, if you have Shrimp alive in this 2v2, it's going to look way different in that post plant. And now you're facing some great ults for mates. Two great retake ults. You do have your Cosmic Divide as Kira, one away from a lockdown as AU1. So you could get some tools to work with in this round, but you know, mates, see what they want to do. Maybe gonna try to contest a long control a bit. We'll see.
On forward. People are just going to go backing away, the double dash in. GRQ unable to find a catch with that saturate. Prowler chases over. People tucks away a dugout. A bit of silence. Lockdown considered. Alarm bot is going to be cycled forward. Looks like AG just wanting to pump the brakes, cut the noise. See if they can get any rise out of mates. Any information.
They're going to try to crunch him out of Art.
They're just going to try to crunch into this lockdown as well, and people sliding forward is able to find AU1. Now has it cleared out. Cosmic Divide going to be called through. Shrimp just managed to get the catch. Neon down. A 1-for-1 in the end, but that critical ultimate taken out of their hands, but swing in out of Art and GRQ. Doesn't manage to find Starzo. And he tucking back. Joining back in, gets himself forward in front of this Cosmic Divide, and Glyph on the swing is able to find 2 kills. Pengear and GRQ both going to be eliminated mid now. A 1v2 of his own to try to bring this map to its end. Cannot avoid the Nightfall.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Plant in the corner, the double face ready. As both players shift their way back across towards stairs. Have to be given that consideration. Has he re-wrapped? Has he gone through water? Is he connecting back across towards mid? The answer, of course, is no. And he needs to check every which angle. Now in towards main. Once he sees that there's no one here, he does narrow it down and should know that they're both going to be leaning in towards that stair side. Can he isolate the kills? Taps the swing, and Kira with a headshot will keep AG afloat. 7 more to go to try to take this into OT.
This is just a really wild round, but AG showing some patience, even though they're going to lose this lockdown to this push out. AU1 can't hold on. Gets overwhelmed by the relay bolt and the dash in from Beepo. Starzo there just couldn't win a fight. It's been really clean for the most part, but Kira's been hitting some okay shots. Got another chance, but you used a lot of ults. You're 1 away from the Waylay ult, though. This time, I think Mates, yeah, going to commit a little bit more to this orb. They don't want to give it up easily. They want to make sure that they're going to have to earn it on that side of the map at the very least, but...
Jumping from Martine.
GRQ does pick it up over on the B side.
Grabs that up, they heard the exit, and now they're starting to rotate back towards this side of the map. And the more space that they're able to scale forward and gain at A main, the more AG might just think that that site has widely been abandoned. It is the weaker of the two. As we can see, though, 4 players saddled here at the moment, 4 mates.
People again with a shotgun. Tucked in right around the corner.
Being watched as well, and yeah, now that B long position starting to be completely abandoned. AG liking what they aren't seeing. Unfortunately, they're not seeing this massive stack from mates.
Yeah, they're just having a tough time getting the info. Mates is just playing ultra safe. I'm sure that convergent paths is part of the mental equation there for the mates on why they want to not give up much, try to hide.
The noise now starting to be made. Depot just clearing things out, the drop down. The frag's gonna be taken back out. The judge now still fully blinded up. It's gonna be good for a kill. Martine finds himself 2. Both duelists now dead. The dimensional drift gonna be called, and it's 15 seconds remaining on the clock. They have to try to make a go of it, but they are surrounded and outdone. Clip for the final 2, mates, 13-5. Take down AG on Mates' map pick.
Yeah, this mates team, so clever, so interesting with how they work this map on Pearl.
Right there with you, though. An improved performance overall from AG, but still needing a hell of a lot more. We'll see if they can find it on their pick of split. Otherwise, it's curtains.
Let's go! Vamos Chile! Viva Chile! Best country in the world! Come on! Viva la Chile! Need to stand up! Stand up! Vamos Chile!
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go.
He's hunting down that title! The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here. And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Doña Blanca, Beethoven, la sinfonía. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la exclusiva con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la exclusiva con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with Paco of Gentlemates. Now, very one-sided win. You guys were able to deal with their contact plays with a lot of ease. Do you expect anything to be different on Split?
No, we came prepared. We are here to play our game, so yeah, I don't think there will be any difference.
Fair enough, and good luck.
Thank you.
These are the easiest games I feel like to break down and analyze. Welcome back, of course, to the desk here at Masters Santiago. We are one map in to our second elimination match of the day, and things are looking grim for all gamers. It does feel like it's a difference on the fundamental level, which from that point on, it's hard to get in the weeds about strategy and macro when AG seem to be struggling out there just to hang.
Yes. I'm trying to take a tone out of the mates coach there, but yeah, it really does come down to, I think the micro and the team play for AG, where they're just making mistakes, not clearing corners, and mates is just out there confident, playing their game plan, having fun, and dominating.
Yeah, you're saying not clearing corners, and that is true, but I also feel that there is an element to a Gentlemates that is feeling comfortable, that understands their opponent that they are up against, and they're just extra confident today.
Now, despite this, despite there being a bit of a gap between these two, maybe a disparity, it does feel like Gentlemates have done their homework, and our Verizon high-speed moment kind of showcases this from the very start of the map.
Yeah, if you watch this team play in China on their defensive pistol rounds, both the times they've shown this map, they've gone for a similar setup here where they're playing towards long. You'll notice mates baits with that cage and the cam, making it seem like there's only a lurker there, but from their perspective, you see they contact up into 4 players ready to eviscerate them. Mates then holds, waits for the re-aggression, and again, completely shuts AG down when they go for these forward plays. Yes, this is an outsized matchup in terms of fundamentals and in terms of individual performance, but it's clear that mates also put some effort into the preparation to have a strong game plan to dominate this team. Because, well, they've been made to look horrible in both their match against G2, and here they are still a team that was a #1 seed for a reason and demand at least a little respect in your prep.
And I think it's not only that. I think that just like yesterday on Split, the longer that they have the first half went on, the more the AG was readjusting to it. I think that we saw a little bit of that as well. The deeper that the map was going, even though mates seemed more and more confident, I think that they are now taking the learners. We saw the frustration, but I think that they're containing it way more this time around.
Still a difficult result, and I want to kind of point out that IGL Starkso was really able to demonstrate a strong performance here. Looking quite decisive, a couple of pushes up right towards the defender's spawn here, you know, when he was on the attack side. In general, just kind of oozing confidence.
It's so on brand for him. He was an absolute nuisance when we're speaking about the extra confidence. He was just pushing onto CT time and time again. Even in the situation that you see, it's a 2v5. They're able to turn things around and in many times disrupting the utility for AUE and, you know, standing up. If you're starting to see this Starkso, if you take your mind back to Champs in 2021, if you were here, this is the kind of attitude that we were seeing coming up from him.
But it's amazing to see him get to do that in front of a crowd this size and play up to them. When you're talking about being there for Champs 2021, it was you and like 10 other people in the building. He didn't have an opportunity to play against or in front of a crowd anywhere near this size. Valorant has changed so much since his success early on, and him still being here now as a leader for his team and getting this opportunity to show how damn good he is in front of a big crowd is really special to watch.
What we take away is definitely on the fundamental level between these two teams, and that's where the gap is. I'm curious to hear what AG coach Ed101 has to take away after a pretty grueling first map.
Here with ED101 of all gamers. Now, coach, in what areas were you able to spot the improvements that you guys were trying to make coming into today, and what more do you need to see from the team heading into map 2?
这个问题想问到教练的就是，你觉得相比于昨天的话，今天你们的进步和调整体现在哪些方面？包括说，等等马上就要打图尔了，你觉得还需要哪些地方需要进步的呢？
我觉得今天相比于昨天，可能大家应该放得开了一些，对吧？但是还是有非常致命的那种失误，多打少。我觉得在图2我们要注意沟通，对，就最基本的哪里有人看，哪里可能会有人，这种需要相互之间提醒一下。对，这也是我们可能这种经验上的不足吧。这个下一张地图，希望能把这些做好吧。
I think today we are not that kind of nervous compared to yesterday, but today our mistakes is like even more fatal because today there are so many clutches with the main disadvantages we lost, and it's way more fatal than yesterday. But in map 2, I think we need to communicate more frequently, like on which angle I'm holding or not, and in that case we can do way more better than yesterday.
Well, it's good to know that you guys were able to spot the problem. Thank you very much and good luck.
It really is that simple. I think Coach ED has picked up on that pretty quickly. These players don't know what angles one another are covering for them.
It seems like it is a pretty basic failing in some of the communication between these guys. And again, I don't even need to see them win this map. I just need to see them looking like themselves, playing together, and taking some learnings from the first 3 maps we've seen.
Yeah, I do not think that everything is bad and it's just been terrible. I do think that GRQ was a little bit countered, like he didn't have a good map. He did not find impact with the Waylay. I expect for this one to be different for the swapping in roles now with him playing in the Omen. I think that he could be a very important part for all gamers to feel comfortable.
Mitch, we're looking at some grim statistics here. They are on pace for the worst tournament performance at a global event. That would be beating MIBR, who only won 19 rounds. If they get 13 forward or worse, they either tie that record or go down below. So all gamers, you got all the gamers, lock in, show me something better here.
It would be a grim realization if the Chinese era of Valorant was as short-lived as it's now seeming to be. This region, this team also slumping so far in this series and haven't been able to take away too much of value to bring back to that home region. It's all fundamental is the issue so far, something the Gentlemates are doing in their sleep. All games, of course, this is their map pick. They were demolished by G2 on split to set expectations. They haven't been able to show a good split despite that being where they want to take the game quite often.
Yeah, for the side of Gentlemates, this is comfort for them, as we're saying, all through and through. This is a map that they also like and enjoy, and we had that showing for the first map to show it. For the side of all gamers, Kira has a chance also to redeem the performance that we saw yesterday, and also a little bit of what we're seeing on the first map. I do think the Fangir also is going to be pretty comfortable. I do like to hear that every single time that we talk to all gamers, they're learning from every single experience. They just have to keep pushing through.
And for the Chinese region, this is their last chance potentially to show what they're made of on the world stage for now. So they best put their best foot forward. We're going to get back to the match. Take it away, Achilleos and Payments in.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, this is for all the marbles, all gamers needing the rally back. As talked about, just saw this map from them versus G2. We're able to rack up just those 6-round wins. They need the full 13 to extend this to a third and final map to get us over to Bind to have a chance to continue to represent the Chinese region here at Masters Santiago. Otherwise, they'll be punching their ticket home alongside Furia.
And I think it's as good as a chance as they're going to get here. Going up against the Raze Yoru, a little bit less pressure in some ways in terms of what a Waylay would be able to create, like we saw with G2. So I think, some of those protocols where they got caught sleeping a little bit, hopefully a little bit more polished today. They're able to avoid some of those early unnecessary deaths. They're going for a 3-2. Meanwhile, Mates has this pretty well read. Once again, doing their homework on AG's tendencies. AG not really diversifying the playbook, something that you're just gonna have to do against this Mates team. You're gonna have to come up with some new stuff on the fly. Now they're trying to make their rotates pretty quick, but I'm a little worried about AU1.
Off at the ready. Seems like AU1 spotted out. Paint shell towards backside. C's gonna be connecting as well, and he's just gonna be spammed out, wall banged by Beepo. Kira on that swing out, does manage the challenge, wins out the fight. Raze on Raze violence and a fadeaway shot to find Martin as well. Pushed out from Mini, however. Yep, that B-Heaven stairs. Intercepts GRQ.
They're just over-rotating on these contacts. That's opening up space for Mini to do some serious flank damage.
That kill towards spawn has really stirred things up for AG. Trying to figure out if they do have a solid read of what Mates are going to try to do.
30 seconds left.
Slow, methodical push into the B site, and we'll see that it's empty for the moment, but all three of AG nearby enough to try to counteract this. Pistols have been elusive. Can they find one here? Spike now in play. Swing around, it's gonna be damage exchange. Mini down to 1 HP as the Saturate gets lobbed in from Fengir. Swing into the corner. Kira comes away with 4. An ace clutch to try to get the pistol across the board. Fengir still in the mix, but now taken down, and Kira manages to find it. A massive round from this race that was lacking on split yesterday versus G2. Now starts off this map, staring down the barrel of elimination, comes away with the ace.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This is the Kira I wanted to see. Put your opponent's names in your death note and go to work. And this guy was nuts on this map in China, and he's coming alive. Absolutely brilliant.
And he was one of the players having that slower start when we saw the shift over to Abyss. That's where he started to look a little bit more alive with that Astra. Wasn't able to see it from him on the raise yesterday, but my God, what a start for him now. Will be a bit of an investment here as Bippo Stinger in hands, gonna go charging forward, but AU1 outdoes him with that Spectre. Fengir just around the corner. 2 players now tucked in the mail. Starzo and Martine have absolutely been stopped in their tracks.
This is classic mates. Take a mid-round pause, make your opponents second guess themselves, but love the patience being shown here by Fengir. Just hold the line.
Move.
Yep.
Just put yourself in a more disadvantaged position with that Bucky if you do. Silence here will continue, it would seem, but now the push getting ready to come in, the Prowler. Does a check towards him? Yes, it absolutely does. Saturate gonna be lobbed at an AU1. His turn now. Finds himself the 3K, maybe a bit more. Starzo will continue the push in AU1. Can we just have back-to-back aces from different players?
Give it to him.
5 HP, 5 kills perhaps. See if it's in the cards for him. He's gonna go running forward, and no, won't be able to find it. But it will be AG. Getting themselves a 2-0 start.
This might be exactly what the doctor ordered here. The confidence now should be starting to flow a little bit more. We saw that even though they got bodied on Pearl, they were able to keep their emotions much more in check. Now it's time to get some of that positivity flowing, get some of that energy going. Just really nicely held. Again, a lot of what Mates likes to do on this map is mid-pressure. They want to try to create space that way, give themselves the ability to pivot to either A or B, depending on what they like. So in the early round here, AG doing a good job of nullifying that strategy that Mates is generally going to bring, but this time around they're being very, very cautious, very, very patient. Do get a spot there onto the Viper, but often that is a solo player, and Mates is going to try to use that to their advantage.
Rotating across, Spike at the same time though, in mid.
It's like an A split.
Starzo just sending out the Prowler, quick clear of it from Kira. Shot still flying, and Martine had eaten some counter spray, but what a time to be found. AU1. Killer in the previous round, immediately going to be taken out of the equation here. Mates look to deny the bonus conversion. Again though, Bucky in hand, Fengir tucked away just on that entry out of A main. Needs to try to get some real damage across. It's joined in. Blast packing forward, Shrimp able to snipe him out of the sky. The Saturate now on the floor. Fengir picking him apart, finds a second. Snaps back, won't be able to find the follow-up, but look at the damage dealt. Glyph down to 2 HP. Paranoia towards sight. Mini on the reposition, just tapping this, trying to see what kind of reaction he can get as Kira arrives on this flank.
One enemy remaining.
It's gonna be GRQ to find Glyph. He himself down to 10 health, and the timing is gonna be found. And Kira not gotten the kill. GRQ absolutely would have. AG find themselves their first bonus conversion here at Masters Santiago.
Yes, this is exactly what we want to see. Signs of life, really good holds, and even though they lose that player in mid, they commit to holding this A choke, and Mates falls right into it, throwing all that util right on top of Mates. They dismantle that round.
Now plenty to cheer about now. Very solid start. Kira off the defuse, able to get that showstopper. Ready to go, 6-0 at the moment. See how long that deathless streak can continue for him, but for Mates, looking like they want to go for a pacey hit now into the A site. Just going to be sent. Globant lobbed in, gets the spot out, the smoke gone. It's going to be Shrimp to collect the kill. The showstopper up and over the top into the site. Is it right there, smack dab at Starzo's feet. Lift looking to try to trade one back. Pulls away, not going to be caught by the flash, but does find damage on Akira. Spot there on a Martine. Just trying to pressure this race out, but what a snappy shot. And now Martine absolutely screwed. As Kira looking for another big round. Looking to go 10-0. And it will be AU1 to find Beepo. And at long last, AG have a reason to be on their feet.
And it's the confidence here from AG to play their game, which is anti-execute. Stop your opponents before they can really get into a post plant, get their feet where they want to be. Kira here, love the decision making. Spikes on sight, knocks it down. Ooh. And he is sharp right now. Just so ready. They can finally get on their feet. Try to get the crowd behind them. But it is going to bring a very quick timeout for Mates to talk about this a little bit. Try to see if you can put a little ice on this fire that AG's been able to create.
Fully back into the corner, starting to find their bite. Not surprised at all. Take a look. Coinbase winning condition here. Full buy, getting ready to come back through for Gentlemates. Just going to be 2 of those half armors, but as you can see, zooming in on Fengir, he does have that operator in the mix.
And the thing I like about this situation right now for AG is that, again, with that raise there, you don't have that easy ability to punish some of those default positions that AG is going to post up in. We saw this a lot with Baby being really elusive, catching players off guard, getting space where AG maybe isn't used to people being able to take that kind of space. But now this feels a little more comfortable for them. They know what this raise style is going to look like. They have plans behind the blast packs to shut things down. They have plans at the entry points to deal with what Mates wants to do. So a huge round for Mates now. They're coming into a bye. Do have that pit available. Is AU1 just going to rip right off the gate, right in mid? Looks like it. At least he's positioned to potentially do so.
They may just pile into this, is my question. Taking a little bit slower here. Some shots going to be exchanged. Here and Beepo both going to deal a tiny little bit of damage. Not wanting to play forward into this thing, and we'll just reroute now over towards Garage. But Fengir, as mentioned, that operator in play. Crash just behind him, goes for the peak. Shot not going to be connecting, dashes out to the side. Tries to keep himself safe, but AU1 going to be caught up as Beepo is able to find him. Here on high, Kira trying to flush out these players on the opposite side of the smoke. Sending out the blast packs, trying to slow down this approach. GRQ on the peak is able to find Glyph. Spike brought forward, but now everybody contained here towards backside. The swing, the lineup. Kira able to find 2. Starzo, however, in reply, guns him down with the collab. A 2v2 with the op in play. Fengir zone back away towards Alley. Trailblazer out. It's a spot onto the enemy fade. Ducks away, not gonna get caught by the concuss, but Mini dead. Now it's all down to Starzo, and he cannot find another. 5-0, the timeout not working in Mates' favor.
Looked like they might have a good chance. They're able to force the op off of the hard angle, but AG again, so quick to rotate into position to keep their opponents pinned behind the pillar. Don't give them a lot of space. I mean, if it isn't for a little bit of a spacing issue there, and it's just unlucky, to be frank, Starzo just finds a perfect timing to swing that to get those 2 kills. That's a clean-ass round.
No, it really is. It's 11-1 and 1 now, suffering his first death, but not going to be too bothered by it. Kira continues to be a force of nature in this map. We're halfway towards that next showstopper. Speaking of which, People does have his available.
Got the Cosmic Divide. You're one away from Martine's ult. They have some really cheeky stuff that they could potentially pull out. comboing those two ults. See if they want to go for it this round.
Hit nearly there as well.
They're just giving free space, so we're taking it.
Molly lineup actually from mid across an A main, it looks like. But now looking for the push down as Showstopper will connect. Finger's gonna fall, but Glyph, late flanker, has been displaced. G now just looking to focus forward, get this retake going. 4v4. It's now winnable position if they can get fanned out. I'm going to overcommit as well, so don't give the plant to Mini, because otherwise could have just been that hit into play for them. Next towards Heaven, Martin just going to be jumping away, drawing the attention with that gate crash. The site has been evacuated. 3 players here in Heaven, Martin at main. Looking to try to hold down the defuse, the body block as well, going to be coming through. 8U1 on that peak, finding 2. Blast pack does manage to force him away. GRQ, here's them rushing him down, but Martin gets the classic out. Finds that 3K, and Mates will get themselves on the board at around 6.
This is good stuff from Mates. AG goes for a hard read that Mates are gonna revert back to one of their tendencies, trying to go for some early mid-aggression. They put 3 players there, but it's all just a push-up ramp. Again, if Mates are given that space, they're gonna take it all day long. And then some nice stuff on the site in terms of giving some false information over, just beautiful timing as well on that blast pack. It doesn't get any better.
It seems he's not really registering that it's there, because Shrimp could have just cleared it. And then you just avoid that situation, hold the defuse either way. AG still in a solid enough position. It's Beepo. Oh, I mean, it looked like he had the read, but then just gets caught. Boom bot in hand. And they just triple face in the garage.
Now you're gonna be staring down some huge ults. Convergent pass, Showstopper, Seekers. So much to play with. Shrimp, though, he drift out a bit out of elbow, but Starkso able to tuck in underneath Flowers just ahead of that peak.
Not quite deep enough into the corner, so Starzo not being displaced. Wins out the fight. Solid shot to shut down the peak from Shrimp. It's Dimensional Drift now going through, scouting over towards screens, checking around, looking for the Viper, eventually able to find him, swing in and Mini, holding his own as well as Fengir will fall. Kira dead. He's looking to go back to back. Start stringing together a couple of rounds here on this attacker side. GRQ going to be timing. Checking in towards the site now. U1 would love to just drift away, because even though the win streak has been big overall for AG up until the previous round, rounds have been scrappy, so their economy is down in the dumps. Just silently make his exit. Slotting back over towards mid. Mates able to find themselves a 2nd round win.
He's gonna have to keep drifting. He's got, Glyph actually peels off. I thought Glyph was gonna try to go through the ropes and see if he could catch up, but instead they're just gonna play it safe. I mean, economy a little bit shaky for a few players on Mates as well, so don't want to fork anything else extra over if they can help it. Good round for Mates. Able to play some nice positions up at the top of A ramp to keep AG from clearing some space to set up for those retakes. Really, that's a tough round for AG. You had so many huge ults that were potentially there, but they get shut down right here by this crossfire. So a couple nice little adjustments.
Still having fun despite the deficit. Coaching staff though from AG, not as much fun after these last 2 rounds get given over. They know how just snowbally this Mates team can be. It's a solid start, solid scoreline to establish already here on this map, but they are looking for more. Giving away that 4v5 conversion to Mates, something they want to look to avoid. Let's see what the buys end up looking like here, because as you can see, in this Coinbase winning condition, the economy is a little bit shaky. Might be seeing some Guardians, Bulldogs, Stingers into the mix here.
Yeah, you know what I'd really like to see here from AG is an aggressive set play where you can use some of the sky info to catch some players into a convergent paths and then a showstopper, something like that, where you could just go for that big early play, get a few kills. I don't think they're going to. I think probably they're talking about how they want to handle these retakes a little bit better, since again, that's kind of their MO. I think it'd be cool to throw something completely unorthodox at Mace, try to catch him off guard. And maybe that's what they're doing in mid. I mean, I saw the pings come down, and that's where Fengir is kind of placed, so maybe they're thinking about a convergent pass there to counteract any mid-aggression that Mates would want to go for. But again, Mates looking to push extremities early. He will claim control of the garage at the very least, but they're going to be taking their time with it, really trying to suss things out. A lot of stars placed early over on this B side as well, but so far, AG's not going to commit that extra player in that direction. Trailblazer, not sure if it saw Mini or not. I think it might have because he's peeling back, but again, Mates has already shown that in their conditioning. Oh, hold on.
Attack coming through, but GRQ just has to give the space. Paranoia trying to delay the flood. People still able to work his way forward, clear out the rest of the site, but fast rotations coming in from AG. Sprinting their way through the vents and across towards this B heaven position. A way to try to really interrupt that plant coming through, but now convergent pass is going to be invested. Showstopper out over the top, and it's a 2-for-1 for Kira. Sarso and Martin both going to be taken down. Glyph there for the trade. 2v3, however, is a full flash into his face. The Sigma going to be lobbed in, but GRQ just takes a bit of that damage, gets it up halfway on the defuse as AU1 finds a kill, and AG, they find another round win. The timeout working a treat. They get the shutdown. To invest the 2 ultimates, 3. In fact, I believe the Seekers went flying through.
Yep.
But they get themselves up to 6 all the same.
Yeah, and again, big individual wins out on the extremities in the 1v1. GRQ wins. Even though the convergent pass doesn't hit anybody, they don't care because they know it's going to force them right into that showstopper.
Thanks, Martin, right before he can gate crash out as well. Timing just a hair off for him. So now, 4 rounds to lead. Again here for AG, up to 6. How many more can they get? Gonna look to break the economy of Mates if they can find this follow-up. Secure a lead at the half.
3 players again over at A ramp, something that I think the coaches addressed. They don't want to give up that space easily to Mates. It's making some of those post plants too doable. So you're just gonna be committing a little bit of extra early resources in that direction. They're leaning pretty hard over towards A. There's smoke there in front of Starkzo. Dog gonna see just Martin, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it got the spot. Maybe a mini-map ping out to be able to see Starzo as well. Nightfall gonna go cross, connecting on to Shrimp. Backpedals away towards back map at sight.
Bought some time there with that flash. That was nice.
4 players. They're going to try to work their way, maybe just down through vents, across the mid, completely be rerouted. There's a spot out though, and Juan can't make it onto the rope. No clear that boom bot now, an immediate TP back across into backside.
Mini.
For GRQ. As you say, Mini moving through Ramen. Fengir able to intercept, and or rather, he's going to Glyph there. Paint shell's gonna be lobbed in. GRQ from backside, finding himself a second.
Spike down B.
Not ready. That one is all on Glyph. Arriving onto the scene in a 1v3. The time, however, is just not gonna be on his side, nor is the shot. GRQ with 3 gets AG up to 7.
Just really well held. Not crumbling under the pressure, even after losing your player in vents there. AU1 gonna go down. Then Fengir wins another 1v1 for him. And this push and pull from garage and from backside, absolutely beautiful. Nobody overcommits to anything. Using that paint shells to flush him out from the back of pillar. That is stellar, stellar teamwork.
It's 15-5 and 2 now for Kira with an outlaw in hand. As mentioned, economy kickback here for Mates is going to be brutal, and it is. 3 sheriffs, a stinger, and a ghost.
Gonna fall back here.
Just trying to work their way forward onto the side, but that might have just been through the smoke. Shrimp was able to find 1. People dead on the approach. Fengir will fall. Mini gonna be good for 1. Glyph finds another. Still though, 3v2 as the dust settles. Mates have their work cut out for them. They want to pull off this thrifty. Kira's still a ways away.
Still have both flashes. One used to check corner at screens. And all of Kira's util. And a paranoia.
Smoke to block off Martin's position. Has to scale forward through this one, eats some damage. The blind spray taking him down to 60. GRQ looking to try to keep his eyes forward on that side. As Martin snipes him out of the sky, Kira dead. The approach coming in at GRQ again. Back-to-back 3Ks for the Omen. The defuse is there, and AG now up 8-2.
They're just really calm and collected right now. Not overcommitting to anything, winning some of their individual battles, showing off some really sharp shooting. GRQ in particular, again here on Split, coming alive. Saw a little bit of it against G2. He's much better today. And oh my, I think we're getting the second timeout.
I mean, you have to at this point. Second commitment on the timeouts here in this first half. 2 more rounds to be played out. Mates, knowing that they need those 2 rounds, need to make this an 8-4 scoreline.
I mean, it just hasn't felt like Mates can play their game plan on this map. It's been a lot of just trying to go for those extremity pushes, those big executes that I think really fall into AG's hands. That's exactly what they want you to do, because they generally have good protocols about avoiding those hits on the extremities. That's where I was really impressed with them watching in their VODs. And what usually Mates wants to do is go mid, and AG had a couple rounds where they were able to at least make it a consideration, or a hard consideration for Mates, where they didn't want to keep trying to push their luck in that situation. And it's just been AG so smart, so map aware too. Every time somebody's pushed out in towards spawn, they've dealt with it. All those little tricks that we're working on Pearl are being absolutely smothered out of this map.
Hint and the Cosmic Divide available for a post plant for Mates. 3 players here outside of Garage. Boombot's going to be exchanged. Fake of the TP forward. Beepo just clearing that corner. Seems that they do have control of Garage, at least for the moment. Meanwhile, Spike's still going to be dropped back over in sewers next to Starzo. Just watching to see if there's any deep walk down into mid.
Yeah, Mini's changing his position just a little bit. Going to the top of sewer ropes. Seeing if maybe he could catch somebody off guard from AG. Trying to push a little bit deep, trying to get a little bit of space. And here you go, back to the bread and butter for Mates.
Trailblazer having the spot. Quick little tuck away from Mini, not looking to get caught. Wise enough to know there's going to be something accompanying that Trailblazer forward at the same time. For a catch here on a Glyph, he is able to play elusively enough.
I think this might be a fake.
Drawing a hell of a lot of attention, making plenty of noise.
They're trying to make you think it's a fake.
Look at Fengir.
He's held it.
Just the operator.
He heard it
Needs
too.
to try to find that opener. Saturate is going to be sent out, slowing them down, trying to reroute them perhaps, but at this point you kind of want them to push into A. You want them to go in towards the stack, but now you got the pit blooming into heaven on B.
Waiting
Here,
out
hearing Glyph. Looking for the swing on the corner here. Trying to flush him out of the blast pack. Pushes Kira back to the wall, and Glyph guns him down. A critical misstep. Gives the player advantage. Now the plant over to Gentle Mates. Previously, we're just running down the clock.
I think it's just a save.
Seems like that's going to be the case. Not wanting to risk that operator. 4-player save. His Mates managed to strike within the last 12 seconds of the round. And this is massive for them as well. Not losing out on any players, not losing out on this weaponry. They will be able to retain everything to try to get themselves that 4th round win.
And it's all about this early round pressure they create at Garage that opens up a little bit of extra space, and they're able to go back in a bit where they want to go, bait out some util at A tower, bait out rotations over there as well, and then make the call to pivot over towards B. They've got Kira on an island trying to hold the line. Okay. Can it be 4 for Mates? That's a really nice round for them. That's more of what I've seen from them on this map. So is AG gonna have an adjustment? I'm already seeing pings from them towards mid, so clearly they're considering that space, making sure that it is a accounted for in some respect.
Get that high five, surely, by the next map.
Someday.
Double walk in towards mid. They're around the corner, setting up some stars in the meantime. Lone, paint shell, out onto the B site, and the op shot ends up going wide. Bengir still swinging out, but does have to back away. Situated once again in male Trailblazer, spotting out that there's no one in back of sight. Gate crashes there, but would just be Martin basically guaranteeing his death should he take that. Oh, elbow gonna be spotted, and Glyph again.
The timing.
Finally, headshot. Bengir dead. Two players situated here on ramp. The spot out. On to plenty of the paranoia now. Going to be lobbed in, but Beepo uncaught by that, unblinded. Finds Kira. And they just run down GRQ. A 2v5, it would be monstrous. But the gun barrel spotted. And now it would have to be an ace clutch from Shrimp to make it a 9-3. Won't get the opportunity. Massive round for Beepo. Another 3K for him. In flawless fashion, Mates managed to find that 4th round win to close at the half.
Yeah, some good adjustments there, but overall you have to be so impressed with AG. Playing their game plan to near perfection, the best we have seen.
But can they find another pistol to take that step towards bind, or will Mates look for a run back? We'll find out after the halftime break.
Hay que tomar agüita, amigos. Le hemos pasado increíble. Han sido días muy intensos. Así que bueno, quiero ver a todos Santiago, a todo espacio riesgo con sus bebidas arriba. Todos con sus bebidas arriba. ¿Y qué les parece si hacemos un brindis, no? Podríamos hacer un brindis, estaría bien. Vamos a hacer un brindis por este evento increíble, por todo lo que ha pasado y por todo lo que viene a continuación. Porque tienen un país hermoso y el público, la verdad, es una locura. Cuando yo cuente 3, todo espacio riesgo va a gritar salud y le vamos a dar un sorbo a nuestra bebida. 1, 2, 3, ¡salud! Recuerden mantener.
Staying hydrated, staying hype here in the venue in Santiago. There's, at long last, plenty to be excited about, AG.
Some of the most hope that we've had for a team from China at this event. So maybe give us a map 3, but like you said, it has to start on the pistol here.
Let's see if AG can give him more to yell about. Let's see if AG can give him a map 3. This thing started off so damn hot for them. Kira with that ace. Let's get their first pistol to snowball that into their first bonus conversion. Now their first lead at the half in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think they're going to go for something they like to do on these pistols, just go for a big hit towards A. Kira's got a Sheriff, though, so I'm not sure if maybe it's kind of the normal look. Normally, it'd be Kira blast packing in there, but without those, obviously, it's going to be kind of a slower approach.
3 players here, 2 at the top of ramp. There's a peek, it's going to be AU1 able to find the first as Martin will fall. Starzo as well, tagged down, now dead. His paint shell flies up over towards heaven. Bengir swings around the back, catches Manny and AG. Looking phenomenal here to start off the second half.
Just a great read. And a great little micro adjustment compared to some stuff they've shown in the past.
Beepo with his work cut out for him, has that Sheriff. And now he's alone, and Kira, maybe not the ace, but it's another 3K and a flawless pistol at that for AG. 9-4.
Geez, it's just a little bit of change because you're kind of playing to expect if they're going to go this way, they're just going to blast back in. But it's just them trying to oversaturate the angles at the beginning, at the top of ramp. They do exactly that. They've got a bunch of sheriffs. They're ready to brawl. Brawl they have. It's just a shorty there for Martin is the only gun, the only pistol being bought. And he's just gonna tuck right around that corner. Meanwhile, AG being thoughtful here, talking things over a little bit. Let Fengir hold this angle down with the Marshal. Try to see what you can find out. Interestingly enough, AG likes to play this map somewhat similar to Mates, where they want to create this mid-pressure. Sometimes you have a little bit of trouble getting some coordination and sync going. Let's see if today you can find ways to overcome some of those obstacles that they faced.
Tuck onto the corner here at Raptors. Mini going to be good for one, but then flushed out eventually as Glyph cannot escape. Another 2 kills here for Kira. 3 towards that next showstopper. As Pipo and Martin will slowly work their way across towards this side of the map. Give it a classic, give it the shorty. It'd just be the tuck and death with the spike. So you do not want to give anything else over to this Raze right now. You swap the Marshal over into his hands. He wants to go hunting. Pipo, to avoid being put on the menu. Backpedals away. Paint Shell trying to buy himself some space. Just tucks back up the stairs. Tagged up, taken low. And now the re-wrap around towards Garage. I mean, they need to get into the blast radius of this spike. It's anybody but the Raze, it would seem, is what they're after. It'll be GRQ instead to collect the 2 remainders. AG get themselves up to double digits. As many rounds here on this split as they got versus G2 across both maps. They are looking to send this to bind.
Let's go. They are just so aware. Doing such a good job. And I like the way Kira's using these blast packs to mess with the other players. He's not necessarily just diving in all the time. Like, even though he had one that he kind of beefed against Glyph, other than that, they've actually been working really nicely to make a difference in these rounds, make a difference in these fights. Boombot out early for Pipo, quickly cleared. He's just gonna trade it right back. And they're back to trying to make their way in towards mid. Martin gonna need to go crazy here potentially because they're coming right at him.
Yeah, Saturate lobbed in. He backpedals down. Opposite side of that vet, and Fengir does end up getting punished for that over-aggression. Mini able to find it before the smoke blooms at Mail. Kira chasing in, spots out the feet and finds Starzo. Headshot to clean him up now, 1 away from a showstopper. Mini just gonna stay tucked here. Flushed against the wall, the peak coming in and does manage to outdo Kira. Now a 3v4. The players try to get clustered and ready for the approach here onto the B side. Pipo play on the low, ground the team forward, and AU1, he's able to find another. Mini's now dead. The swing in, GRQ gets Pipo. And AG, they are looking for another bonus conversion.
It's Martin though.
Martin but in the 1v2, the smoke now blooming. The flash gonna be sent. The drop down, they're not looking at him, but Martin's not hitting him.
All the things that we said about AG yesterday, I feel like I could say about Mates right now. They look frazzled. They're not hitting their shots. They're not making great decisions. They're individually making mistakes that AG is able to punish. But all the credit in the world to AG because they're playing so well. They're so sharp. He just can't do it. He just got a little over-eager to start that spray. Wanted to get the quick transfer, I think, to try to end the round. But now it's showstopper for Kira, Judge for Pipo. Shotguns abound.
All this to prevent it just from getting up. The map point, they hear that outlaw ringing out. The dash up and over the top, and Martin does find the timing. Sliding past. Able to find Kira. So once again, that showstopper not going to be a quadri for them to contemplate in this round, but lose that on Starzo. The player eliminated. Down to the base of ramp. AU1 just spamming on a timing? Did people make a noise? I have no idea, but what a kill to be found. Flash finds Fengir, pulls back. On the peak, dead. The Bucky from Martine still going to be deadly, but Mini with that Vandal in hand. Her Q just turns on a dime, finds him. Clip gets another, but then gets traded out. The tap is there, Martine is dead, and AG are up to map point. Mates need 8 just to take this to overtime.
This is clinical.
Let me tell you, I don't see that happening.
No, this is a revitalized AG team. All it took was one day, and what a difference it has made for this team. You just have to be so thrilled with what they're showing. Here we go. Flash trying to set up the showstopper, but
Mini's the closest one. Lob in and still will be able to find people. Now Mini dead as well. That second layer from GRQ coming up with a kill. Finds the second. Cliff is dead. Just Starzo and Martine, the dynamic duo from Pearl. And we're finding such heavy impact. The last one standing in a 2v4. Try to have any ounce of a hope of taking this to overtime. But there is no hope. Not on this map. Starzo will have a little bit of fun here as he finds himself in second. But even he knows that this is a bridge too far gone. 23 health, 6 bullets, and Fengir to find it from on high. 13-4. I do not believe it. All gamers are pushing us the distance. We're not done. We're going to bind.
this is incredible. Finally a map win for China, and AG, they're showing why they're the #1 seed.
Not going quietly into the night. They are pushing us the distance. One more map to determine which team sticks around.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya. Si va con un vuelo de ida, ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tuya. Si va con un vuelo de ida, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Now, there's no more crushing a feeling than being knocked out of competition before you had a chance to show what you are made of. Fortunately for all gamers, they're not going to have to face that reality here in Santiago either. Commanding map win on Split. It was their map pick, and frankly, our expectations were low.
Yeah.
Safe to say, they've been exceeded.
They were in the floor. This was looking like a discussion of, this is the worst tournament ever for China. They're not winning a map. Will this be the worst performance for a team ever? Is what we were talking about going into this match. But this was a complete turnaround. All gamers actually looked the way they did in China. Confident, actually coordinated. It was a complete 180, Bea.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying, just if you want to be reactive, just do it. It's worked in the region. Why don't you test it here? Move that frustration to another part. They made Gentlemates look like idiots. I am sorry, but it is what it is. I think the mates ended up with like 11 first kills, and they only were able to win 4 rounds. Like in so many of these occasions, as you're saying, Mimi, we saw a team that I do not think mates was ready for.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look at it a little bit closer. Let's put it under the microscope. It's Kira that opens up this map with a stunning pistol round ace. A play we've highlighted and said we need to see more from. We knew there was something lurking under the surface. Finally, that exact Leviathan has come up and bared his jaws.
Kira was the greatest example of the failures in all gamers playing against G2. He honestly looked lost in that series, getting caught out with his nade out in fence, making weird decisions. They were so unusual compared to how good he was in China. But here, he played like himself. These retake rounds in particular, bounding in with the double satchels. So confident with the duels he's taking. This is exactly the man all gamers needed.
And that's the key word, confidence. That is something that they needed to take on those duels. If you're going to go up against a team that just wants to face you time and time again, you got to square up to them. And if you take a look at the numbers and we compare people, for the love of Christ, the things that I have seen this game, you got 3 people pushing you, you get your boom boat out. I'm like, what are we playing here? So many of the decision making that I was seeing coming in from mates, I was like, are we experiencing the same here? I know that I can see everything, but...
We saw some really odd post-plant structures, I think, for General Mates. Like, you know, BP in one of the first ones, I think like round 4, round 5, being caught out in the open as the smokes come down in heaven and just sort of getting caught out. And then we have crossfires that AG are finally able to put together. It looks like those protocols are now in place.
Yeah, I wanted to show a couple of these rounds. This is first this lovely retake. It's with both the Waylay and the Raze ult, but they just execute on it well. Get half through the molly, exactly what you have to do. And then it's just some confident swings from the last 2 to clean up that round. You look at another round where they're playing into that retake. This is a great reaction. Omen ult across as this kind of last-minute rotate is coming in from mates, and watch how they set up this crossfire. Kira jiggles, baits out a little, pushes the nade out to push them into him, then he isolates his fight as backside IMGRQ is also fighting off that nade. It was these little things that were consistently the failures for all gamers, and it looked much better in those moments this map.
It's easy for me to be EMEA based, but I really, really like the fact that this is the way that they won the map. It was not like wishy-washy, no. This is us highlighting the fact that not only they relied on those reactions, I did not see hesitation. Every single time that there was an action coming in from mates, there was a consequence coming in from all gamers, and they staggering onto those ones. Since GRQ, I think that he had a lot of impact, and that was something that I was looking for him, and I expect also moving on to Vibe.
Nice to see that all gamers can prove Newton's third law exists. That is great. But now we have to ask the uncomfortable question.
Yes.
We didn't think we'd be in this situation, but our General Mates are also looking down the barrel of potential elimination from Masters Santiago.
It is wild to be in this position. I almost wonder if they got overconfident from that map one, did not look themselves here on Split. Luckily, we head towards Bind. This is a map where I think they've been competent on. They're playing the double duelists here. I think that for this team, this is really about focusing on themselves. And now it's them in the position of having to fix their fundamentals, go back to playing together, and just reset expectations going into a Bind. Because now, in an unbelievable turn of fate, elimination very much on the line for the EMEA squad.
Yeah. after the first map that we saw, my eyes have to go to players like Mini. I think that not only this is Bind is a very good map for him, I think that he was one of the few players that was keeping his head in the game time and time again. We also seen some of the reactions for the side of Mates being like, is this really happening? Like, they couldn't believe this was actually the reality.
Yeah, the frustration. And of course, all gamers are making great use of their ability to get out of their chairs and do some trash. Great to see that from Shrimp as well. Kira brimming with confidence a little bit more now. Now, we've had a chance to look a little bit at the bind of this All Gamers team, right? They showcased it in their home region. Pretty rough loss against Chile Gaming, and then like an overtime win against DRG. I'm not really sure what we should take away from that.
It's not super high in their map pool, but they're comfortable playing it. I think that they did get out-called by Shilai in that series, and they haven't played it since. It has been quite a while, remember? That was the final, it wrapped up, and now we're back looking at this map. I think going ahead at this veto, it was a very predictable one, so I would have expected them to be prepared to go into bind here.
We're seeing the players now here, and Starks are stopping, and each and one of them be like, hey guys, you know, one by one, we got this. But that frustration that was there from map 1 is still in the second one. Like, these are worried faces, Mimi.
It's the duelists that he's really got to talk to, I think.
Extra attention to Beepo. That's big to me. You highlighted Mbea, that man who struggled so much last map. And I do look to Starks, though. I think some of the attack-sided calling on that split was a little disappointing to me. Some very late pivots into sites with low information that they were getting punished on in that second half.
You're talking about round 11 when they had a Cosmic Divide on the map, right? And pivoted back into a B site that they had zero purchasing.
But that was also prone by the fact that the moment that goes down, all gamers starts pushing main, and they're like, oh, we already do not have any reliable information to be making this call. The stars, the smokes start appearing onto heaven, and then they're put into a position that, again, they did not expect.
Yeah, I also want to put some focus on Martin here going into this map. We saw that 1-on-2 where no one was looking at him. He whiffs, and that really frustrated reaction on his face. I think he's been absolutely excellent this tournament. The top performer from the Swiss stage, the top performer in EMEA, the man who shattered his own BO5 record the day after he set it. And on a bind, where there's going to be a bit more of these hard execs, where he's going to have to be the one following up off of Beepo, I think this is an excellent opportunity for him to turn it around and show why he's been so dominant so far in 2026.
Yeah, and as I was saying in the beginning, they're going to be starting on the attack on every single map. Bind is not going to be a difference. If that confidence is back, it has to be showing off from the first moment. And for the side of all gamers, they just have to rinse and repeat. Let them take the space. Let them make the first move. React onto it. You've been so good onto it.
Now, something we saw back on Pearl was that clearly Gentlemates, despite maybe feeling like they had a fundamental leg up on all gamers, they read into that pistol round strap pretty closely. The data is limited, I think, in terms of what to expect from Bind now as well. But this is a team that I don't feel like comes in the game underestimating their opponents, which serves them well, because when that opponent you underestimate starts to claw back into the game, it can really get in your head. Looks like some of the individuals here on the main side getting frustrated with themselves. I recall the 1v2 attempt from Martin. I recall people struggling in that game. And Stanzo, I think, picked a great opportunity to go individually down the line and make sure everybody understands what is on the line and to make sure they, quote-unquote, don't save any energy for the flight home.
That's the beauty, though, right, of winning that map so dominantly. They come out, and I think they likely did underestimate all gamers after how much they stomped them in map 1. But they have another opportunity because of that map 1 win. They have this chance to reset, to close out, and prove that that split was just one blip on what's been such a successful journey so far.
Yeah, no changes here that we're seeing from both of the sides. Gentlemen, you know, the most unorthodox thing that you're going to see is that they're going to have Glyph playing on that Astra. Most of the things that he was playing is not the only one. Back in EMEA, no Brimstone for that side. And of course, Starso is taking a moment to think. Because as you're saying, there is a lot on the line. We've praised them so incredibly high in EMEA. On the first final, they made it to the 5th map. And on the second one, they were able to close it after 2 very tiring days. Is this the way you are going to go back home?
And could it be all gamers, the one to send them on that flight? This team that got really decimated by G2 in their first match, followed through map 1 here, looked like a shell of that team that won first seed in China. Now finally, playing like themselves, an opportunity to get the only series win for their region and to stay alive.
Realistically, if that last map is anything to go by, we are just beginning to scratch the surface of what all gamers are capable of. And it would be a shame to see them depart without getting to show the full suite of what they have at their disposal. You could say the same of Gentlemates, though. They fought their way through the Swiss. They showed that there's depth to EMEA. It's not just that #1 team. As we didn't expect, this match has gone the distance. But who's going to come out on top? Only one way to find out. Achilles and Paymethin do enlighten us.
A third and final map is AG. Not going down without a fight, not allowing for the Chinese region to bow out of this tournament without having a single map win. They are still in this. They are hungry for it. They now have the opportunity to eliminate Gentlemates as we go over to Bind. But this is still going to be a very tough battle. Twice we've seen it from AG this year. They're 1-1 on it. Mates, however, have not dropped this map yet in 2026.
Yeah, and I mean, you're gonna need to see some of that confidence from AG, that continued momentum from Split, some good decision makings. The concerns I have for AG watching their VODs is that they sometimes over-rotate on this defender side. They kind of fall for some of their opponents' early traps. Their positioning sometimes gets them caught where they're giving up first bloods in spaces where they actually have the strong side held down, and a lot of kind of individual mistakes that we didn't see on Split, and we need to see that continue. And meanwhile, Mates is so good on this map. They're so tricky, they're so elusive. And everybody taking it easy, but AG wants to try to deny short, putting in 3 players at short A. That opens up that showers angle for Starzo. He's gonna try to get in there with his teammates, create that extra angle. Here we go.
And Shell gonna be locked in here, just trying to tuck into the corner. Martin will be able to flush him out, but the nade gets 2! How? Run the replay now. Just show me what happened.
What?
Was it, I guess the C's? C's nade? Grabbed 2 of them, blew them up. Either way, what fashion to shut down the attack?
Was it trip over on B though? Were they just in the poison cloud and from the decay?
The replay will tell all, but Starzo admitting now a 2v4. The spike will be recovered. Do they just take the teleporter? Do they try to play this one forward? Looks like it's going to be the latter. Pushing their way up, looking for some of that dry contact, but Starzo ends up falling, and GRQ continues to deliver. From his own on the last map to now a 3K for Brim here on Bind. Nothing just on, okay. On top of the box, inside of the poison cloud, they're fracked there, and they just get blown to smithereens.
Absolutely amazing. Huge. And this is, again, starting to mix up the ideas for AG. They often would play like kind of pretty far back on their pistol rounds, like the 1-3-1 that had kind of been popularized. And it's gonna be a B split here. Fengir, it's flashed off the angle at the very least.
Some spam out though, and they keep his position disguised. Looking for that third, gets a leg shot on the glyph. Down now to 15. Well, AU1 already. Early damage pushback against Starzo puts him to 69 health. And this is gonna leave Mates scratching their heads, wondering how in the hell they can even get the plant down.
It's gonna be tough. Got one AG player holding showers, holding short each, respectively, so trying to bully your way through, gonna be tricky. And it's 2 Phantoms that you're gonna have to deal with. Also, you got Shrimp who's rotated over. He's got a Spectre. Just gonna have to try to find a way to explode onto here. Stars come down.
Quick little back pedal, spray out, Shrimp able to find the one, GRQ. With the other now, it is just Glyph. Get flushed out eventually. Flawless anti-eco from AG. Now the question once again becomes, can they get another bonus conversion? Had both of them on Split. Can they go 3 for 3?
I mean, it'd be crazy. The last time they played XLG on this map, they started on the defender side and they got bonused. And now they have a damn good chance to do the opposite here. And Mates has got to dig deep. They're rattled. You're going to need some of that magic. I mean, it's a similar comp that Mates run to what AG is used to facing, but they've kind of had trouble with the Waylay Yoru stuff, and so far, so good. Patience here for Mates, just completely spreading the map. A TP check there for Fengir. Right back over into their spawn, though, towards safety. Mates is just going to play this cautious. You did get some damage into Martine, down to 70 HP. So already not exactly the way you want to start this as Mates. Of course, that Judge, you know it's going to be around somewhere. You saw it at the very end of the round in AU1's hands. You suspect Hookah most likely, but they're going to try just set up for a big hit. They wait out the Prowler. This is the strong side.
Gets that spot out. Looking for the saturate hit. Shrimp will get caught. Util in hand, trying to just get that C's through, and Starzo catching AU1. Alive and well here in the anti-bonus are Mates. Let's get the spot out on the GRQ. In a 2v5. Even with the weaponry, even with the economy the way that it is. How willing are they going to be to try to play this one out? You still have Kira, who's just a world away. All likelihood will just be the back off. Maybe GRQ. See if anyone gets a little overzealous on the side of Gentlemates.
Yeah,
I'll see that happening.
Kira could play for some exits here.
I wonder if he gets all the way around, back through that spawn. Well, looks like maybe a couple into the teleporter. As the pings are coming out, I don't think he's going to go hunting for this one. So 5 players will be able to survive. Flawless here. 4 Mates to get themselves on the board nice and early, avoid the catastrophes of split. Let's see if they can string it together, tie things up 2-2 right off the rip.
Yeah, some really nice coordination being shown here by Mates on this execute, because they're going to get the player at backside right as they need to clear that saturated player around the corner. So they're able to win that fight. And yeah, a little bit of frustration for Fengir, but that's just really nice discipline being shown here, knowing who needs to cover what angles to make sure that they can make that punish go onto Shrimp. Just little things there. That gets the job done. Gets a big round win for Mates. Don't allow any kind of snowball to start falling. Kira wants the orb. Will be granted it if he takes it.
No one there to contest it from here. Well, Fengir just going to be jumping back across towards that B side of the map, but he's rotating back towards A.
Ooh.
Now on the jump peak. Plenty of damage going to be suffered. Shrimp tag down to 33. I mean, he's just standing there with a knife! And okay, plants his feet, still going to be good for 1. At least does manage to find the trade. Spray out Mini down low. 2 HP remaining on this Viper. Maybe Starzo starting to call a rotation back, but Martine is able to find Fengir. Now grabs up that orb over halfway to the Dimensional Drift. Spikes in hand, the walk down from Kira. He is not going to read this at all. Completely outdone. Now the teleporter taken. You have that Prowler. A catch on a 1, the util in hand. The C is able to get the crab and re-peeks it. GRQ pulled into the corner. Whoa! Isolates for the 3rd. And suddenly, AU1 into the 1v1. The teleport's going to be taken, but he is there. But it's a fake back. Martine utilizing the time that he does still have on the clock. Cuts back through market, works his way over to the A site. And this is a scenario that did not go red here by AG.
Oh man, AU1 almost had it, but still has a chance. Still has a shout.
He's been given a golden opportunity, but Martine is reading his approach absolutely correctly. It's gonna come down to just that reaction time here. AU1 on the peak, and Martine has the headshot. Tied up 2-2. But damn, was that on a knife's edge?
I mean, GRQ has been phenomenal since Pearl. Pearl, it was not great.
Oh, look, let me just say this. You know, I'm not trying to be rude, but I hope I never see him play Waylay again. If he can be playing smokes, it seems like that's where he's right at home. Brimstone Omen, just running every time.
Maybe it's just time to shift Kira around a little bit on some other maps too. Seen how good he can be on the Rays. Maybe he's got some Waylay in him, but Martine, exactly the guy that you want in those scenarios as Mates. Come through with the big clutch. Also has the drift now to boot. Starkso 1 away from his ult. Mini Outlaw there just to clear a Prowler, but this gives some info over AG thinking about getting a little proactive on the map over towards Hookah, but real danger is going to be this A side.
The Metro Drift's still going to be invested here. Mates know that they cannot allow any wiggle room for AG. Gets the spot on the 2 players. Season towards the back. It's a catch on to the Viper, but he's going to be dodged there by Fengir. Just a Guardian in hand. It will fall. Oh, trying to go for the reload on the Bandit as he swings the corner, and AU1 loses his life as well. Very well set up now to gain the lead, our mates. Plant in play, 5 players strong, not even a tick of damage being suffered so far. Kira on this flank approach. The angle's just being watched, and Mini has him dead to rights with that outlaw in hand. Should just be the remaining 2 players tucking back, maybe even just going down to the spike. Looks like mates wanting to get a bit of blood, wanting to get some ult charge. They chase forward and will be able to find Shrimp. GRQ can collect a single kill. He'll just layer in that molly, keep himself protected for the remainder of this one as the spike gets ready to detonate. So mates now up 3-2, securing themselves the lead.
Ooh, even gets the go.
Can't get out. Just a bit too late to be able to recover that one, but
he tried.
Does have the money.
He tried. Tough round here. That outlaw, so nasty in those anti-ecos. Great awareness, great discipline. Looking for those lurks, looking for those flanks. So starting to see mates get their head screwed on straight. Starting to find some open space on the map. And again, 2 players over at Shower. So AG really wants to maintain control of the extremities here, but that's opening up this mid part of the map for mates. Using that dimensional drift that time to really clear out the site too.
Once again, Mini has the spot. There's a chest shot, and that's going to be Shrimp down the 10.
They're just going to A.
Just again getting punished here. 2 players over towards Showers. One going to be revealed. It's the catch.
They missed.
They
missed.
Oh yeah, the orbital. Not situated at all for that plant. There's more cut over towards Dice, and that could be a critical misstep from a player that has otherwise been fantastic for AG across these last 2 maps.
They drop the op over to Shrimp. Trying to save it over if this goes awry.
Light not going deep enough, not flushing out Martine. Gets grabbed up there by the Seas, but has the exit, just taking that gate crash away. Their own bite now layered in, continuing to delay on this defuse, and Martine able to find one. People gets another Shrimp now gone. That's the operator stranded at Lamps. Fengir will be able to find one alongside Kira, but Mini just cuts him down to size with the shorty. Op is recovered, but mates now starting to go on a bit of a win streak of their own.
Wouldn't mind seeing the timeout. The energy coming back to mates. They're coming back to life. You gotta try to slow that down. It's gonna be a weak buy into this next one. I mean, Martine again, just so good at reading where his opponents are gonna be. Nice stuff from Mini on the backside. Keeping that space in check. We're just gonna keep rolling. Still that operator, like you said, they're gonna keep it over. It's gonna be actually going out towards Market.
Checking that angle. Stars are around the corner, will just be sending out the Prowler. Still gets a grab and Shrimp. Yeah, looking to just back away. Getting brutalized on these holds towards Garden, but
Kind of curious if they were just gonna rip the convergent pass there to see if they could just catch those players.
Oh, okay, Rels is gonna be Fengir, pushing all the way out. Weren't anticipating that re-aggression from him all the way out of Hookah. Gets himself on a fantastic line and finds both of the ults that mates had in their back pocket. If there's one way to get this Thrifty going, that certainly could be it. Kira one away from having a showstopper. The spot on the headshot not going to be connecting. Now know where Fengir has repositioned to. Pink Shell, last pack just knocking him around here. Glib, however, not needing to worry about too much as it's going to be Martine coming away with 3 kills to break open this site. 2v2, the one Vandal in hand. Shrimp still just with that Vandal. The Bandit, rather. Sends out the Nightfall, and Martine is just scaling in behind him. I don't think he's got any read of this whatsoever. Recovers the op, goes with a swing out to his demise. Glyph will be able to find the kill. AU1 now, needing to clutch it out. There's the spot on the one, but Martin arrives at heaven. A 4K. His mates now get up to 5-round wins.
A good shout into this round for AG. Phenomenal stuff here from Fengir. Gets the collat. But it's Martin with the outlaw, followed up by the shorty to essentially nullify this round. It looked so good for a moment, but he's able to get into U-Haul and break the round apart. And now you are going to see that timeout from AG. I think you got to figure out a way to deal with short a little bit better. A good start on the pistol, and since then, that's been the space they've been giving up. That's the space that they've been leaving open. And mates have been chomping at the bit to claim it. Even though they tried something a little bit different. I like the kind of idea here from AG where you're like sending Shrimp and AU1 out, sort of try to bait for this operator. And it worked. It got mates not considering that that push out could be possible with those two players there.
The last few seconds of the Coinbase win condition timeout now expiring. It's back into a bye, but starting to feel like a must-win round here. Needing to break this pace, ice mates a bit. Dimensional Drift and a showstopper available for AG. Pit, as well as the convergent paths there, but Martin, after another massive round, just one charge away from another Dimensional Drift.
These are two teams that showed a ton of resilience to get here. You know, going all the way in some of their best of fives. So they're no strangers to these tough situations, to these maps that are do or die. Let's see what they can do. Mini with the op now.
Right here. Considering the pop flash out. Mini with that op. It's able to shut down Kira.
It's the showstopper.
There goes that showstopper. Martin finds Fengir. This aggression is beautifully counteracted by mates. Valor not going to get the reconfirmation on the Mini. And already AG very much on the back foot.
And it's been a lot of what the early round has looked like for mates, where they're pretty far back. They're looking for those plays out of showers, out of the TP there, and Fengir just overstays his welcome. You know, they've been willing to give up some shower control, but now Martin just going to use the ult. Better safe than sorry here.
Yeah, same thing. Just, I wanted to give it over, and GRQ just strafes right into it. And well, AU1 not really in a position to try to get disconnected and save. Shrimp, however, should absolutely be considering that.
30 seconds left.
Let's see if he can find any kind of punish here, but not going to be putting a dent into the economy. Maybe just some charges towards that Nightfall. About the best that you could hope for. Clone to lead the way. Doesn't send the shot out onto that. Now does clear it. Just has to back off. They're teleported. They're trying to corral him. Starzo going to be dialed in on the angle. And he has the kill. Back to spraying corpses, but this time he is in the lead. He is looking for that win. Taunting across the stage. His mates continue to march on, already up to 6.
Well, you're going to have the ults again. Maybe you can get a Thrifty to go here. Beepo, though, still sitting on that convergent paths. One thing I really liked that I saw before this map started was Starzo was going up to each player individually, hyping them up, saying, it's okay, guys. We got this. I believe in you. You know, giving him that confidence, showing that he still is there to lead the way. They're really showcasing it here, and obviously Martin is going absolutely nuclear right now, but I'm not counting AG out just yet. I still think there's fight in this team. I think you're going to try to hold the off angle. Mini with the outlaw.
50 would be one hell of a way to try to get back into the driver's seat.
Oh, no.
And here comes the jump peek, and does manage to avoid getting caught. Jumps back over towards this A side of the map. Spike, however, is going to get rotated in, but Kira, quick shot on a Starzo. Finds him and maybe could recover the weapon. Looks like he's going to try to go for it here. We'll find there's no further opposition. So Vandal will be collected.
Yeah, that's huge. No further contact is allowed for these rotates over. It's just a matter of dealing with Mini.
Oh, just walking along that wall. Then he's gotten himself forward in the lamps once again. In the meantime, the entry getting ready to come through. Saturate. The swing coming in. GRQ going to be taken down as Martin finds a second trip gone as well. Teleport taken. Kira holds his own. The fadeaway shot, but Martin still fighting. Showstopper's been pulled. Martin with 4, lobs it in, does not find the damage, and Mini clips him. 7 rounds now for Mates. The lead established for the half, as they will continue to try to stretch it.
And it's, again, a lot of this push and pull. I mean, Kira, great shots, my man. But this push and pull with the Waylay gives AG grief, and Shrimp keeps going into this corner and keeps getting punished. It's these protocols that AG has that just aren't quite there yet to deal with the Waylay. And you can't give Martin any chances.
Yeah.
Because you allow him to start heating up and he's gonna run you over.
He's 15-3-2. So any of the shortcomings that were witnessed on Split, widely being shrugged off by him. And back to that Pearl form, looking for the concuss. Divergent paths, invested, the Saturate, gonna be lobbed to the back. Tuck over towards the Cup B, and Beepo still gonna be able to find both kills. Trim and GRQ, they need some damn help. Just unable to hold this site. Now Fengear as well, taken down by the teleporter. AU1 is only good for 1. Kira to save, but Mates to continue upward. About to stretch the lead by 6.
Dude, can't wait to see that replay. Beepo there throws out his ult, creates his own space, and gets a 3K in the round. This Waylay in multiple different ways giving AG grief. And this is the first round where we really get to see it from the frag department, not just teeing up Martin department. I don't think anybody's gonna be drifting Kira's direction. Oh boy.
Whatsoever. But as these rounds continue to go on, how long can you afford to wait if you're AG before you do have to invest that second time out, that final one, not just of the series, but potentially of the tournament?
Timing.
And for AG here, if you can get it to 4, you're feeling like, okay, well, maybe, but it's the same scoreline they had the last time they played this map, and they were only able to get 3 on the other side. Beepo, and the confidence just has to be flowing. Pit try to dissuade this. We've seen that in general, Mates don't want to mess with that Pit, at least not initially. That might be a follow-up plan. They can create some space elsewhere, they'll just happily take that, but this allows for AG to set up a strong side onto A. Prowler not gonna find anything, so it allows you to just keep holding your lines, keep holding your angles, but it's an accoutrement of weapons. Some Stingers, some Sheriffs, just the one carried over rifle for Kira.
Oh, poke and prod, but not forward. Just right there. Risky position to be in. Does back away.
You want to fight it?
Cosmic Divine now going to be called out onto the site. Double dash forward, Saturate lobbed in, not going to be connecting onto anyone there. Kira going to be spotted by the Prowler, and Fengear fights 2 with the Sheriff. Beepo and Martin both dead. Spike now contained back at short. With 2 players trying to advance their way out of showers.
30 seconds.
So unable to scale. Suddenly, 25 seconds remaining. Ultimate going to be invested, the spot out on the 2. Can Mates make a go of this? Decent enough start finding a first elimination. They hear the exit around the back. Plant interrupted for now. Just spam through that smoke. Mini trying to protect. This is now just Starzo trying to hold his zone, and he will fall. The defuse to come in, and AG, long last, able to break this win streak, give themselves a 3rd round victory. As they look to try to recover this as much as possible. Make this that 8-4 scoreline.
This is really nicely thought out here by Fengear. Able to get some of that util out. You know, and there's some bait there on the other side. in the way of Kira. It's all of that all of that fade util comes through, and that's when he's able to rescale, go through the Cosmic Divine and find those 2 big kills. That breaks the round open there for AG. This is going to be an op for Martine, an op for Fengir, so both Yorus going to be sporting the snipers. One away from a Nightfall are both Shrimp and Starzo. GRQ as well, really close to that orbital strike, so both teams want to take control of this long B orb. Meanwhile, sniper battle.
Potentially, probably to lead the way, and Fengir just to play it patiently. Martine caught up. Now the dimensional drift out of the equation for AG. One less thing to try to worry about, but Shrimp might have his work cut out for him as here comes the swarm. Kira able to find one, but down to 4 HP. Made Shell to contain them, hold them back for now. Go into a 3v3.
Might just be a pivot. Got the quick rotate.
Working their way back in, this time towards Hookah.
Just gotta see. Oh, the shorty.
Just pushes his way forward. There's a shorty, he gets 2! Starzo now in a 1v2. So Nightfall will go across, will be able to connect on just about both players, I do think, but he's gonna be dead on the dropout. 2 rounds in a row, everything's spaced out here for AG. A massive win streak in between for Mates as they secure a 4-round lead at the half.
Okay, we've got some fights still here. AG able to recover just in time.
Can they find the pistol where Mates look to just run away with the remainder of this map now that they're on the defender side? We will find out after the halftime break.
Estamos muy bien, ha sido un día largo, lo sabemos, hemos visto muchas cosas pasar el día de hoy, pero vamos a calentar el ambiente antes de tener que ir a descansar, ¿no? ¿Qué les parece? ¿Estamos bien? ¿O están cansados? Entonces creo que estamos bastante bien. Yo quiero saber dónde están los fans de All Gamer. Muy bien, muy bien, muy bien. ¿Y dónde están los caballeros? ¿Dónde están los fans de Gentlemen? ¿Quién va a ganar? ¿Va a ganar All Gamers? La serie se la va a llevar Gentlemates. Santiago, no me canso de decirlo, se los voy a decir siempre a todos mirándolo acá a la cara. Son un público increíble, tienen el corazón caliente como lo tenemos todos los latinos. Santiago, grita con el alma.
A close divide between the crowd regarding who they are looking to see, hoping to see, walk away with the win at the end of this map. All Gamers, solid start here on Bind, but then the floodgates opened and Mates ran 8 straight to get themselves a 4-round lead at the half. And it could very well all come down to this pistol for either squad.
Absolutely. This is crucial. Lift there. It's out the smoke. Kira has to respect it. We'll back off the heavy stack of AG. Happy to see, man, that they've given it their all today. They have really put on a show. Hopefully they can dig a little bit deeper.
Mates just hanging back in the spawn, waiting to see which site gets that early contact, which one they can quickly rotate to and clip on that peak. Spotting out multiples, and that's going to be the full rotation call. A bit hesitant, though. Will leave the 2 on the linger at B. Get crash set up in case there's that TP pivot. Here, just shifting across, working his way over towards Showers. Prowler to check around. Paint Shell still available for this raise. The plant gets ready to come through. Tries to go for the reposition. Kira able to find two before getting taken down. Cliff just with the one. Looking like another pistol here for AG. Mini slots around, damage dealt, finds the kill. Fengir fallen. Starts on out, trying to join up with the angle, but it's just not ready for the tuck away from Shrimp. Rather GRQ. Shrimp from out front to find the kill, but AG find themselves another pistol win.
Love the way that they're thinking about this ahead of time, expecting the reaction. As soon as that spike goes down, they've already created so many different angles, so many different layers for mates to break through. They try to play off the pop flash, and they already knew. That was AG a step ahead of their opponents, and that gets them a crucial pistol win.
Giving it back to him across the stage now. That adrenaline pumping once again. Phantom Bulldog, Marshall, Spectre, and a Sheriff here. Just the one Sheriff as you're mentioning here in the hands of Mini.
He's the only one over here on B.
So far, AG continue to seem like they're sussing out the weaker sides of the map to start. So here comes the peek. There is the kill. Sheriff now dead on the floor.
Fantastic work again by Fengir.
Find you.
Just inching his way forward. This all may end up being a fake. I'm not sure they're going to read this well, though, but that little pause from mates.
Doesn't catch on anything.
I don't think the Haunt did either.
Smoke dissipating.
There.
Pull back. Get the spot out. Noise now going to be made. Shrimp just trying to continue to keep that attention tied. Teleporter will be taken. And already Martin dead.
Huge.
AU1. The lurk forward into backside. Now about to have contact here. The jump out of the smoke. Refract back. The snake bite going to be layered there at their feet. Fengir at the same time able to find a headshot as Glyph will fall. 5v2 looking to make this again flawless. U1 pushing forward. Not quite one shot potential on the Starzo. Don't have to worry about him though, as it's just going to be the catch coming in. Bibbo taken down, Kira able to find the final two kills. 3 charges towards that showstopper as AG again get the flawless anti-eco. And again, are going to be looking for a bonus conversion.
I just love the patience I'm seeing here from AG. Not overcommitting off of lack of information. Really being diligent to make sure they know where mates are before they commit to anything. And once they see a little bit of extra contact over towards that B side, that's the immediate call to pivot. Take that open space. Nice find for AU1 there as well. To win a solo battle. And again, they're going to be patient. They're going to be cautious. Mates, though, they've got Showers control. They've got long B control, so they're establishing themselves early here on the map. Fengir just trying to look up and over, see if he can find a target. Trying to go for that jump peek kill.
It's another reset on this Nebula. People out on the angle and Fengir to just jump away. Here, though, does have that spike in hand.
And they haven't seen anything over here, so they're starting to think that maybe this might be a little bit more clear than they realize.
Got the boom bot. Paint shells to try to clear these angles, but they're trying to just escort forward with that outlaw. Kill is going to be found. Blast pack not taking it very far, but still out towards safety goes Kira. These people just cannot collect anything off the back of that saturate. Now the teleporter going to be taken. Oh, AU1 again lurking forward onto this A site. Starzo now to try to hold the line. Looking to isolate, but Kira eventually does manage to hound him down, but eats an immense amount of damage. U1 slotting forward, the judge in hand. Swings out, finds another, and suddenly it is just Glyph. Oh, and what a shot! Oh, that is disgusting! Another bonus converted, AG! One away from tying it up.
This is just beautiful stuff. That outlaw has Martin one shot, and he's tucked into the corner, and then he suffers. I mean, Starzo trying to do what he can, but AU1 scaling so far forward, tucks himself in just enough they don't see him. Oh, man! That is stunning work.
Marshall, Bucky, Stinger, 2 Sheriffs. For Mates to try to maintain the lead, pull off a Thrifty. Outlaw still in hand here for Fengir. Holding down that Showers angle in the meantime. It's a big approach. Up through Hookah. The Prowler to search a double stack angle over at B Long.
Well, again, lack of information. Hard to get a good read here for AG. And there just hasn't been any noise over here for AU1, so he's calling in the reinforcements, but this is right into the heavy stack. If they commit, could be troublesome. Beepo's sitting there with a Bucky in lamps.
Smoke's blooming. Lift there. Stinger in hand, gonna try to dissuade, try to interrupt that plan, but the shot's just not quite connecting. Starzo as well. Spamming out some shots from that Shower side, making that presence known. Peak coming in, damage gonna be dealt. Kira having the drop down, and Beepo dives forward. The Bucky able to connect. Kills off the enemy raise. Tap of the defuse. It's Beepo trying to find this exit out through lamps, but he cannot. It is a firing squad. Opened up his mini, falls down to 2 HP. Picked apart just the one casualty. His All Gamers tie it up at 8-8.
What a hold there. Didn't look like it was going to be easy for All Gamers, but they're able to keep themselves in control despite that early kill for Beepo. They just hold the line, create a little bit of verticality with those setups initially. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. They're sharp, they're fired up. And that's going to bring out a timeout from Mates.
It's going to try to cool them off here. It's difficult. You can tell that they're starting to find their footing again, just like they did on Split. Neck and neck into another buy round for Mates. Take a look once again here at the Coinbase win condition for them. You can see there's not going to be too much money behind this. Cliff bought all the way down to 0. Mates need to start getting some cash back. They need to start snowballing this a bit. And they're still going to have that worry of an outlaw on their head because there's only going to be the one player with full armor going into this.
Yeah, it's definitely something you have to consider, and also you have to consider the showstopper in Kira's hands. The good news is you have some ability to maybe pull some trickery, get that showstopper to hit a target that can TP or refract away, for example. So some thought can be put into that. You know, where do you think that's going to end up? Setting up the Poison Cloud in a little bit of a different spot. A lot of teams want to put it on the box to set up that one way. They're actually putting it over at short A.
Heavy stack here. Mates situating 4 players on B. ZG managed to suss this out.
Front-facing players initially, though, just going to immediately peel back. They're so worried about that showstopper. Martin has the gate crash set up already. Can make a quick escape. If that ends up being the angle. Have to check through towards mid, and he actually shows some presence, scares them a little bit. Doesn't commit.
Still some doubt, make them think.
Yeah.
So far, just going to continue to try to push into this B site. This could very well end up being AG's undoing in the round.
Maybe if Fengir can get some space, even AU1 might be able to get the pivot to go through. AG's taking a pause. Just depends on Martin here. He's starting to scale forward.
Trying to get this forward lurk going once again. This time AU1 not alone.
Ooh.
Has been in the past. Martin, not sure if he caught a glimpse there. Meanwhile, GRQ dead. Starzo able to find him just outside of that teleporter.
Oh, that's
has now since been taken. Rotations quickly are arriving. Martin tucked away here. Backup truck. The paint shell not going to flush him out. Showstopper, however, might just do the trick. Lobs it in! It's a triple! Martin finds one. Gets taken down, and now it is just Starzo. As good God! How has he connected that? Mates gonna be kicking themselves as AG gain the lead.
Unreal. Unreal. They're all just tucked in there. because they think it's safe because Martin's forward and Kira just finds the perfect time. But I love the way they play the beginning of this round. They're being so patient. Our AG, they're looking for their moments. They're looking for open space, and it's the scaling of Fengir and AU1. Mini, couple of marshals.
High-low setup around the corner. Mini able to find the kill. Martin with the assist. Solid early kill to be found to try to pull off this Thrifty.
That's a freebie.
Still a lot of work needs to be done for mates. So they've reshuffled, reset up this high-low, tucked into the cubby. Just get them to peek in one by one.
Just being very thoughtful, our AG. I think learning from some of their mistakes.
Well, let's see. There's another one. The GRQ and Shrimp will be able to trade it back. 3v3. Still with the weapon disadvantages. Orb going to be grabbed up. GRQ now with the orbital strike on 9. Looks like he's just going to send it right away. No, thinks better of it. Well, never mind. We'll send it out. So he cycles the smoke in. On to try to check out the rest of this site. Storzo does have that Nightfall. Still is just checking around. He is so wary that AU1 is once again on a flank on that A side of the map. We of course know that he isn't. Can mates make a go of this from here? Marshal, Sheriff, Judge. The Nightfall not going to be connecting, nor will the Seas. Nebula blooming the saturate, just shy of the mark, but Beepo finds a headshot, but Shrimp lines up two. Glyph up and over the top of two, but AU1 will cut him down. AG have made their way up to double digits.
They're just so resilient, and now it's their turn to run 8 in a row onto their opponents. Shrimp, big time plays from the player who is big time in his region. Gets the double headshot on the swing. And you better start believing, even though there's gonna be a lot of ults here for mates in this next round, they're gonna have the convergent paths, and we're maybe gonna have some action quick. Scoped in players. Once again, it's the Yorus.
A battle of patience there. You're playing on the narrowest of angles, but now starting to go forward a bit. Riding that wall. Jump peeks out, spots out plenty. Mini just going to be eating some damage, but he's able to back away. Keeps himself alive, and now given the space surrendered here at Showers. Have to re-clear this one. Shrimp is going to be good. Clean up the kill on the enemy Viper. Gets taken down. That's the Nightfall now lost, but traded. They're not having to deal with the potential pit in the round.
Thought they might line up for Shrimp there for a second. He might get two. Here we go.
Martin splitting the difference right between the two players. Paint Shell at his feet has him rerouted. Convergent path's going to be sent in. Looking for the catch from Kira again, just tucking away. The flash forward catches people, catches a glimpse of Martin on the exit as well. Player advantage once again going to be reestablished. It's AU1. Sat there, swings out, finds the timing to catch Starzo. The back of sight. Glyph trying to go for this approach, work his way down short. GRQ watching for this, winning it out, and Martin will have to back away if he can. AU1 wants this kill. Martin wants this op. He's already pursued a little bit deeper than the Yoru has gone. Can they suss this out? For now, it seems like they are very convinced that he's lingering somewhere around that B site. But the thing that AG know for damn sure is that this round is theirs. And they are going to be 2 away from advancing, from sticking around here in the playoffs of Masters Santiago and eliminating Gentle Mates.
I just love the map control that AG is taking here. They're constantly pressuring Showers or Long, making sure that they keep mates on the back foot. And then when they get onto that A site, they're fanning out. They're using those extra angles to their advantage. And mates is pushing through those smokes. They have no idea where it's going. They have no idea who's going to be where. And they're just crumbling underneath it. Just tremendous stuff from AG. The macro's great. The individual firepower is great. Kira's once again going to absolutely crazy on the raise. Everything you could want. And it's Mates who ripped their second time out of the half.
Last one of the series. Looking to avoid it being the last one of this tournament. 3-round deficit. Mates have been put in tricky situations and they've managed to fight their way out before. Can they do it again here? The economy in the dumps. The only thing carried over. They will be able to get themselves a solid enough buy. Rifles across the board. Aside from that judge in the hands of Glyph. From the defender side, you don't mind seeing too much.
You're gonna need to get some kind of recovery here as Mates. They look shell-shocked on stage right now. They are completely rattled. There has got to be some kind of glow up from somebody. Getting an aggressive position from Mini. Maybe just wants to take the Viper's pit, put it down right off the rip. AG here. Can't catch him initially. They're going to keep scaling.
Prowler has managed to find it. For now, it's just going to be the clone sent through.
They back off.
Seems like, yeah, overall, not wanting to get overzealous, wanting to get caught off guard. They're within that pit, so we'll just give up that space.
Okay. What's your solution? Just try to
circumnavigate it.
Yeah, exactly. Just try to go around the other side of it, but that means you're going to have a couple angles to deal with from Starso and Beepo.
Not only that, but Martin with that gate crash would send him up right into heaven. Have that op dialed in as well as the dimensional drift.
But it just dissipated.
Nightfall goes across, TP forward now, catch on the one with Kira. Catching a shot to the side of the head. Beepo able to find an opener to try to get Mates back onto the board here in this half. Pit now blooming through. So just traded positions. The question is, what do you do if your Mates? Dimensional drift is there. Feels like you absolutely have to invest this. Martin swaps over the weaponry, starts on now with that operator, gets himself the Bulldog, chases forward, spots out the two players. A saturate lobbed in as Beetle goes up and over the top, but he does get gunned down. Martin on the exit, able to find Fengir, but Vinny now eliminated as well. Shrimp finds Glyph. The player advantage once again in the hands of AG, but Martin still fighting. Still vying for this win. But GRQ out from short. Massacres the remaining two players. AG are up to match point.
This is absolute madness. It looks like Mates is going to be able to get this to go. They throw so much at trying to clear the pit, but when they make their dive through, it's thwarted. And Shrimp plays that so well to tee up GRQ for that finish. And it's going to be a scrappy buy, and there's a couple outlaws here for AG, knowing that all of Mates is going to be one tap to it. Fengir's got one, Kira with the other. You got a Guardian, a Judge, a Spectre, another Guardian, and a Vandal.
Beepo was correct on that ping, and if he just pulled the trigger, would have been able to find a kill. It's the idea is to try to play that Judge in, keep Glyph disguised on that angle.
Look how much Mates is committed early to this A side. It's been such a pain point for them. They have to overstack it just to try to deal with it.
Now the full shift, the rotations coming through.
Exactly.
Starzo trying to work his way across to B. This could get very dicey very quickly for Mates, who need this round win, who need 4 in a row, where they will be going home. Pain Shell over towards back sight, right over the top there towards Mini. Some damage gonna be suffered, but minor at the very least. Starzo, Spam just whittling away, but Kira uncleared. Does manage to find the kill. Mini now gonna be taken down. One reveal onto one Fengir, sneaking in around the back, and Martin is dead to rights. Beepo gone, Glyph, the last one standing, just a Judge in hand. Where were you when all gamers qualified to their first international? When they were on the brink of elimination? And when they eliminated the second seed from EMEA? The sound of hundreds of Preds suddenly silenced.
The rumors of China's demise were greatly exaggerated. AG, an absolute stunner. They have brought their best when their backs were against the wall, and it's hugs all around.
They say, we are not a 0-team region.
That's right.
We are a 1-team region, just like you. Unbelievable.
I am just so thrilled. That attacker side flawless for AG to close it out. What a bounce back. After getting 13-5'd on Pearl, they come out swinging and take the reverse sweep, and they take mates out of Santiago. And what relief those players must feel. What relief the fans back in China must be feeling.
Something to cheer for, something to believe in. All gamers repping, showing why they were that first seed. What perseverance to get destroyed just a day ago at the hands of G2 to come out here and beat mates. Let's hear from them in the Verizon post-match interview.
To the next match. Fangear, how are you doing today? So I want to talk to you that yesterday was really difficult on your guys' mental. You were really frustrated, but today you used that frustration in your way. You guys continued to play in that amazing stage round by round. Do you think that frustration from yesterday helped you guys for today?
Hola Santiago! Guys, I mean, it was yesterday. It was a really hard day. It was the first match on the stage, on the world stage. We was a little bit shaking, but right now, today, we're going to the first map. I can't say I was playing really bad because he was losing 5v3, 5v2, a lot of like idiots rounds. And after I just say, guys, no, don't care about this fucking game. Oh, sorry, don't care. Just play the game. And yeah, we're just trying to play better than every game.
Definitely, and it showed in that stage. Y bueno, comenta que básicamente el día de ayer sí fue un día muy complicado, muy difícil, muchísima frustración, pero que estaban perdiendo esos rounds de manera por detalles, o sea, esos 3v4, 3v5. Dijo, no se preocupen por eso, finalmente llegaron a este stage y la rompieron de una manera increíble. And you said it, it's your first time in the international stage, you're the rookie, and you're simply popping off. How are you feeling with this amazing crowd also by your side chanting your name?
I mean, it's really amazing. The crowd in Santiago really amazing. I didn't hear it before. It's like, I feel so fucking good, guys. I can't say. Like, thank you guys, thank you everyone. You're the best!
Y lo escucharon, los ama, simplemente está muy contento. Nunca en su vida había escuchado a alguien así, a gente así, apoyando tanto a los equipos, y realmente ha sido impresionante y le agradece a todos ustedes. So now I also want to know, you have been really popping off in this stage, and also that experience you guys are gaining, it's amazing and it shows, but what do you think was the biggest obstacle today that it can help you for the next matches?
In my opinion, we're just playing like our game, our default game, because how I say already, yesterday was like really shaking, we was playing so bad, we're not doing our rounds, but right now after the first one I say, guys, please chill, just repick everything, it's only Martin can shoot at their team, sorry guys, like, sorry.
And it's okay, it's perfect, you got eliminated that guy. So, bueno, básicamente hablando un poquito de lo que fue el mayor obstáculo el día de hoy, era que el día de ayer habían estado un poquito más temblorosos, no estaban pudiendo simplemente disparar esas balas, pero él le dijo a su equipo, tranquilos chicos, el único que puede matar del otro equipo es Martín. Dice, perdón chicos, pero definitivamente es el único que puede disparar, y finalmente con la calma pudieron ganar lo que es esta partida. Esto es todo lo que tengo por la entrevista. Fangear, thank you very much for this interview. You're free to go if you want to take pictures with the fans too. And tomorrow, we're continuing with this playoff brawl. We're gonna see who is going to win that upper bracket and continue in the road to the victory of this Masters Santiago. Thank you.
There you have it, the former KC Blue Stars player Fangear with a couple words to say about his upperclassmen from that era that he was in EMEA in Challenges. Unreal scenes from the floor here in the Espacio Riesgo. My goodness, we're calling it an upset, or at least we're treating it like one, and on paper maybe it shouldn't be. The seedings definitely have all gamers as the best out of China, but we weren't expecting this level of game from them today.
They legitimately looked like the worst team in the tournament by far after the first 3 maps they play. And then they turn it around, come alive on Split. And then this bind was an incredible performance. They didn't drop a round in the second half to dominate Gentlemates.
And we can speak about the difference in the compositions and in the regions. Maybe this is something that they're not going up against a lot in China, like not having the, having the Astra here and not having the Brimstone, whatnot, like you can expect from a global stage. And they played around that utility so incredibly well. Again, the resilience of like the other team getting the first kill, and it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect our plans. The individuals stepping up, every single one of them had moments in this best of 3, and especially in this last map, that they can be incredibly proud of. Maybe Paco should have told their team, his team, that, you know, Fangir was the real deal.
Yeah,
he knew.
He should know. Obviously, Fangir's old coach being vanquished by that very player. Let's have a look, though, at where our bracket is now. We have just seen Furia and Gentlemates depart the tournament. And so, all gamers in BBL await in the lower bracket the loser of Nongshim Red Force and G2 and NRG and PRX. Those upper bracket semis, we'll call them, are looking incredibly tempting.
Yeah, those 2 games tomorrow, I think, are just going to be absolutely incredible. I'm super excited in particular for Nongshim G2. I think it's a G2 is just coming into form against a Nongshim who looked themselves right away. They lived up running against mates. Yes,
they're the best first seed so far. Like you cannot say anything against them. So of course that is going to be very electric. And then we have the rematch of HyperX versus NRG tomorrow. Is a date that you do not want to miss. Today already, finally, we went the full distance of the 6 maps. And I would really like to see the same tomorrow.
That's it. Like, the fun don't stop, folks. We've got plenty more where that came from. So thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow for more action here from Masters Santiago.
Did all gamers just win?
Because it is do or die here in Santiago. It's getting loud out there. The Chilean fans always turn up. So let's welcome our teams onto the stage and find out who truly has the mettle to make a lower bracket run.
Ring BBL, they're here to punish. LaRock gonna go and get traded one shot later. Know about the other player, Kreven, right? They know he's got to pop this from somewhere. EU's got to hunt him down or try and ignore him. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh my word.
The baby-faced assassin there. Look at him, the smile on the face.
And what we need the fucking pistol. We just need a fucking pistol.
The info, this is great stuff. Look at the HP on LaRock. He can't do anything now. He's denied.
Time's gone,
Yeah. Okay, they've done it. They've already gone and done it. A pistol round for Furia. It felt like it has evaded them. Starts and ends. And Artsin again, that slip of position. Fantastic. LaRock still going to try and be a nuisance. He's going to make him work for it, but I think he knows he can't turn this one around as Furia.
What the hell is going on?
But blow. Noob and EU still with a couple of, I don't want to say key tools, because they can just be done like this. A bounding shorty, a spray in the dark as BBL go back into the harder side of the map. EU trying to get closer. Rose, no!
Oh my God!
As Artsin now has to face the music, has to try and make it past 4th. BBL, the 5 rookies with one shared dream, fearing no one.
I've got a feeling that today, this match is going to be an absolute brawl. So let's get excited and let's send it down to the stage and find out who will survive to fight another day. It's Gentlemates versus China's last hope, all gamers.
Frack's going to be taken back out. The judge now still fully blinded up. It's going to be good for a kill. Martin finds himself 2. Both duelists now dead. The dimensional drift going to be called in. It's 15 seconds remaining on the clock. They have to try to make a go of it, but they are surrounded and outdone. Spammed out, wall banged by Beepo. Here on that swing out, does manage the challenge. Raise on raise, violence, and a fadeaway shot to find Martin as well. Patrick gets locked in from Fangir. Swing in the corner. Kira comes away with 4. An ace clutch to try to get the pistol. But now taken down, and Kira Manages to find it. To delay on this defuse, and Martin able to find one. People gets another shrimp now gone. That's the operator stranded at lamps. Spengir will be able to find one alongside Kira, but Mini just cuts him down to size with the shorty.
Nice! Come on! Stand up! Come on! Why are you standing up anymore? Come on! Stand up! I'm standing up. I'm not gonna sit down. Come on!
Out. Showstopper, however, might just do the trick. Lobs it in! It's a triple! It's good God! How has he connected that? Where were you when all gamers qualified to their first international? And when they eliminated the second seed from EMEA?
Guys, bye-bye!